National Returning Officer, who is the chairman of IBC, the form that 4B, with the attachment of all form that 4A from that particular constituency. And when he delivers them here, we have set up a quality control system where we have the agents of the 4 presidential candidates, our staff who will be looking at the form that have been brought, plus the returning officer herself or himself. On that desk, they will go through all the form that 4As from all the polling stations for that particular constituency and check whether they have all been correctly tallied, to check whether they are all the correct forms so that we are sure no other form has come or has been introduced using the security system that we have put in these forms. To check whether that's basically what they will be checking, and whether the form has been stamped as required. Once they have done that and they have checked and confirmed everything is correct, then the constituency returning officer will deliver to the national returning officer the form to hand over, and they will sign handover and takeover form, so that now at that particular point the national returning officer will announce the results of the presidential candidate from that constituency. Well, so far we have not received any because the work at the constituency is still going on. And I want to clarify to the people viewing that what we are seeing from the media stations is what the media, the television station and the media houses have downloaded from the public portal, because they have been given a link. They have downloaded, and it is now their duty to tally whatever they have downloaded from the portal, and that is the result that they are showing in their stations.
Well, Commissioner, before I let you go, a lot of Kenyans are asking, when presidential tally, how long should they wait before that final declaration happens? Okay.
I want them to understand that we will wait for all the 290 constituencies to deliver the original from that 4A, and they will wait for us to check, verify all the details filled there. So I'm expecting that, because we have not received any as of now, and this is why you have not announced any results from the Bomas of Kenya, we will expect it to take a little while. I do not want to say the time, but as long as it will take, we shall do it. But we hope from tonight, we should start receiving some of the constituency form results, and then we shall announce as they come. We shall be announcing as they come. We shall be announcing as they come.
Thank you. Thank you so much. That's IBC Commissioner Francis Wanderi just taking us through what we expect from now going on. You've heard it will be a long wait, but at least how fast will the 290 constituencies be making their way here in terms of delivering all the required materials that will certify the declaration of each particular constituency? And so we continue to keep an eye here at the Bomas of Kenya and see what will be transpiring from this point. Of course, it will be a beehive of activities in the night and even going into tomorrow, because that is when now the constituencies will be bringing what is required them to do to the Bomas of Kenya. And of course, the political class sending their representatives in terms of their chief agent. Remember, the Azimio One Kenya has has Kanchori Saitabao as their chief agent, while the UDA side has the Senator for Tharaka Nithi, Professor Kithure Kindiki, as their lead man here at the Bomas of Kenya. And so, Yvonne, will continue to keep an eye and, of course, bring you more updates from the Bomas of Kenya as and when they unfold. Back to you in studio.
Thank you, Leto, and of course our thanks to Commissioner Wanderi as well. Now, earlier on we'd reported that there was chaos that had erupted at the Jamhuri Tallying Center in Starehe constituency. In fact, that led to a halting of the tallying exercise. Our Faisal Ahmed is there and joins us now. Faisal, have things calmed down? Has tallying began again, or what's the situation?
Thank you very much, Yvonne. Tallying has actually commenced again, and we've seen a contingent of police officers together with DCI officers as well as additional IBC officers come into this particular tallying center to see what was going on. Initially, what had happened is there was a ballot box that was brought in, according to the people who were here before we came, that was unmarked, and it was brought in after all the ballot boxes were already presented to the returning officer, and all the presiding officers from different polling stations had already presented the balloting materials together with all the requisite forms that are required to establish the vote count and all that. So that in itself, bringing in of ballot box that was not one, properly sealed with the proper IBC seals and did not have the top lid cover, caused a bit of suspicion, which in turn caused chaos. But now tallying is actually going on, and some of the aspirants from different from this constituency who are vying in different positions, MCAs and MPs are here just to view how the tallying process is going on. Maybe if you can just join me here. I'm joined by one of the election observers who was here when all this was actually happening, and if maybe you could just explain to us what had happened earlier and what had caused the commotion that we saw earlier.
Ningependa niongee na Kiswahili na niseme hatukuweza kuamini hizo ballot box mbili zenye zililetwa, kwa sababu ballot box huwa zinaletwa hata kama zimebakia, zile ballot papers huwa zinarudishwa na zile kura zenye zimepigwa ndio zijulikane hizi ni zenye zimebaki na hizi ni zenye zimepigwa. So kuleta leo na walikuwa wameleta hizo zingine jana ama juzi, haikuwa tunaona ni ukweli, so ikabidi commotion ikue ndio tuweze kujua hizi ballot box zenye zimeletwa baada ya zile zingine kuwa zimefika zilikuwa zimeletwa kwa nini. So kuna maneno inaonekana walikuwa wametengeneza kuharibu hii uchaguzi, ambaye kuna wengine wanataka kulalia wale wengi, na hiyo ndio kitu ilileta commotion hapa, na delay ya kutangazwa kwa mwenye alishinda na kupatiwa certificate yake. Hatukuelewa ilikosa kuwa kwa nini, kwa sababu inafaa kama umeshinda ukuje hapa kwa tallying, not tallying tulikuwa tumefanya kwa tallying centers, polling stations, na ikaisha. So hapa ilikuwa ni ile kustream zile results na kupea mtu certificate yake na kusema fulani ndio ameshinda. So tunashindwa ni kwa nini haijatangazwa, na hiyo ndio ilileta commotion, kwa sababu hizo box mbili hatujui zilitoka wapi na tujui nia yao walikuwa wamezileta ndio wafanye nini nazo. So tunashuku zilikuwa zimeletwa ndio siwekwe maybe kwa masaduku zingine ama siwekwe pale ndio isemekana hii uchaguzi ilikuwa si wa ukweli. So sisi hatukuwa na mambo mingi, tulikuwa tunataka tu kujua hizi box mbili zimetoka wapi ambaye hazikuja na zile zingine. Yeah.
Yeah, thank you very much. That was one of the election observers just explaining to us what had occurred earlier on this evening, about one and a half hours ago, where some ballot boxes were brought in after the ballot boxes from different polling stations were already presented at this tallying center for Starehe constituency at Jamhuri High School. Oh, something else is actually happening right now. Maybe if we can just go there. It appears the person who's, we're not sure what's happening. Maybe if we could just go closer to see what's happening there. it's being alleged that the individual who's surrounded by all these people actually has come into the tallying station with marked ballot materials.
Okay, so and that is from the Jamhuri Tallying Center. That is in Starehe constituency. My guests are still here with me. Look, we don't exactly know what the allegations here are, but from what we hear, there is the possibility that somebody came in with ballot papers. Professor Dote, if anyone came, let's assume that allegation. If anyone came with ballot papers to a tallying center, such as this, of what value would they be? Is there any way you can sort of be mischief
that Kenyans can go to? So we can't sit here and say with certainty that there can't be a mischief. But I think the possibilities of that mischief is lower. It's lower because I think we Kenyans still think that elections are done in the old way. In the old way, manual documents used to be carried to the tallying person who is engaged in an election, has an agent or should have an agent at the polling station. So once that happens, as you come to the tallying center, you are only coming to verify. Yeah. So all that you should be doing is sitting and waiting. You can change whatever you want. You can sneak in new documents. All I need to do is to have a copy of my form that my agent has signed. So as you are bringing them in, I just check and say, no, the ones that were signed were Form X. Yeah. With these numbers. So this is different from the others. But as I say, you know, in a country where there's very little trust deficit, part of the problems we are in is largely because of those trust deficits. Yeah. You trust, but you must verify. So when your supporters see anybody coming with anything, there's no time to have this argument. You must deal with that person first, then the argument can be had later when the documents haven't come in. That's what I suspect.
Okay, all right. And Koki, you were just also clarifying again that what is declared at the polling center is final and is actually pinned outside the polling center, right?
That's correct. And also, once the ballot papers are counted, they are usually tied in a rubber band and put in a box together. And therefore, if there are loose ballot papers that are brought separately, they will not, because they come with different boxes and each box has different, there are forms, there are other materials, sensitive materials put together, then the ballot papers are tied and put back. So they will obviously have been indicated in the result that is pinned and that is also given to the agents and observers who are there, or they can take a photograph, and then they are in rings. So if there are any new papers, where will they be introduced? And who among the voters, other than the official, know which box has those ones that are tied? I mean, this is, of course, people are anxious. People are anxious because the results are not out and so on, and therefore they are venting and so on. And therefore we have to be extremely careful about and sensitive about what people might actually do. And yeah.
All right, and we'll of course continue to find out what's happening at Starehe. Our Faisal Ahmed is staying on that. Steve, as an advocate, let's take a look at the laws and the regulations that govern the process of election. Do you feel that those have been followed to the letter thus far? We've seen a lot of caution in terms of the way even the commissioners are conducting themselves, the things they say, the way they communicate. Some are saying maybe too much caution, abundance of it. But, you know, we've been here before and it's not been a good thing for the commission. But, you know, from your position, have they followed the law to the letter so far?
Thank you, Yvonne. I think IBC has done a commendable job in terms of communication. You will note that in this election, UDA, neither UDA nor Azimio has issued a press statement or called a press conference raising serious concerns as what we saw in the last election. We've also seen that IBC has enhanced its communication approach, and there's more of transparency and accountability in the manner in which the communication flows. I think it is possible to say with a certain degree of certainty that this election appears to have been conducted substantially in compliance with the Constitution, which is, I think, what Article 81 requires. Number two, allow me to celebrate Sam and the team that are doing an amazing job. What the projections that we see here is actually a celebration of our constitutional architecture and design. I think people are cracking the numbers and they're forgetting that there is a constitutional and legal underpinning for what we see here. Uganda cannot do this, partly because if you look at the Constitution, the Elections Act, and the regulations thereunder require that, especially Section 39(1)(c), I'll come back to it because that section, curiously, was already declared unconstitutional because it was amended. We'll come back to that. But Section 39(1)(c), as it were, of the Elections Act, required that results be transmitted electronically both to the Constituency Tallying Center and the National Tallying Center, and that result be also published in the IBC portal, which is what then has generated the kind of accountability that we have seen. This has a specific constitutional value. Other than improving transparency in the management of election, it also lends itself to some practical sense benefit in terms of managing expectations. You can imagine if the voters were always anxious to know the outcome of the election, did not have an advance opportunity to see this projection, the tension would be higher. The challenge that IBC now faces, which again stems out from minor KI judgment, the minor KI judgment, which was again upheld in Raila Odinga petition by the Supreme Court, that is petition number 1 of 2017, the Supreme Court said, while adopting and reiterating the position in minor KI judgment, that there is no longer the concept of provisional results. So IEBC has to be careful to make sure that whatever they are announcing really is final. The Court of Appeal characterized the election at the polling station as the center for transparency and accountability, and the center, the locus for the integrity of the vote. And therefore, the outcome of the election at the polling station may not be altered whatsoever.
Yeah.
And that once those votes at the polling station are collated, are tabulated and collated, let's say in Form 34B, and presented to the returning officer, and then posted on the website, on the portal, and then brought to Nairobi, the commission sitting at Bomas cannot also alter those results. So you can see the need to be cautious, because we do not want to see discrepancies. Remember, in the 2017 election, there was the most ticking note in terms of transmission of electronic results was that there were discrepancies between what was published in the portal as against what was in the actual Form 34As. And then there were concerns around some algorithm that were multiplying figures. And you remember, NASA, as it then were, claimed that there was a constant 11,000, a constant 11% gap
Yes.
between Uhuru Kenyatta and Raila Odinga, and IBC lawyers could not explain that satisfactorily. And that is part of the reason why the election was nullified. So you can understand the caution, or the cautious approach the IBC has taken.
Yeah.
But I think what Angela and my learned friend Koki Senior had said, just an extension of that. Remember the polling station, each polling station, we are conducting 6 elections in each polling station,
right,
or maybe in each stream. So if you have a maximum of 700 voters per stream, you're looking at 700 times 6, because this, you're going to have, in each box, you'll have a maximum of 700 ballots cast. So this translates into 4,200 ballots to be counted.
Yeah.
And even if you are charitable enough, which is not possible in terms of the sophisticated and complex nature in which counting is done, and I think Learned Senior Koki had already spoken to that, even if you are charitable enough to allocate 1 minute per ballot, you will need, in these 4,200 ballots in each stream, you will need about 8,400, even if you need 4,200 minutes. And then you have to divide that, by 60. And then you can get, you can do the math.
But that's also assuming 100%.
Yes, if you have 100% turnout, even if you have less than, even if you have 50% turnout,
Okay.
you have 400 voters turning up in a polling station, multiply by 6, gives you 2,400 ballots to be counted. And each ballot, let's say, takes 1 minute. You can see the number of minutes that are needed, translate that into hours. And remember, the regulations permit the agents to require a recount up to, they have 2 chances. Meaning, when the counting is completed, an agent can dispute the outcome of that count and require by law that the presiding officer start afresh.
Okay.
And when that is completed, another agent may still dispute the outcome of the counting and still require that the presiding officer do start afresh. So there's a provision in the law that allows recount up to 2 times. You can imagine if you're recounting 2,400 ballots times 2.
Or 3,
times 3. So I think the rate at which we've seen the results is commendable. And I would just want to urge Kenyans that, because Kenyans do not understand the mechanics and the legal implication of tallying and counting in the polling stations, patience is urged. We all of us want the ballot to be as close as possible to the will of the voter, and that does take time.
Absolutely. Koki, just hold that thought for one moment. And we will be coming to Sam with those numbers, like we said, and it's interesting to see what's happening there. But just allow me to take you quickly back to Jamhuri Tallying Center in Starehe constituency. Okay, we will come back to Faisal Ahmed. I think he was able to establish what that was all about. In the meantime, let's go to Sam now and look at those numbers. Steve Ogola has been saying, you know, this is actually a demonstration of how far we have come in this country with our democratic process. So how far are we with the count, Sam?
Right. So far, 6.29 million votes have been, is it tallied? Let me just say considered for the time being, out of the polling stations, 20,756. And there are people that are asking questions. Why are media houses having different figures? Of course, you know very well that Raw Media Services is looking at the forms that have come through the IBC portal. Any other media house is looking at the same. We have different clerks, they have different preferences, so they're looking at different counties, starting with different forms, and so the pace will be different. Of course, the results in those forms are different across the polling stations, and that's why you'll find some differences in terms of the total tally. But at the end of the day, our focus here is to get it as accurate as possible. Raila Odinga so far has 50.59% of the votes so far tallied here, 3.1 million, 3.18, almost 3.2. For William Ruto, 3.03 million, that is 48.14%. You may be wondering where are these votes, and I want to focus on some of the strongholds of these candidates. Let me begin with Nandi County, which is a stronghold of William Ruto. It has a voter population of 406,000 registered voters. So far, 817 polling stations have been tallied. Let's just calculate what percentage that is. 817 divided by 927 gives you a percentage of 88%. So 88% of all the polling stations from Nandi County have already been tallied by our team here. Before we continue, let's cross over to the Bomas of Kenya, where we understand there's a press conference by the IEBC team of commissioners. Let's listen to what they have to say at this hour.
And IEBC staff, so that we can verify the original 34 A's that will be here. So ladies and gentlemen, be patient. The next brief will be done tomorrow morning. Thank you.
Okay, Kenyans, be patient. The next briefing will be tomorrow morning, 10:30 a.m. So let's get back to what we are doing here. So Nandi County, like I told you, 88% of the polling stations have so far been tallied. William Ruto is leading with 88.54% of the votes that have already been cast. Raila Odinga follows with 10.63%. It will be important before we move away from Nandi County to look at history. In 2017, how much did Raila Odinga get? He got 12.43% in Nandi County. Uhuru Kenyatta, who was working with William Ruto under the Jubilee Party, got 86.42%. So you'll see there's a difference of about 2 percentage points in this election. But again, there's still some 12% of the polling stations that are yet to report in that county. So that is Nandi. Let's look at Uasin Gishu, because it's also, actually it's the home county of William Ruto. Registered voters, 506,138. The polling stations that are reporting are 640 out of 958. So we do the calculation to see how many have reported so far, and it gives you 66% of the polling stations have so far reported. So that is more than almost 2/3, and that gives you 81.17% for William Ruto. In absolute terms, it's 186,000 votes for Raila Odinga, 17.99%. How was he polling in 2017? He got 21.09%, so almost consistent, but there's a difference of about 4 percentage points. Of course, Uhuru Kenyatta got 77%. William Ruto is posting 80%. In that county of Uasin Gishu. So that's another 81% actually. So let's see, because that's Uasin Gishu, how much of Migori County has been reported? 786. This is a stronghold of Raila Odinga. 786 divided by 10. Let me just get that right. 786 divided by 1014 gives you 77%. So 77% of the polling stations in Migori County have so far reported. They are giving 86.57% to Raila Odinga. In absolute terms, 224,000. William Ruto is posting 12.61% of the votes. How did Uhuru Kenyatta score in Migori? 14.25% was the score. So you see a difference of almost 2 percentage points. Let me just look again at another stronghold of Raila Odinga, and this is in Homa Bay County. You'll see that the ones that have reported, it's almost all of them. So 1123 divided by 1227 gives you a percentage of 91.5%. So 91% of the polling stations in Homa Bay have reported. 98.36 is going to Raila Odinga, absolute terms 348, and of course William Ruto has gotten 0.94. How did they score in 2017? It was 0.48. Actually, it appears that William Ruto has doubled that percentage so far, because he's now settling at almost 1 percentage point. So you can see that some of the strongholds for both candidates have really come through in terms of Migori and Homa Bay that we have looked at, and then Nandi and Uasin Gishu that we have looked at. But of course, there's a slight difference between the percentage of the polling stations that have so far reported. Yvonne.
That's right, and those numbers are very interesting, and we'll continue to take a look at them, and of course also give you the latest with what's happening in the local races, which are equally important. There are some quote big names that have fallen today, and we'll get to those in a moment. Some surprises, and some who've managed to retain their seats in what has been certain constituencies which have a rather high turnover rate. We'll get to those in a moment, but first let's get to Gatete Njoroge, who's at Embakasi East with the latest from there. What numbers are we seeing with respect to the constituency races and other local races in Embakasi East constituency? Gatete?
Thank you, Yvonne. We are coming to you live from East African School of Aviation, where this is the main tallying of Embakasi East constituency. But up to now, Yvonne, the vote tallying process is still ongoing. What is happening here is what was happening on the election day. These are the presiding officers. These were the officers who were in charge of the whole election exercise at the polling station. But Yvonne, tonight, they are the ones lining up to submit their results to the returning officer, who will then announce. So far, Yvonne, we have results from 80 polling stations out of 234 polling stations that have been announced. And in those results, maybe I can just share with our viewers, in the presidential race, Raila Odinga is leading with 17,343 votes. We have William Ruto with 10,130 votes. We have Wajakoya Luchiri with 117. David Mwaure has 76 votes. In the governor race, Johnson Sakaja is closely followed, because Sakaja has 13,150 votes, while Polycarp Igathe, who is the Jubilee candidate, has 13,181, a difference of 31 votes so far. In the Senate race, we have Edwin Sifuna, who has 16,719 votes, while Margaret Wanjiru has 9,262 votes. In the woman representative race, we have Vesta Passaris with 15,818 votes, while Millicent Omanga has 11,106 votes. In the MP race, the incumbent, that is Babu Owino of ODM, has 16,730, and Francis Muridi of UDA has 10,331. The process is ongoing. Earlier this evening, Yvonne, there was fracas, there was commotion here after presiding officers who have been camping here since morning, and the observers and also supporters of some of the candidates confronted the returning officer over the slow pace in which the vote tallying exercise is being conducted, and we saw police intervening, and now order has been restored and the process is ongoing. We hope that it will be much faster, but if my cameraman can just show, we can see some of the presiding officers, they're even sleeping here on the ground waiting for their turn, because what is happening is that they are being called inside. They're calling them according to the number of polling stations. So So this is the situation here. The presiding officers are waiting. Most of them are frustrated because they have been here since morning, but now we have to follow the process because they have to submit the results. The returning officer has to verify and validate the total votes that have been cast, and finally make an announcement and declare the winners in the ward races and also in the member of parliament races. Yvonne will be camping here till morning so that we know who will be elected in this particular constituency in the various races. And now I want to hand it over to our very own Brenda Wanga, who is in Kakamega, to share with us what is happening in that part of the country.
Well, thank you, Getete. We're still camping here at Lurambi Constituency Tallying Center, just getting to the tail end of the tallying process. We've been here from yesterday when the very first of the ballot boxes from the different polling stations started making their way to this polling tallying center at the constituency level. As of this moment, all 178 polling stations have delivered their ballot papers. They have delivered their returns to the returning officer in charge of this constituency. And what is happening right now is just the IEBC officials now just tallying and collecting all the returns in preparation for the announcement and the declaration of the results from this constituency center. And as at 8 p.m. this evening, we were able to get a snapshot of the results, at least in the 5 competitive or elective seats that were up for grabs in this county and in this constituency. We all know by now that there was no election for the governor's seat in Kakamega due to a mishap in the printing of the ballot papers for that race. So that then left this constituency and this county with just 5 elective positions that were up for grabs in yesterday's general election. From the very top of the presidential level, as at 8 p.m. this evening, the results that had been captured, just representing about 2/3 of the 178 polling stations in this constituency, had returned the results as follows. In the presidential race, Azimio La Umoja's Raila Odinga was in the lead with 31,030 votes. Ruto was coming in at second position with 12,432 votes, while David Maure had garnered 82 votes, and Wajakoya, who also hails from this county, had garnered 227, representing 43,771 votes cast. 624 of those votes had been rejected, and thus these statistics are as at 8 p.m. this evening. In the absence of the governor's race, then the race at the county level comes to the Senate, the spotlight being on the Senate and the women representative seats. And in this race, Kenya Kwanza's Boni Halwale, at least in Lurambi constituency at that time, was in the lead with 23,198 votes cast in his favor. ODM's Brian Lushenga was polling at 17,600, and the only lady in that race, Abuti Winfred, had garnered 644 votes of the votes cast as at 8 p.m. In the race for the women representative for the county of Kakamega, the results from Lurambi constituency at 8 p.m. were as follows. The incumbent LC was leading with 28,874 votes. The closest competitor was Naomi Masita, polling 4,537 votes, while Juma Hadija was coming in third with 4,304 votes. Now, for the residents and the voters in Lurambi constituency, the most important race for them, aside from the presidency, the governors, perhaps is a member of parliament race. And here, the results as at that time had the incumbent Kamala Titus leading with 27,000 votes, 822, followed by Vikiru Timothy polling at 7,989, while Hainga was coming in at the third position with 5,223 votes, while one of the ladies in that contest, Eunice Achieng had polled 574 votes. At that point at 8 p.m., that represented about 90% of the results. That figure obviously has now changed since all the 178 stations have delivered their results, have delivered their returns. The returning officer and his officials at the desk behind me are now in the process of just collecting in preparation for announcing the results here at the Constituency Tallying Center. After those results are announced, then he will generate, he is in the process of generating, at least for the presidential race, Form 34B, which he will then take physically to the National Tallying Center at the Bomas of Kenya, to the National Returning Officer, Wafula Chebukati, for the tallying of the now eagerly awaited presidential results, at least for Lurambi constituency. This process that is happening here at Lurambi constituency replicated in the other 11 constituencies that make up the Greater Kakamega County. So any point from now, we expect that the officers of the IEBC working behind me at that desk will have completed the tallying, and then they will be able to announce to the people gathered here, many of them observers, party officials, members of the Fourth Estate, party supporters, a select few party supporters, but the majority are waiting outside the walls of this compound, many of them already perhaps having an inkling of who is likely to take the races, the different races at the Senate, at the MP level and the ward level, just preparing to celebrate if it comes to that. But for the moment, we await the official announcement of the result that should be coming any moment now. But however, I must mention that there has been a bit of a scuffle here during the tallying, the reception of the last of the ballot papers, where one person who claimed to be an IEBC polling official, the presiding officer of Sheyue Ward, had found himself seated on the wrong side of the divide. He was meant to have been sat on the side of the other presiding officers as they were bringing their papers in, but for some reason or another he found himself sitting with the agents, and a scuffle ensued, leading to him and an agent for one of the political parties being whisked away by the police to just try and explain why they were doing or what he was doing on the wrong side of the divide. That incident has caused quite a bit of a confusion at this center, with the officials from the Kenya Kwanza Alliance now coming in here and demanding that they be allowed to scrutinize the results of one of the wards, Sheyue Ward, saying that they want to be given a chance to have a look at the results before the returning officer for the constituency formally declares those results. But the returning officer saying that that will not affect the declaration of the results for the other four positions, that will continue as had been planned. So by end of this night, the residents and the voters in the Lurambi constituency will be in a position to know who their next member of parliament will be, and the voters in the 6 wards will also be able to know who their next MCS for the next 5 years will be. So we are camping here until those results are announced, as they will contribute to the overall tally of the votes garnered for the various races, especially the presidential race from Lurambi constituency and eventually Kakamega County. Back to you in studio.
Brenda Wanga, thank you very much for that update from Kakamega County in Lurambi constituency. Let's give you the latest with what's happening in the local races. We have some more news to update you on. And here is one from Kisumu Central constituency, where ODM's Joshua Oron has won the seat with 54,060 votes. He beat independent candidate Fred Oda, who came second with 26,104 votes. So Joshua Oron taking the Kisumu Central MP seat with 54,060 votes. I want us to stay in that region for a moment, but this time move to Seme constituency. ODM's James Nyikal, Dr. James Nyikal, I should say. I don't know the last time he actually practiced his pediatrics. He's retained his seat in Seme after garnering 30,728 votes And he beat an independent candidate, yet again, Hagai Kadiri, who came second with 14,402 votes. From Seme, I want us to go to Bomet East. And in Bomet East, Richard Yegon of UDA has bagged the seat, garnering 35,431 votes. Now, he's beaten Kanu's Nick Salat, who came second with 13,475 as the Secretary General of the Independence Party. And he has been floored by UDA's Richard Yegon, who now is the MP-elect for Bomet East constituency. I also have another update for you, a final one here from Eldama Ravine. Musa Sirma of UDA has won that seat. He's won the seat with 32,260 votes. Again, he's beaten an independent candidate, that's Emmanuel Ngetun, who's come second with 10,299 votes. These, of course, will be very important in terms of who wins and how they're able to push their legislative agenda, their development agenda, and in fact, as well, the pushing for funds. Do you want us to go through those again? Here's another one. If we can put that on full screen, and this is, there we go, the Kitutu Masaba seat. Let's now go to Borabu instead. Then Patrick Osero has won on an ODM ticket for Borabu. And then another one, let's see the next races. These are important. We're taking you now to Sasumi, where Dido Raso has won on a UDA ticket. Sasu, the MP's race. The next one we want to take a look at is Moyale MP. Elect is Professor Guyo Jaldesa of the UPIA party. He is the MP-elect for Moyale constituency. We have more results for you in the National Assembly, I believe. And let's take you now to Isiolo South, where Mohammed Tupi, who's an independent candidate, has clinched that seat. Is the MP-elect for Isiolo South. Where do we go to next? Do we have one more? And next, is Makweni. This one we'd actually told you about. And this is Susan Kiamba of Waipa. She's taken the seat with 26,909 votes. So some interesting numbers coming out of the different areas, and no doubt we'll be analyzing these. Susan Kiambi beat independent candidate Francis Mutungi, who garnered 18,725 votes. More results for you from Baringo South. Charles Camoren clinched the seat on a UDA ticket. That is in Baringo South. Who else do we have? We go to West Mugirango, where Stephen Mogaka is the MP-elect for that constituency on a Jubilee ticket. In Kitutu Masaba, Clive Gisaro takes a seat on an ODM ticket, is now the MP-elect for Kitutu Masaba constituency. Continue to give you results alert. Even as we wait what's happening on the presidential level, no doubt important what's happening at the local level. Those so far are for the members of National Assembly, including this one from North Mugirango. It's Joash Nyamoko who takes the day on a UDA ticket in North Mugirango. He's been elected MP. Remember, we'll also be hoping to get for you the numbers or the wins from the governor's seats. Those continue to be done there. Opiyo Wandayi retains his seat for Ugunja with 32,359 votes. Opiyo Wandayi there retaining his seat. John Kagushia, who was the speaker, was he not, of Nyeri County, now Mukurweini MP on a UDA ticket. John Kagusha has actually been an analyst for a long time, then went into the county as a speaker, and now is the Mukurweini MP-elect. Marianne Kitany, who is a former personal aide to the deputy president, has clinched the seat in Aldai with 42,015 votes. So there's some new entrants and there's some old ones, and there are some incumbents retaining their seats. Kalabamisi in Saboti now clinching the ODM ticket. Studio for a moment and continue with our conversation here on those seats. We'll continue to run those results for you as we go on. You know, Steve, you know, you were talking about that, but wait, I'll come back to you in a moment, because Koki Muli had wanted to talk about the issue of 700 you know, voters per polling station. You wanted to, you know, help us understand this. Carry on.
Thank you very much, Yvonne. I just wanted to clarify that thankfully in the polling station the numbers have now been reduced to a maximum of 700 voters per polling station, which actually historically began with the ECK. Mm-hmm. And when they started, the late Kivuitu started by reducing the number from very many registered voters per polling station. You remember polling stations used to be fewer. Yeah. And then you used to have
many more voters.
Many, yes. They used to be called actually polling streams. So you would have like a polling area with like 23. We used to give the example of Olympic in Kibera that had almost 20-something polling stations, polling streams, and then there were a lot of registered voters in that place. So then the people had to walk long distances to go to a polling station. So in order to reduce the distances that people had to walk and to make the process of counting more efficient and more transparent, it was recommended that the numbers per polling station be reduced to 1,000. Mm-hmm. That was a while ago. And then, and each one of them become known as a polling station and be an independent polling station on its own that will be counted on its own. Mm-hmm. So then what happened after that is that the law was changed at different times, and now what is in the Elections Act now is 700 maximum. Okay. But so you have, in most of the places I've been observing, you have maximum of 650. Okay. And then you also have a minimum of maybe 100, 120.
So 700 is the maximum?
700 is the maximum.
You cannot go beyond that, but you can have less than 700.
You can have less. Okay. Because like, for example, in some of the polling stations, in order to make sure that the polling itself, and you remember voting started at 6, ended at 6. Sometimes it would be longer because of the number of people. Yeah. Now it starts at 6 and it ends at 5. And by 1 or so, a lot of voters have voted. Yeah. And therefore also the process of counting is easier. And the distances between polling station is actually, some of them is less than 100 meters. Others is not meters, is less than a kilometer. Okay. So that people don't really have to walk.
Travel long distances. Yeah, to exercise their rights. Prof, you know, there's been a big issue about, you know, the manner in which voters were identified, and in some areas where, you know, that was not successful for many voters. And particularly you take a look at areas like Kakamega. I think there was also Makueni, where we then allowed the issue of, you know, the manual voter registers that were later sent, you know, to these areas. Just from your perspective, in terms of, you know, there have been court cases that some of them, you know, the Court of Appeal delivering a ruling on the eve of the election. How does an entity like the IEBC navigate all of these laws, some of which change days before, a day before? You know, how do they make sure they stick within the law, considering 2017?
You know, if you look at the litigation, 2017, actually, in my view, still stands as the most litigated elections. While there were litigation in this one I think was slightly less. And it all boils down again to our trust levels as a country. People keep cracking the joke that in some countries, the decision maker in elections is IEBC. If you go to India, for example, once election starts, you can't even go to court until IEBC finishes. For us, the final decision maker is the court. But back to the register.
Yeah.
The challenges around the register starts from 2007. In 2007, the Kriegler Commission report confirmed that dead voters voted. We had a register that you could not verify. You couldn't determine how many were the registered number of voters vis-a-vis those who voted. So as a consequence, we moved away from a manual register to an electronic register, because when we adopted the KIMS kit, the BVR for registration, we made the point that electronic equals integrity. That's the decision we made. In 2017, as part of the question about enhancing the integrity, after the process of verification and inspection of the register, the process of audit, NASA then went to court around, if you remember, around the question of complementarity.
Yes.
I think Section 44 of the Elections Act. And there was a huge debate about the change. And to make the point that the primary method for identifying voters must be electronic, not manual, because the challenge that if you do a manual one, you are opening up for possibilities of people stuffing ballot paper. People will know if the maximum number is 700, then by 2 o'clock you will look and say, oh, in this polling station, how many have not come? 300 of them. Who are they? Then you start the process of looking for them and voting for them. So that's what was supposed to be removed, so that you don't know who has not come in terms of voting. That's the concern.
Yeah.
Then in this election, IEBC then says, you know, we will not have, initially they said we will not have the manual register, because they said that if even the complementary mechanism will be another KIMS kit, that we will have a KIMS kit, but...
they said they would have, what, 6?
6 per ward.
Yes, yes.
And one coalition then said, no, we must have a complementary manual one. There was a back and forth between IEBC and the parties. They then agreed that, no, we will have the register, but as a final backup when the kits fail.
Yeah.
Then, before then, some civil society organization had gone to court. When they went to court, the judgment, I think, was just given a week ago. And the court said, no, we actually require to have a physical one, not just as a final backup, but for you to be able to cancel the issue. IEBC then said, we will go with it. They weren't happy about it. They'll go with it. They then went to the Court of Appeal.
Yeah.
No, not them.
Not them, yeah.
UDA went to the Court of Appeal, but
right.
they were also parties to it.
Yeah.
And the Court of Appeal people went to the Court of Appeal a day before elections. The Court of Appeal gave a decision and said, by the way, in 2017, we had said as follows. The trouble for me is that this decision, the two decisions, but the High Court and this other one, this contestation happened too late. So by the time the decision was being made, remember the people who are in charge of elections primarily are clerks and presiding officers. Both these categories are temporary staff.
Yes.
You and I. They get hired, they get trained a week to elections.
Yes.
So they had been trained.
Yeah.
They're actually now being deployed.
Now you retrain them?
So,
like
no, you don't retrain them.
Yeah.
You couldn't. You just now pass that information that, by the way, now the courts have said our original position, the one we wanted, which is don't use this, is what will happen. The practical consequence of that, what two things, Yvonne? One is that information was not applied consistently. You had places, from what I have since heard, where the register actually existed and people were cancelling names. You had places where when you were not found on the register, on the KIMS kit, and they tried alphanumeric and it didn't work, the presiding officer then used the manual one.
Yeah.
You had other places where they did what was originally agreed, which is, it is not COKI not being found. It is the KIMS kit itself not working completely, like Kakamega. That's when it was be used. But you also had places where the register, the presiding officer told you, we don't even have a copy of the register in the polling station. So I think this late decision for me led to a situation where you had rules that were applied not in the same way. But there's even a more fundamental issue. The more fundamental issue that we must deal with is in our process of focusing on integrity and using technology. I think we haven't asked ourselves what happens now when we disenfranchise 1 or 2 voters. I think the intention of these processes has not been to disenfranchise people, because I know of individuals who registered, who verified a week to, and then on that day, for a fault that nobody knows, your name is not there. And the presiding officer tells you, I sympathize with you.
But what can I do?
There's nothing I can do. And it is something I think that as Kenyans we must ask ourselves, maybe our overfixation with technology is blinding us to some of the practical realities that we must deal with. People whose fingers, for some reason, cannot be... I think practical things that we must deal with in the nature of our country, not to blame anybody, but to learn lessons and ensure we deal with it in the future is critical.
And you've mentioned an important point, Steve. I wanted to get into that. So, you know, a number of things, obviously. I think perhaps in this country, when there's a dispute, we litigate, we create laws around them, we create regulations, you know, for the same. To what extent is there a point at which we overregulate so that then, you know, the intention is lost? And what happens to a voter, say, in Kakamega or indeed any other place who feels disenfranchised, who would say, for instance, Steve, I went to the polling center, I did everything, as Prof has told us. The KIMS kits did not work. Of course, IBC gave their direction that, okay, let's now send the manual register. I lived too far, or, you know, and then I couldn't come back. You know, what happens to the rights of those individual voters who will feel like this whole process was just way too tedious for them to go, come back, stand in line, wait, you know, for too long? What happens to them and their rights in, you know, in the legal position?
I think, Yvonne, the more urgent question of constitutional relevance is the over-reliance on the law itself to resolve what looks like practical sense questions or trust deficits. We've said before, trust cannot be legislated, it cannot be litigated. If you look at the experience from 2017, and the chaos that we find ourselves in now shows that we have not learned, both in terms of legislation and in terms of judicial pronouncement. The IBC Post-Election Evaluation Report 2017, which documented the experience in the last election, they decried underfunding, late legislation, and over-litigation in areas that impact on their mandate, too little, too late. Have we learned that? No. Because what happened in 2017, coming now, and there are some jurisprudential positions that now conflict and contradict each other. The National Assembly, if you remember at that time, when the Supreme Court on 20th September 2017, nullified the presidential election and ordered a fresh election to be conducted, the then majority leader, Honorable Adin Duale, and his counterpart in the Senate, Honorable Kipchumba Murkomen, engineered changes to the IBC Act and the Elections Act. Some of those changes came, of course, they were coming after the judicial pronouncement, and they were trying to limit the ability of the court to interfere with the outcome of election. One of the changes that they introduced, which now presents an immediate challenge in this election, is that they attempted to modify Section 39(1)(c). They deleted it and then reenacted a fresh position, which said the transmission of electronic results, the Commission must rely on the electronic results and the physical copies brought to the Commission. The position of the law that they deleted required that the presiding officer transmits electronically the polling station results in a prescribed format. Now that prescribed format was deleted, and they made it ambiguous. In petition number 548 of 2017, Katiba Institute versus the Attorney General and others, the Honorable Justice Chacha Mwita said that provision as amended was unconstitutional. So actually the implication of that in law is that IBC is no longer relying on Section 39(1)(c) to transmit the kind of results we see now. It is actually relying on Article 81, which requires transparency, accountability in management of election. Again, Murkomen and Duale engineered amendment to Section 83 of the Elections Act. What Section 83 said was that election can be challenged either if it did not substantially comply with the Constitution or if the non-compliance affected the results. So the Supreme Court read that provision disjunctively, either or. So, which means you could either impugn the process or the outcome. Because Jubilee was not happy with that pronouncement, they amended Section 83 to now say and. So they deleted or to require that you must show that the process affects the results. And Justice Chacha Mwita in that judgment, Katiba judgment, said that kind of amendment offends the Constitution that elevates accountability and through the entire process.
Okay.
Now, where we are right now, if somebody wanted to question the outcome of this election, because that Section 83 having been declared unconstitutional, you go to a place where you have a provision that was at the center of the determination of the presidential election petition, which read it disjunctively. Of course, the Supreme Court said IBC did not comply with the law every step of the way.
Yes.
Now that provision of Section 83, that was amended, the new provision has been declared unconstitutional. So in law, we no longer have Section 83. So if you're framing a constitutional petition or an election petition, will you frame it around Section 83 that is non-existent, or how will you approach it? You see, that jurisprudential chaos means now courts have to be innovative and probably rely again on the foundational framework, which is Article 81 and 86 and 88 of the Constitution, to be able to reintroduce carefully the provision of Section 83. What I'm saying in short is this.
Yes.
We have not actually learned that late litigation in election law can actually implicate adversely IBC's ability to manage the election in a manner that complies with the Constitution. We have also not learned that over-legislation can actually impede IBC's mandate and make elections expensive. You want election with security features, more budget.
Yes.
But on the other side, you're saying that why is Kenyan election the most expensive?
Yes.
The Kenyan ballot paper has more security features than most countries.
Right,
And those additional features require additional budgeting. So if a Kenyan is affected, like you've gone to the ballot, and IBC did the rational thing. From 2017, they said, okay, fine. The problem that rises with the physical register, as highlighted by Professor Dote, is that people could vote for others.
Yes.
How do we address that? We address that by introducing an electronic register where you are identified electronically, then you vote.
Sort of strikes you
now,
off.
the problem with that is that if it collapses and the backup also collapses, or if your name misses, then you'll be disenfranchised. The residual question is, what is it that we can live with? Because either way, we will have challenges. I think what we can live with is this. We need to have a level where we can have trust in the election manager and trust that IBC can do the right thing without having to over-legislate or over-litigate on its mandate.
It all boils down to trust. And you know, thanks for taking us through all of that, because then you understand in some ways how, you know, the IBC is just walking a tightrope with trying to, you know, live within the law and do that. And you can clearly see that with these commissioners and the caution that they have. You know, they don't want to make, you know, a wrong move, a wrong announcement on that level. So let's talk about those numbers now that are being electronically transmitted. Where are we with that? Angela Mbito is the one who understands the numbers. But first, Sam, could you put those numbers in perspective for us, and then we get some understanding on the same?
All right. Thank you, Yvonne. And of course, I will have a couple of questions to raise with Angela here. Raila Odinga is posting 50.18% with 3.37 million votes so far in his favor. For William Ruto, 3.264 million in his favor. That's 48.53%, keeps changing. The total votes that you're looking at the moment is 6.7 million, keeps changing again based on how many polling stations have been tallied by our teams here. So far, you're doing 22,653 out of 46,000. We are inching closer and closer to the 50% mark of all the polling stations. But also remember that there are certain polling stations that may not be, obviously have not reported, bearing in mind that Eldas constituency, with their 23,000 registered voters, they went to the ballot today. I want us to look at some key strongholds of the two campaigns, especially that is for William Ruto and Raila Odinga, and see how the shift in numbers, the shift in share settles for the two candidates. Let's start with Kirinyaga County. It has a register of 376 voters, and so far, out of 150 polling stations that have been tallied, William Ruto is posting 85.09% and Raila Odinga is posting 13.6%. If you look at 2017, this is a county that gave 97.59% to Uhuru Kenyatta and only 1% to Raila Odinga. So you see there's a gain of about, let's just get that again, about 12 percentage points for Raila Odinga. Is that enough to propel Raila Odinga to State House? Let's also look at another county. This is Nyeri County that we were told by reporter Martin Munene that the voter turnout is, on average, appears to be about 50%. This is the home of Rigathi Gachagua, the deputy presidential candidate for UDA. William Ruto is posting 83.31%. Raila Odinga is posting 15.28%. If you're wondering how much Raila Odinga got in 2017, it was at 1.19%. It was only 4,000 votes. So far, it's at 26,000. Actually, so much more if you have to consider that not all the votes have been cast. So that's a gain of almost 14 percentage points. So 14% of 481 would give you about 50 or so thousand. So let's compare that with Mombasa, which was a stronghold of Raila Odinga in 2017. So far, Raila Odinga is posting 58.13%. William Ruto is posting 39.78%. In 2017, Uhuru Kenyatta, who was running with William Ruto, was posting 28%. So against 40, thereabout, it gives you about a difference of 11-12%. So that would give you about 68,000. Angela, how do those numbers equal out with the gain Raila has made in the mountain and the gain William Ruto has made at the coast, for instance, if you had to look at Mombasa?
I don't think the numbers are any different from what we had projected. Indeed, when we look at Mombasa, that is a stronghold, and what you have there is about 58-40. Mm-hmm. I think that is really what we had anticipated as well. Mm-hmm. So it was it's in line with what we had projected. Which other county are we talking about?
Yes, you're talking about, if you look at Kirinyaga, that gain of close to 12 percentage points. And I'm talking about how much Raila Odinga eats into what would appear to be a stronghold of William Ruto, and how much William Ruto equalizes that or compensates for that by eating on the stronghold of Raila Odinga, looking at the mountain versus, for instance, the coast.
Right. So, I mean, what we saw in the mountain is that Raila was averaging about 22 to 24%. Mm-hmm. He didn't make any, much headway in Kirinyaga, so I'm not surprised with the figures in Kirinyaga. Mm-hmm. That was expected. It wasn't going to go beyond 20%. Kiambu was going to be slightly above 20%. In fact, ours was just around there, 22, 23%. Mm-hmm. Rest of it is Ruto's. And that is a vote-rich county, mm-hmm. So of course it's significant. I think we need to, when we're looking at these things, Sam, look at them, comparative to the number of voters in each county, exactly. And of course the turnout now, because we have the turnout. Mm-hmm. That is also going to be critical. Mm-hmm. So what you see in Kiambu as 22% is much more significant than the 13% in Kirinyaga, which is a relatively small county. Yeah?
Let's just subject it, because it's 1.275 million. Subject that to 64% of turnout gives you about 816,000. So 816,000, if you are to subject it to 22%, or let's just call it 23 times 0.23, gives you 187,000 votes.
Right.
So 187 gain for Raila Odinga at the mountain. Is it sufficient to equal out the gains that William Ruto may have made, maybe at the coast, or even in Incumbent, if you had to look at such an area?
Let's go back to Mombasa and see what Mombasa is.
Yes, so Mombasa, you have William Ruto has gained, if you had to use the base figures of 2017, gained from, I think, 28% to now 39. So that's an increment of 11. Yeah. So again, we take 0.11%, subject 641,000 to the turnout of 64%, you end up with 45,000 votes.
Yeah, so that is really what we have to do. It's easier when you're looking at absolute numbers to see, you know, what the gains and losses are. Right. If we look at them from percentages, then sometimes it can't give us a true reflection.
It's difficult to... Yes, Yvonne?
Because I want us to come back and talk about voter turnout. But in Moiben, there is a certificate being handed to the winner. Let's go to Chimtai, go in with the latest from Moiben constituency.
Oh, hi, Yvonne. Yeah, from the pictures you can see there, that is Professor Phyllis Barto, who's just handed over the certificate declaring her the Member of Parliament elect, of course, and until her swearing in of Moiben constituency, having trounced two other opponents, including the incumbent who was serving his second term, Honorable Silas Tiren, and there was also another candidate, Joseph Lagat, who actually contested her nomination by the United Democratic Alliance. But let's listen in to what she says first, Yvonne, before I get back to you.
Tumetoka mpaka tukafika siku ya leo tukapewa certificate na mkanichagua nikuwe mjumbe wenu wa Moiben. Ningependa pia kushukuru IBC, mulifanya kazi mzuri sana. You assured us from the beginning and we knew you were going to do it. Asanteni sana. Ningependa pia kushukuru wangwana wenye tulishindana nao na tulifanya kazi vizuri pamoja. Tulitembea Moiben tukiomba kura, tulifanya kwa amani, na vile mama alishinda mukasema mutasupport. Mimi nashukuru Mheshimiwa Lagat, nashukuru Mheshimiwa Tiren kwa support. Ningependa pia kushukuru wangwana wenye tulimenyana na hao kabla ya nomination. Mheshimiwa Murgor, Mheshimiwa Soi, Mheshimiwa Mutwal, Mheshimiwa Chepkasi, Mheshimiwa na hao waheshimiwa wengine wote wenye nilipowashinda wakakubali kuungana na mimi mkono na wakaendelea kuniombea kura. Mimi nawashukuru sana. Ninawashukuru wenyeji wa Moiben, waliniamini, wakanishika mkono na wakahakikisha kwamba wamenipigia kura 41 plus, si kura kidogo. Mimi nawashukuru sana, sitawasahau milele. Pia ninapenda kushukuru campaign team ya mama. Mulivumilia, tukatembea pamoja, tukaenda kwa hii safari, amukuchoka, sikuwalipa, hakuna kitu niliwapa, lakini mulinishikilia mpaka tukafaulu. Asante sana. Mimi nashukuru familia yangu. Mulikubali niingie siasa, mukavumilia. Nataka kushukuru mzee, alikubali kunishika mkono. And mnajua kwamba behind a successful woman there is a struggling man, but he struggled until I made it. I want to thank my children, my siblings, all my relatives for believing in me. I also want to thank my institution where I came from, that is Egerton University, for bringing out the leader in me. That is an institution which brings out leaders. Asanteni sana. Ningependa pia kuambia kwamba that I would also want to tell the people of Moiben that you have a leader. You did not look at me as a woman, but you supported me. You stood by me when I went round asking for votes. Wazee walinipea mate, wamama wakafunga legetiet, watoto wakanipea ile saliva ile inakuanga mrefu haikatiki, na wakaniambia niendelee, na leo nimefaulu. Mimi nataka kusema asante sana. Nilipitia Moiben, nikaangalia shida zenye ziko Moiben. Kuna shida ya ukulima, nataka kuhakikishia wakulima tutatembea pamoja. Tutahakikisha ukulima imeimarika. Kuna vijana wengi hawana kazi. Nilipokuwa nikienda kuomba kura, 50% ya watu nilikutana na hao ni vijana. Wako very hopeless. Mama atawashughulikia. Kuna wamama niliwapromise maneno ya empowerment. Kuna wana boda boda. Kuna wazee niliwahusia manifesto na nikawaambia mama akiwa mbele mtafaulu. Niliwahakikishia kwamba nitagonga milango zote. Nitatafuta scholarships mpaka ng'ambo. Profesa akiamuka akienda kupisha milango, kazi sitapatikana, scholarships sitapatikana. Ningependa pia kushukuru our party leader, the 5th, Dr. William Samoei Ruto, kwa kuamini kwamba mama ataongoza Moiben. Alikuja kututembelea na akawahakikishia kwamba mama atakuwa chairman wa agriculture. Sasa tunangoja tu tufike pale na tushike hiyo kazi na tulete maendeleo Moiben. Kwa hayo mengi, mimi nataka kuwaambia Mungu awabariki mpaka mshangae. Let us sit back and let mama take up the mantle as we move ahead. Asanteni sana.
Well, Yvonne, that was the address by Professor Phyllis Barto, who just received her certificate declaring her the Member of Parliament elect for this constituency, Moiben constituency, that we've been pitching tent on. And maybe just to go back to the figures that she was able to poll in this election, is that she was able to trounce first Silas Tiren, who was a second-time Member of Parliament. And also, like you heard from her speech, one of her main pet subjects that she wants to address is the issue of agriculture. And remember, Honorable Silas Tiren was also a member of the Agriculture Committee at one time, and even during the campaigns that we were privileged to actually attend, some of the criticism leveled against him was the fact that he never took advantage of his workings as a committee member in the Agriculture Committee to address some of those touchy issues that face the farmers, of course, in this region, which is one of the bread baskets of the country, and actually one of the largest maize growing areas in the country. One other issue she spoke about is, of course, the issue of women empowerment. And while she said that behind every leader, like a woman leader, is a struggling man, there is also the question of a progressive man, one who's willing to support a woman seeking leadership, and the fact that she abandoned a prospective career in the teaching industry to come to politics, and actually at her first round managed to clinch it. She had also issues initially when she was awarded the UDA certificate. One of the challengers in this contest, one Joseph Lagat, who ended up also contesting as in the race also, came out and challenged that victory, saying the were malpractices, but when it was repeated also, she still emerged victorious. So for the people of Moiben, this is their choice, and they feel like this is the individual that will spur the much needed development that they need. They believe her expertise coming from the university and the knowledge she gained from there will be crucial in pushing this region to higher levels. Remember also during the announcement was also the presidential results, which many have been waiting for, and we know that presidential results declared at the constituency level are final, and from there are transmitted to the National Tallying Center in Bomas, where the National Returning Officer and IBC Chairman Wafula Chebukati will formally make that announcement. But Yvonne, I'm having a bit of trouble with this, with my phone. It's running out of charge. But we've shared those pieces of information regarding the number of votes that were garnered by each presidential candidate that contested, the 4 presidential candidates, and of course also the results of those who contested in the other seats, including that of Member of Parliament, the county governor, the senatorial race, the woman representative, and also the wards. And also for the wards, we would expect that they would also be awarded with their certificates, because this is where it ends for them. Before now, the other results that were collected from the county race, the county races in terms of governor, senator, and woman representative are now transmitted to the county tallying center, which will be at the Eldoret Polytechnic, where activities will begin to heighten tomorrow. Remember, this is one of 6 constituencies in Uasin Gishu County, and actually this is the only constituency that today has been able to formally announce its final results. All the other constituencies have had a bit of trouble. The queues are very long, and they've had to suspend the program until tomorrow. So by tomorrow, Yvonne, we expect that we may be getting more results from the other 5 constituencies, and later in the evening or the day after be able to give you the final tally from Uasin Gishu County, where we would be able to look at the turnout vis-a-vis the number of registered voters in Uasin Gishu County. But Yvonne, as of now, you can see everyone is still sat. They're waiting for the celebrations. They've actually just given us a moment to finish our link before celebrations rent the air. We've been watching those celebrations earlier on, but we'll let them go about their business as we also prepare for the day's activities tomorrow. Yvonne?
Thank you, Chemtai, and let's let the people of Moiben constituency celebrate the win of their MP-elect. That's Professor Barto. Thank you for that, and hope you get some rest and some phone charge, perhaps some coffee as well. So, as we allow the residents of Moiben constituency to celebrate that win of their new MP-elect, let's get some more numbers from you, Sam, and perhaps some more perspective on even issues like voter turnout with Angela.
Right, and of course, you might be wondering, or a viewer may be wondering, why they're just presidential election results and then members of parliament. Remember that the procedure of counting from the polling stations, you begin with the presidential, then you go to the member of National Assembly, then MCA, then you go to the other seats, governor, senator, then woman representative. I don't know whether it's the same order that is followed at the Constituency Tallying Center, because remember that the Constituency Returning Officer has to declare the winners for the MCA seats, but also MP seats. So that's why you're hearing this, because now the returning officers of the constituency, they have to finalize that so that they can leave the returning officer to go to the Bomas of Kenya to take the Form 34As as well as Form 34B to the National Tallying Center, and then the Deputy Returning Officer to go ahead and deliver the county the county returns for the governorship, Senate, and woman representative, but also the returning officer of the constituency has to declare the MCA seats. And I was just looking at some of the variables. Something has changed, Yvonne, as we were speaking. We're now reporting 23,193. That's 50% of the polling stations across the country. And actually, if you look at the voter turnout at 31.26%, it almost tallies with what IBC is saying, because the turnout, they're talking about 64%. If we're at 50%, if you double that, it will get close to 62%. And let's talk about that, Angela, because during your research, sometimes you'd report that 95% are reporting that they are intending to vote. That may sort of indicate that there are plans that the turnout could go higher than what you're reporting now. What could have happened between the surveys versus the actual outcome?
I think one of the things that may have caused the low turnout is one of the things that was mentioned by the prof earlier. which was some of the court rulings that happened right before, almost, you know, the eve of the election, leaving very many people confused. I mean, people who are learned enough to discern but are not lawyers were really confused about what was going to be happening. And then there was also the announcement in terms of the ballot papers. Remember that the stakes are such that when you're going to vote, you want to vote for the president, but you're also very keen on the governor and all those other elective seats. So you can imagine that for the people in Mombasa and the people in Kakamega, it was somewhat shocking to learn just on the eve of the election that that was not going to happen. It could have had a ripple effect, not just on the two counties, but other places as well. But what we've also, you know, learned from the electorate is that the issue of high cost of living, the economy, and just feeling disenfranchised has made many people just ask themselves, am I really going to gain anything by voting? I don't feel. I was talking to someone as I was coming to the studio, and they said, I didn't vote because I just didn't feel it as much. I thought I would, but in the end, that call to action wasn't convincing enough for some people to actually get out and vote. Yeah.
You know, when you take a look at the turnout, that's 14,164,561 voters of the registered 22.12 million. Yeah. That means there's about 8 million people who didn't turn up to vote. Now, we don't yet know, because, you know, we haven't done exit polls in this country, why some of them chose not to go and vote. Yeah. But what in your data from the people who, there were questions about where people feel the country is headed, whether they had trust and confidence, in the electoral process. What were some of the reasons that came out of the survey with respect to maybe the undecideds, or even the people who said, I will absolutely not go and vote? What were they saying?
Yvonne, for the people who generally felt that they were not confident or not sure about voting, one of the issues was confidence with the electoral body and electoral management. And so this is exacerbated by some of the pronouncement we saw just before the election. So already you have lack of confidence, and then there are all these things that are just getting you somewhat confused, and you decide not to. In terms of the direction the country is taking, 70%, I think in the last survey we did, indicated that they felt the country was headed in the wrong direction. That has not changed. Indeed, you have people saying, am I going to spend 200 shillings to travel to a polling station when I need to eat, when I need to feed my family? It was very different when it was campaign time, because during the campaign period, politicians were facilitating the electorate. On voting day, at least this time round, whether it was by default or design, it seems that the politicians didn't bring out any facilitation that at least ensured that people could get to the polling centers that they needed to go and vote at. So it is really a cost benefit, asking yourself, are you going to spend money to go and vote for someone who may not in the end deliver what it is that you expect from a good leader, or are you going to spend that money to ensure that your kids get what they need to survive for the day? So I think that issue is something that is going to be very critical for the new incoming leadership to deal with. The fact that you have such high apathy in terms of a populace, because life has become almost impossible for most Kenyans.
Just before we move, and I'll circulate the question, could it be that you're getting back to where we should be? Because I look at the 2002 general election, the vote turnout was 57%. And Mwai Kibaki went ahead to win 62% of the vote. I'm not certain about 2007, but 2013, it really went high. Let's just get it here so that we don't misquote it. 83%. I think this is the highest in a general election. If you look at 2017, it went down a little bit to 78. 77 point something. Okay, let's call it 78%.
Yeah, okay.
And in this election, you're reporting, this is wrong.
Yeah, that's Kakamega County.
We have 64.
We could go to the national.
Yes, but if Nyeri, for instance, if Martin Munene's assessment is correct, generally across the 6 constituencies, they're reporting about 50%. Never mind the running mate of one of the leading presidential candidates comes from that region. Are we then getting back to, we don't care so much about elections, or what is happening, and what is that factor that Mount Kenya or Rift Valley may have played in 2013 and 17?
But Sam, you do know that we had projected, we didn't quite think it would be as low as 50. But we had projected that Mount Kenya was going to register lower voter turnout than any other region. And that is simply because for this particular election, they did not have a presidential candidate. So, of course, it brings to question the strength and power that emanates from a running mate, as was the case for Martha Karua and Gachagua.
Right.
But we didn't anticipate that it was going to be as low as what you're calling. We had thought it would go down by 10%. Now, on the flip side, I think it is correct in the assertion you're making is actually quite true, in the sense that we are using numbers. In fact, I was chuckling when you were using 2017 numbers, because those numbers have been, in essence, discredited, isn't it? We can't quite verify whether they were accurate or not. But because we don't have any base, that's what we use. And indeed, again, when you talk about 2007, where the turnout was, I think, 69%, again, that was an election that was contested. I don't think that the turnout in 2007 was incorrect. I think it was the results that were fiddled with. But in terms of turnout, in an election that was really highly anticipated, it was about 70%. Did we have the same issues? Not quite. This time round, I think we are grappling with the issues we had in 2002, when the economy was almost on its knees, and we were then really hopeful that, a NAC coming in would actually just revive the country, which it did. This time round, I think what this is suggesting is that same feeling, that same enthusiasm is lacking. It is not there. It has not, the inspiration has not come out as much from the campaigning of the two luminaries that they would actually, whether it is bottom up or the 6,000 stipend or whatever economic rejuvenation will happen from the Azimio side, has not inspired people enough that they would come out to vote in large numbers.
And Prof, is there any possibility of a country getting back, allow me to use this term, getting back to its senses, and citizens realizing, especially the younger generation, realizing that they have a responsibility? Yes, things may not be working, but they have a duty to make that happen. Or this is a cause that we're losing as generations pass?
Is there a possibility? Yes, but it will not happen on its own. It requires real hard work. Because even as we talk about the turnout, 65% is not a crisis. But if you take into account that the voter register itself showed us that the percentage of young people who had registered had plummeted from 2017. It gone down. If you spoke with people across the divide yesterday, they would be telling you, I am not going to vote. I know of friends who are walking in a town, and you find people in the market, but nobody is bothering to go to the polling station. Eventually, the message that citizens are passing is that they don't feel their leadership. I was talking to a young girl in Kileleshwa Primary, and the girl told me that, it doesn't matter whether I vote or not, because, first of all, the elections are not credible. Number two, the outcome does not lead to a change in my life. Then I joked with her and said, but I know of older people who are actually still going to vote despite those challenges. Yet, you as a young person, the future of this country is in your hands. I think the point that we need to get to is a point where, as leaders, the leaders recognize that this country is sliding in the wrong direction in terms of governance. That you have citizens who are feeling apathetic. I think offline we were having the debate that if you also look at the quality of people who are coming into leadership, it's very nice to see the professor who was speaking, but she is the exception. The quality of our leaders who are coming into leadership increasingly becomes socialites, increasingly becomes people who can impress in terms of, you hear people saying, I'll vote for Yvonne because she looks nice. So it's about impressing people as opposed to content. And I think that becomes danger in terms of the quality of governance. If this election, you saw a situation where citizens and people are lining up to be given money. Yeah. Before you would give 10,000 shillings to Angela to distribute to people. Here, it was lines and lines across the country. I think that kind of situation cannot be sustainable for democracy. And it's something that I think after this election, I was saying yesterday, we need to address it and address it wholesomely. If we continue pretending about it, it's a time bomb waiting to explode.
And tell me, for the people who choose not to vote, so again, like I said, we don't know why they chose not to, or what were their specific reasons. But there's been a push towards telling people that voting is your right, and if you do this, then you have a say in the running of your government and the running of your affairs. But a refusal to vote is also a message in itself. Koki, have we not listened to that message, but rather we've been harping on about go and vote, make sure you go out there and do that, without actually saying, okay, but people don't want to vote, and that's a message. Are we listening to that, or perhaps understanding that 8 million people, if let's say all of them decided that we don't want to vote because the system is rigged anyway, it almost feels like sometimes we don't listen to that protest, a silent protest, but instead just hammer people to go and do it and say it's a failing on their part. I don't know.
Well, thank you, Yvonne. Perhaps we should be discussing that issue of whether we should make voting compulsory or not.
Should we?
Which is another conversation.
Yeah.
But just to come back to the issue that you raise, and I don't want to repeat the same points, I agree with them completely. But it is important to remember that by telling people to just go and vote, you have to be able to communicate. You see, for example, we used to go to vote without anybody telling us. That is a sense of responsibility and citizenry. That as a citizen, it is my duty to choose my leaders, and therefore so that I can hold them accountable, and so that they can be able to work. Like our parents, our grandparents, they took it very seriously. And even when they were sick, they went to vote. Because for them, it is a very important national duty. This kind of civics and responsibility is actually lacking in our younger generation.
But why is it lacking?
And because of so many things that have happened. I mean, there are so many factors. For example, if you look at I had to make my daughter to go and vote. She wanted to vote for a few people. But I told her that it is important for you to go and vote. And she told me, Mom, there is nothing new that is going to change in my life if I vote. So you see, there is a core relationship between the voter and the voted. Because what is it that they are saying, for example, what is going to change? Baba has been there many times. The DP was DP before. And what are they going to do that is significantly different from when they were there? And also the concept of associating yourself with your political leaders, there's a big disconnect, because a lot of people feel that the leaders don't represent, or they don't speak for them, or they don't care about their interest. Because they say, if you vote for these people, how many sufurias, like Shikuku used to say, will it bring into your kitchen? And people are looking at that. And this idea, and Angela, I think, mentioned it earlier, this idea of politicians trying, paying, facilitating people to go for campaigns. When it is time to vote, without necessarily inculcating into the voters the importance of carrying it through to the election day and making sure they vote. What happens is that many people say, listen, when they wanted me to go to their rally, they took me they facilitated us.
Yeah.
And when we went, we were given kitu kidogo. Now they want me to vote for them. How do they expect me to go on my own? Siwafanye vile. So this is a terrible culture that we are starting, the culture of trying to facilitate people. And there's also the other issue. During transitions, or when you are getting a new, like in 2002, there was a very high voter turnout for obvious reasons. In 2013, there was also a very high voter turnout. There are several things or factors in the country that actually stimulate participation in elections. Like you can see the specific times. In 1992, there was also a high voter turnout because of that. But from 92 to 2002, there was just, kawaida. And then 2002, there was a higher voter turnout and so on. But then there is another, last issue that I wanted to raise. It's also the issue of the specific presidential candidates and also the voters register itself. We used to know from the audits. I don't know what the KPMG audit came up with, because sometimes when you have like 22 million people, I mean, some have died, some have transitioned, and some have moved out of the country, others have moved in different places by the time. So you know exactly actually how many people are in the register who are likely to vote at that election. So there are very many factors that determine the voter turnout. And also, of course, there is the issue of right now, I mean, because of 700 voters and the distance is being shorter. People walk to polling stations. There are very many and they are very
easily accessible.
But it's not an issue of that. It's an issue of the disconnect between leadership and citizenry. That social contract no longer exists.
Okay.
So people will vote because I'm excited, Yvonne is a candidate. So I will come and I'll vote for you because I'm your supporter. But he may not feel the same. That enthusiasm is not there anymore.
I want to just sort of switch gears a little bit because, you've observed elections in the region. I'm sure you have seen some of these jokes that have been going around. Let me read you one tweet from, I believe is a Tanzanian, Ole Mtetezi, says, kwamba Kenya mpaka sasa hawatumii VPN, kwamba rais hajawaambia wasimamizi wa uchaguzi, nimekuajiri mimi, nimekupa gari na kulipa mshahara, ole wako mtangaze mpinzani, kwamba mpaka sasa hatujasikia polisi wamekimbia na maboksi ya kura. Inawezekanaje? Hivi Kenya iko Afrika kweli? And there is this one in Tanzania. I have relations in Uganda who are just really looking at us like, you guys have actually put your information out on a portal. So yes, things are imperfect, but what is your perspective about where Kenya ranks, on the continent, in the region, with respect to how we conduct our elections? Of course, when we're looking in, we're like, this is not perfect, this didn't work, we over-litigated here. But how do we compare to the region and in other places that you've seen?
I would say, Yvonne, that we are way, way ahead. I can say that without any fear of contradiction, even ahead of countries like the United States, countries also abroad. I have watched the elections in the United States, and I can tell you, of the 50 states that they have, each state has its own ways of doing elections. And I watch and I'm mesmerized. In 2005, I watched the election in the UK. And I observed the election in the UK. They call them study tours because they don't imagine they can be observed. But imagine the election is conducted by local authorities. Okay, maybe you can say they have more confidence in the people who conduct elections and so on. And of course, the trust is high and so on, or there are concerns. But I watched the people who are conducting that election discuss the issue of postal ballots, saying that in one apartment building, the postman and somebody from one of the apartments sort of got all this mail, all these ballots, and voted for like 15 or 20 people living in the same apartment building. And I'm like, these people, are you listening to this? I mean, this is abroad where they are democratic. But I can tell you, I have watched elections, and I'm celebrating 30 years of observation of elections since 1992. And I can tell you, we have changed exponentially. We started from very opaque systems until now we are way, way ahead. In most countries abroad, and even they don't use technology to conduct elections. Here in Kenya, we use technology in 3 ways: for registration of voters, for identification, and for transmission of the results. And you can see the level of transparency in these processes is quite high. And also the way we legislate and regulate our elections, the way you are saying the Electoral commissioners and the staff are very careful. The level of training, the level of advancement, the level of capacity is actually quite high. And I must say we are democratic. It's just that Kenyans, we want more because we have really fought and won ourselves wherever we are. But on a level of 1 to 10, 10 being the best, we are really by 8, 9 there. We have done so well in the world. And as people joke, and your relatives in Tanzania and Uganda, for them, they are actually mesmerized. My colleagues in South Sudan and in Tanzania tell me that you mean you can question that?
Yes.
You mean the judge can say that?
Right.
You mean the police?
Anyone can go to court if they're unhappy with any aspect of how we conduct our elections.
Yesterday, during an election, during our election, there was a small scuffle in the polling station because a drunk person came in and was trying to cause problems. So the security guy came and started talking to him, and I couldn't believe the security gentleman, the security officer, talked to this man so nicely. I mean, I flashed back, the first time I encountered a security person speaking to a voter. And this guy was telling me, please walk with me outside. And I'm like, grab this pen. And then in another polling station, a security officer came to speak to the presiding officer to say the queue is growing very long, and then started, doing some work. So I beckoned to the presiding officer that maybe the security officer need not be inside with a gun and so on. Some voters may be intimidated. And so he actually beckoned, signaled without causing attention, and he told the gentleman, do you know the security officer apologized and walked outside and went where the presiding officer, this for me is a realization of a dream, because the entire process of transforming the electoral process has been a significant journey, which we have actually managed to achieve a lot. I wanted to make just one comment about court cases, and saying that I'm not, I shouldn't, well, I should make this comment because now we are free, I can speak. But I think that the courts have actually caused a lot of confusion in the electoral process. And I can give you, for example, last year, the court declared unconstitutional the requirement that MCAs require a degree to vie. But they didn't declare unconstitutional the qualification that is connected to MCA. For example, Article 180, subsection 2 of the Constitution says that a governor qualifies the same way as an MCA to run. So if you declare that they don't need a degree, then Consequently, a governor will not require a degree. That has two things. It confuses everybody because a governor actually did not require a degree to vie for election because their qualification is pegged to that one of an MCA. And then the second thing is, do we want our governors vying without a degree? Because, of course, the reason why that provision was put in the Constitution was for obvious reason that the nature of the work that they are going to do requires some kind of competencies that to manage the resources that will be coming to them and so on and so forth. Anyway, too many confusion.
Yeah.
Very diverse perspectives to this conversation. But Daktari, and okay, all right. I'm told that we need to go to Crispin, who is in
Nyaribari Chache,
which is in Kisii County. Crispin, is it good evening or it's actually good morning?
Oh, it is. Look at that.
We've spoken to you for so many times. I wonder when you sleep, but what is happening in Nyaribari Chache?
Well, good morning, I suppose. We are coming to you live from Kisii School, Kisii National School. This is the main constituency tallying center for Nyaribari Chache here in Kisii County. And as you can see, IEBC officials are literally burning the midnight oil here. They're still trying to ensure that they tabulate as many results as possible. However, nothing much is happening because so far out of a total number of 186 polling centers within Nyaribari Chache, the IEBC officials have so far managed to tabulate results from 60 polling centers. And as you can see from on my left here, this is the situation right here. These are just ballot boxes that have just arrived from different polling centers, and you can see it's already packed up around a kilometer from where we are. So it means it's an activity which is likely to go until tomorrow. That's how the situation is right here. Earlier on, we managed to, traverse various parts of Kisii County. For instance, we were in Kitutu Chache South. In Kitutu Chache South, a total number of those who are registered as voters stood at 66,906. And also in Kitutu Chache South, the situation was no different from what we are seeing here, because out of a total number of polling centers which stood at 126, by 6 p.m. they only managed to tabulate results from 35 polling centers. It means even in Kitutu Chache South, they are likely to go away until tomorrow, so that they ensure that at least they can manage to tabulate more than 60% of the total results. However, in Kitutu Chache South, there was a bit of confrontation between some aspirants who are calling out on IEBC officials to tell them how some of the ballot boxes were allegedly found in one of the private cars somewhere in Nyankongo within Kisii Township. And it led to a bit of confrontation between IEBC official and also the aspirants who demanded to know why the process was was being interfered with, according to some of the aspirants we were managed to spoke to. However, the same scenario was also replicated in Bonchari, where we saw a confrontation also between police officers and the supporters of various candidates in Bonchari. However, the officers managed to swing into action, and they managed to calm down agitated protesters. So in Kisii County, as I had earlier on indicated, it has a total number of registered voters, 637,010. And remember, so far, we've not managed to clear with the constituency tallying centers where we've not had any constituency declaring, results for, for those other constituencies, those that have, completed the tabulation of results 100%. So we are expecting this exercise to proceed way up to on Friday. That's when we shall, be able to know who exactly is leading in which particular constituency. Tomorrow we shall still continue traversing the entire Kisii County, and for the last 3 days we've been oscillating between Kisii and Nyamira, just to ensure that we follow up how the results are streaming as far as the general election is concerned in Busiland. Remember, in Kisii County, one of the most hotly contested seats is the gubernatorial race, which attracted 7 candidates. We are also, probably planning again. We believe by Friday we shall already know who is ahead and who is trailing. So it's an issue we are still following up on some, and we shall update you as at when we receive those results at the constituency level as well as the gubernatorial races. So.
All right, thank you so much, Crispin, for that update about Kisii County, specifically Nyaribari Chache, but also the other county seats, specifically on the governorship race. And of course, we'll be sure to join you as soon as you have more details for us. But for now, enjoy your night because you need to rest. Let's take a look at some of the results that are coming through from the Lower Eastern region, and we'll be sure to compare this with the final release of InfoTrack. Angela Mbitho is here. Machakos County, let me begin there. It's the 6th largest in terms of voter population in the country, 687,000 registered voters. So far, you've tallied 552 polling stations out of 1,472. That should be about a third or so. And it's showing that Raila Odinga has 73% of the vote, while William Ruto has 24.8%. And I'm looking at the release from InfoTrack. Did I just, yes, I got it. 72% for Raila Odinga versus William Ruto was projected to get 16%. There were 9% that were undecided. So, well, almost on point for Raila Odinga. For William Ruto, slightly gone up at 24%. Look at that. In 2017, it was at 17%. So 7 percentage points increase. I don't know whether that's attributable to the relationship between almost not, because in 2017, I think Maendeleo Chapchap was still working with the Jubilee Party and still working with William Ruto. Let's look at, Kitui County here. Talking about Raila Odinga, 70%. The final release was talking about 68%, so not so far. 22% for William Ruto, according to the release. The outcome so far, 26%. If you look at Makueni County, Makueni is here. The release was talking about 74% for Raila Odinga, slightly higher, 78%. William Ruto, it was estimated to be about 21%. It's now at 19%. Not very far, but also we know that a lot of seats in this area have gone to Wiper. Angela, your reaction to what's showing here versus your projection, then also the Kalonzo factor, especially for Azimio la Umoja in this region, based on what you're seeing.
I think, Sam, I'm very happy this early morning that the polls have been vindicated. I mean, you're reading the numbers and they're almost a mirror, aside from the undecided, which could have gone either way. But for the leading candidate here, the numbers are just within the margin of error. So it is really just suggesting that people did tell us the truth with regards to their intentions. It is a Wiper stronghold. And indeed, Kalonzo Musyoka can be applauded for delivering Lower Eastern. He's certainly, held to his end of the bargain. And I think on the other seats, the other elective seats, it will really be more Wiper than anything else. So that perhaps will also go towards his negotiating power when, he either is in the new government or even if he's in opposition, he will have that, you know, very strong position as the luminary from the region. I don't know, Koki, you come from that region, but I think Kalonzo, as is sitting pretty right now, having delivered, whichever way it goes, I think Kalonzo will be a happy man.
Just before Koki, you say something. No. Angela, let me refer you to something else. This is, sorry, I didn't brief you about this, but this is in Bungoma. William Ruto is posting 64%. Based on your last release, it was almost 40-something to 40-something. I know you don't like that. Let me just get the actual figure.
Are you sure? I think I put red, eh?
Yeah?
Was it red or yellow?
You named it a battleground? Let's see, Western. Yeah. This is Bungoma. You were saying that Raila Odinga would get 46%, William Ruto would get 43%. Yeah. So far, based on our tabulation, 64% is going to William Ruto, 33% is going to Raila Odinga. I don't know what to say about that.
Well, it's interesting. I would like to see what happens when you have 2/3. You've only done a third.
Yeah.
So when you have 2/3, then we can talk. But having said that, I think what it is suggesting, which is correct, is that William Ruto had made, you know, good inroads into Bungoma, and that's why we were calling it a battleground. It could have gone either way, and even now, when you finish off with your 1,373, I believe I will not be surprised if Ruto is, you know, stands taller than Raila in Bungoma. I would not be surprised.
No, but maybe finally for you, how then does all the surveys, yes, but also the campaigns that we see, the very huge crowds, and should I say chest thumping, what then does it say in terms of who is receiving that message and who is appearing to vote?
I think if you recall the last leg of the campaigns, there were, you know, proclamations made that were in certain cases, I think, working at cross purposes for the different campaign teams. We saw Azimio coming out and chastising the people in Bungoma and saying, you know, how can you do this? Why are you doing this? So now that is
shame on you.
Shame on you. You said it. But shame on you can work to your advantage or not, depending on how one receives it. What these numbers are showing us is that it may have meant, you're telling me shame on me. Wacha nitakuonyesha. Yeah? Or on the flip side, there are people who may have woken up from it and said, you know, in hindsight and in retrospect, perhaps we should give this a thought because these are elders. There were 2 elders talking to them and saying, please reflect carefully. So I think those the rhetoric in the campaigns sometimes does have an effect, especially because not so much of the rallies themselves, but the effect of what you people do, which is making the rest of us see it. So we, as a country, then get to see what was said in those rallies. And that's where the power of the rallies comes in. Yeah? Yeah.
Carry on.
And Prof, and let me tell you this, because earlier on we spoke about the disconnect between the leadership of this country and the citizens. The last time there was a serious conversation, allow me to say this, 2010 Constitution, everyone was almost on board. The voter turnout was 72%. We passed a constitution that talks about public participation. What then is happening between that time and now that even these crowds are nothing about public participation, never mind the Kenya Kwanza manifesto, they framed it that they're involving the people to come up with it. What is that disconnect that is making Kenyans to reach that point that, yes, we'll listen to you, we'll cheer you on if it's on social media, but we won't vote, and when we vote, we won't vote for you? What's happening and how do you resolve this moving forward?
I think before talking about public participation, let me just make a short comment also on Bungoma, because my colleague spoke about Kalonzo and Lower Eastern.
Right.
I think those figures of Bungoma also show you, from the early figures, are between the Ford Kenya leader, Moses Wetangula, and the NC leader, Musalia Mudavadi. Moses Wetangula seems to be doing better for the Kenya Kwanza side. It seems to have delivered. So whichever way, the same way Angela said, whichever way the elections goes, Kalonzo has a huge say in Azimio. Whichever way it goes, Moses Wetangula has he has bragging rights in Kenya Kwanza because he can say, I delivered, and the figures talk about that. Let's go back to public participation. I think when we adopted the 2010 Constitution, there was a lot of excitement. Remember, it came in 8 years after Kenyans were judged to be the most optimistic. So the 2010 Constitution was transformative. People saw chief justices being asked to go home. People saw substantial changes. So a lot of Kenyans were hopeful, and the desire was that we would be more engaged in governance. I think 10 years down the road, people are reaching the stage where they say, it was good while we waited, if you remember that story. Because now they realize that, by the way, this participation is transactional.
Yeah.
It's not quality. They will put something up to say that we have been involved, but the main reason why it's being put up is A, to give us some transport allowance, and even for us to get transport allowance. Whatever we say is not important. I spent the last 2 weeks going around the country doing some work on something completely different from elections.
Okay.
And one of the things you got, both from the local officials and the citizens, is where is the transport allowance. Because citizens have known that the rest of the discussions don't mean anything. All that is required is the attendance sheet. People come with preconceived notions. As long as you've taken in, they will still do what they require. And then people look and tell themselves, look, you've been given X amount of shillings to do Y for us. When we look at the final outcome, 70% of that money has been siphoned. So what it was supposed to do does not make sense. So citizens are saying, these conversations is a pretense to enable you to get money. So as opposed to worrying myself, I will quickly get a part of that money. So unfortunately, public participation is increasingly being commercialized, and it's something we need to get back to as a country, because you can't engage in governance only if citizens say we don't care about elections because election doesn't seem to have outcomes. Then they also say, but throughout the 5 years, because engaging in governance is not on the 8th of August.
Yes,
the second
it's what happens in between.
What happens in between.
Right.
But what happens in between, the leadership, you will hear people who, once he's elected, he comes to Nairobi, he disappears for 3 years. On the 4th year, he comes back to do many things. He's now building roads.
The transaction.
Yes, the transaction is taking place.
Yeah.
That cannot be a democracy that we can be able to sustain.
Okay, and indeed a word we're now hearing increasingly is not just public participation, but it's public engagement. So it's, sort of, two-way as opposed to one-way. We'll see what happens with that. But let's get another result. Ben Kirui is in Narok East constituency, where, Ben, we understand there's a final result with respect to the constituency results for the member of National Assembly. Ben?
Naam, bila shaka Yvonne, tuliahidi mtazamaji wetu kwamba tutakuwepo hadi dakika ya mwisho. Wakati walipiga kura, hesabu zikahesabiwa, na sasa washindi wanaanza kutangazwa. Katika eneo la Narok East, mbunge ambaye ni mbunge wa sasa Aramat Lemaken ameweza kutetea kiti chake kwa kuzoa kura 13,588 akimbwaga mpinzani wake wa karibu Alfred Kerio Lale wa chama cha ODM ambaye amemfuata na kura 8,702, na vile vile watatu akija ni Kipas Linguis ambaye ni wa chama cha Jubilee ambaye alipata kura 8,530. Kwa hivyo hiyo ndio nambari ya chini, ama hiyo ndio ile ambayo ameweza kujizolea huyu mbunge Aramat Lemaken, ambapo wakati wowote kuanzia sasa wale maafisa wa IEBC returning officer ataweza kumtangaza rasmi na kuweza kumkabidhi cheti cha ushindi. Kwa hivyo hiyo ndio matokeo ya hivi punde kutoka katika eneo hili la Narok East. Kutoka hapa tutaweza kuelekea sehemu nyingine tujue pia kule Narok North mambo yanaendaje. Yvonne.
Shukran sana. Thank you for letting us know. Aramat Lemaken from UDA is the MP-elect for Narok East constituency with 13,588 votes, beating Alfred Keriolale of ODM with 8,702 votes. you know, we were talking about, you know, of course, public participation and where we go with that, with respect to what happens between elections. I just want to come back and talk about the numbers a little bit, because we've just come off the numbers. You know, Angela, the whole country is doing this, you know, the pressure is oscillating, right? You know, the numbers, I think, currently put Raila Odinga in the lead with 49.89%, right? And it's a very marginal one, you know, with William Ruto at 48.8%, and this is what we've tallied. And, you know, when you watch different media houses, one is, you know, leading, and then, you know, another. Just help us understand how we interpret these numbers. You know, when is the time for supporters of one candidate or another to start celebrating or accepting the result? How? Because this is what you deal with every day,
right? Numbers.
Yeah. But I think a lot of us are, you know, oh, my candidate was winning. Oh, my candidate is losing. Oh, what is happening? And, you know, it's just the up and down. How do we interpret these numbers that we're seeing at this point? And at what point will we now say we have a clearer picture of where things are going with the presidential vote specifically?
I think, Yvonne, first and foremost, your numbers right now, I think we can only focus on the numbers we're seeing on your screen.
Yeah.
You have, your numbers represent 7.3 million votes cast. We're estimating that there'll be about 14 million total votes. So that's 50% right now.
Yeah.
So the halfway mark. So your numbers are, in a sense, now reliable. Now, what we normally try and do, or what we generally do, is look at it first in terms of representation. So where are these numbers coming from? Yeah. Are they representing every single place, which is a little difficult to tell from the wall right now? And then also, you know, what is left in terms of the 50%? If the 50%, for instance, is more towards leaning towards the strongholds of one party or one candidate as opposed to the other, we could easily call the election. So if we say out of the half, most of them are in Rift Valley or they're in Central, we can say it's a done deal because it's half and half. If on the flip side, it's on the strongholds of Raila, again, we can say, well, if the 50% that's coming in will primarily be coming from Raila's strongholds, comparative to those of William Ruto, then the likelihood is that his numbers will tilt things and that he will, you know, get an advantage. So those are things that I think right now are some, maybe, I don't know, but they're missing.
Well, what we can do, because it's difficult to tell, like you're saying, but
yeah.
Look at, for instance, Elgeyo Marakwet, which is one of the strongholds of William Ruto. 496 polling stations have reported out of 554. So it's just about 58 that are yet to report.
Yeah.
If you look at a county like Nandi, 825 out of 927, that's 88% of the polling stations reporting. If you look at Uasin Gishu, 689 out of 958, almost 60-something%. Again, Bungoma, that is giving... No, that's not a primary stronghold.
Yeah.
Let's look at Baringo, for instance, 867 out of 1029. That's almost 80-something% reporting.
Yeah.
But when you look at the strongholds of Raila Odinga, for instance, Migori, 789 out of 1014. That's almost a 78% reporting.
Right.
If you look at Homa Bay, 1123 out of 1227, that's almost a 90% reporting.
Right.
If you look at Siaya, 863 out of 1035, again, almost 80-something% reporting. If you look at Kisumu, 892 out of 1165 could be a 70-something%. So it's difficult to tell because both of their strongholds appear to be doing well in reporting.
Yeah, but then they have other places which have been predicted as strongholds.
Yes.
So you still also need to look at the mountain, and you also need to look at coast and western.
Let's start with the mountain. Kirinyaga, 232 out of 697. That's like a third. If you look at Kiambu, 565 out of 2113. That's like, is it a quarter?
That's a quarter.
25%.
Yeah.
If you look at Muranga, 533 out of 1186, almost 50%.
Yeah.
Look at This is Embu, 233 out of 747, almost a third, or 20%. If you look at Nyandarua, 264 out of 727, again, almost a third. If you look at Nakuru, 778 out of 2050, maybe at 30% or thereabout. So very low reporting, mountain area. But also, if you look at Lower Eastern, 320 out of 1578, that's like 20%. If you look at Makueni, 515 out of 1129, almost 50%. If you look at Machakos, with a high voter population, 594 out of 1472, could be almost a third. If you look at the coast, for instance, in Mombasa, where usually the voter turnout is low, 547 out of 1041, that's like half. If you look at Kwale, 434 out of 742, more than half reporting. What does that tell you?
Yeah. Sam, what is the turnout now for Mombasa?
Mombasa, based on stations tallied, is 20%. 20.
No. That is just, what is the voter turnout?
No, I can't tell that from here. I can only tell you the polling stations.
They haven't given us that rundown by county, eh?
No.
So we don't know. We just know the global 64%.
Yes.
Aha.
Yeah. Those figures you're saying about reporting, are those the ones that we or you have tallied, or are those the ones that you have?
No, the ones that we have tallied ourselves.
Okay.
Yes. So it's a percentage of everything that we have reported. I just press the wrong button. So I don't know that those...
I don't think, to be honest, I don't think we're going to see... We're halfway.
Yeah.
It will change plus or minus 1 or 2.
Yeah.
But it's not going to flip significantly.
Right.
On either side. So it could change plus or minus 2 for Ruto, and it will change because of what you have done, some of them cancelling out because they are strongholds. I think your numbers are pretty reflective. And what we'll end up with in the morning is either a 1% up for Raila or a 1% up for William Ruto. One of them will get to 50 and it's done.
You see that happen?
When
no chance of a runoff? A tough one.
I'm not a soothsayer, but I'm thinking somebody will get to. Let me not say I'm thinking. I'm going to be subjective and say I'm hoping someone will get to 50 plus 1.
Okay.
Because if we didn't have that high voter turnout, although it is over 50% in the first round, can you imagine what it's going to be in a runoff?
Yeah.
The repeat election in 2017, despite the challenges, was 38%.
You can imagine that. And then, you add on to, Kakamega and Mombasa that will be having their by-elections on the 23rd of August. And if you thought the turnout now is something that is becoming the big story of this election, imagine if we went into a runoff or a repeat election, if it came to it after a Supreme Court process. I just want to, stay on the numbers for a moment, because remember, all of these Forms 34A are being uploaded onto the IBC portal, and this is, by the presiding officers. So currently, there are 46,022 forms that have been uploaded there. This is of 46,229. So that's about 207 forms left. That's 99.55% of the forms that are in. Of course, this might exclude Eldas constituency that was voting today. It will most likely also exclude, areas in Kakamega and Makueni. Remember, the IEBC then allowed the use of the manual register in 154 stations in Kakamega County and 84 stations in Makueni County. So we'll wait to see what those numbers are like. But clearly, IBC has everything it needs. And there's 100% reporting from a number of counties. When it comes to the Forms 34A, Bomet, Bungoma, Busia, Elgeyo Marakwet, Embu, Isiolo, Kericho, Kilifi, Kirinyaga, there's Mombasa as well as Murang'a, Nyamira, Nyandarua, Nyeri, Samburu, Siaya, and many others, whilst a good number of others are, 99, and, there's just a few left. And this is what now everybody is wondering, okay, so now that they have them all in, why can't they get to it already? In fact, there's a tweet from Ariane. Ariane says, IBC has put a link for downloading all the forms per county at once. The data clerk should now move with speed in tallying. So this is what the IEBC chair had said about making this final announcement. Many of us thought, well, you know, the forms are in, so let's get counting already. So this is what he clarified, as per regulation, that even though they might have all the forms, or 99% of them in the portal, they will have to wait for the returning officers to bring physically those forms 34A to Bomas of Kenya, where they will go through the process of verifying. So you check that what was transmitted electronically matches with the physical. And they say that this verification process will be done in the presence of presidential party agents. For that, so that, again, maybe the process that Koki had taken us through earlier, that means this will take some time, because all the agents have to say, okay, from all of these polling stations, this is actually what tallies with what was electronically transmitted. And the chair said only then will they begin the process of tallying. So that means we will wait quite a while.
It's going to be a while.
It's going to be a while, so a little bit more patience. Yes,
maybe I could just say something. We've just given the results for, was it Narok East?
Yes, correct.
If you take Narok East, for example, even if you have 100% of those forms, that returning officer, having declared those results, must then pack and leave Narok to come to Nairobi. So it will be 100 until they arrive here. Time at the tallying center does not start. Secondly, in 2013 in the Supreme Court, there was a whole debate about presidential agents of one of the parties being locked out at certain points in time. The reason why they must be there is to ensure that as you're talking about the forms, they can verify that these forms are similar to the ones that were raised at that place.
Right.
So people should recognize that even if we have 99% of the results in, the reason why IEBC has even said we will give you the next briefing tomorrow is that between when they talk to us and tomorrow morning, the best that can happen is that somebody may arrive. That's the best that can happen. There will be no possibility that they have finished verifying and that they can start announcing. So people should think about this process starting tomorrow. Remember, in Lamu, when you reported earlier, the people are saying, but there's such few votes, and we've not even finished. Yet that those results from Lamu will have to arrive here. So people should start thinking about, this is not a 30 minutes, this is not a minute thing. This is hours.
But also, I think, sorry, but a lot of people raising questions and even questioning media houses. I mean, why are you too slow? Wafula Chebukati said you should be at 98%. Because it's a public portal, it may also be nice for Kenyans to also try. Download those 46,000 forms and see how far you can go.
Sam, as a number cruncher, I wouldn't even dare. I said yesterday, it's not my job. I pay taxes so somebody can do that.
Right.
So what you're doing is quite commendable as media houses. I think the two things that it's doing is it is alleviating the anxiety. Can you imagine if after voting, and you've always expected to see results trickling in, and you're not clear about all the things that good lawyers have been telling us, that for 2 days, you have no information, there's no map, there are no numbers. I think
and then someone comes up
and just be on tentacles, and the mood in the country would have been very stressful. So I think what the media has done is great. People don't understand that even to download that thing takes minutes. Then after you download it, you have to key it in. And then after you key it in, you have to verify, somebody has to verify just
that what you've done
is correct before you can transmit it here.
And then go to the next 46,000.
And go to
there you go. And I think the other thing as well, and this reminds me of, you remember when the late Samuel Kivutu, at some point in 2007, he said he didn't even know where his returning officers were. And it takes us back to, we have been here before, where there are certain aspects of the results that we're not able to verify. Because it's one thing to count, collate, tally, and then the most important bit is verifying. So what you've actually counted and said is it, you get a third eye that just sort of looks at it and says, okay, we're A-okay. And I think those are some of the things that we just have to be patient with, so that we have all the processes, crossing all your T's and checking all the I's. And this does take time. Can we do it faster? Perhaps. And, you know, these are things that we learn, I guess, as we go, 2027, 2032. These are things that we will learn along the way. But, you know, patience is key. And I remember when Wafula Chebukati said earlier today, there will be no result today. You know, when a lot of us were thinking, oh, well, okay, you know, let's have it. And he said, there will be no result happening today. And he did actually predict, Professor, what you've just said, that the returning officers would start to arrive at Bomas of Kenya this evening, the evening of the 10th.
Last evening.
We're now in the 11th, you know, on the 11th of August, and that they would start arriving, that was what, Wednesday evening, and then of course into Thursday, and then they begin that process of verifying. And you can see that there's just, you know, a lot of caution and just making sure they get it right. Koki, you're smiling because...
Yvonne, just one question for Koki as an election observer. I mean, how did you receive the news of IBC a day before coming to communicate that ballot papers, there's a mix-up in Mombasa governorship, Kakamega governorship, Kacheliba, Pokot South, member of parliament. On the following day, there's a mix-up in Rongai parliamentary race, and they say that it is the printer was a problem. And I would think that before anything is printed, there's due diligence to be done by a commission which is financed by the taxpayers' money. I mean, how does that settle down, and can it be an issue, especially after this is done?
Well, okay. Mix-up of ballot papers is something that actually does happen, and it's something that is not intentional. It is true, before the ballot papers are printed, the commissioners even travel to the printer and verify whether these are the right candidates and so on and so forth. But you recall, for example, just before the closure of the nomination period for the candidates, there were all these court cases and all these challenges. Mara, this person has to, is disqualified. Mara is brought back and so on. Of course, that not only delays the process, but it also causes mix-up. For example, if they are already included and this information relayed to the printer. And this is one of the problems that we have created for ourselves. The same way as the problem, and I'll comment on the results. But the problem is, for example, we don't trust our own local printers here. And because of that, it is not only expensive, but we have to print abroad. And therefore, small mistakes and things that can be verified locally take an entire flight to Europe. For example, it takes, what, 8 hours to fly to Europe, to Greece, to wherever.
To and then check that, you know, the printing is done correctly, surely.
Imagine the Electoral Commission, you know, placing a telephone call to a Greek person there and saying, oh, excuse me, Honorable Sonko has been removed from the list, and then the guy,
Charity Ngilu, you know, stepped down even though she's been gazetted.
Exactly. So I mean, imagine the conversation. So they have to physically go there, and with all this documentation. And remember, we brought all these problems to ourselves by going to court and having all these stringent rules and all these millions of forms that have to be filled, all these procedures that have been followed, and even the announcement of results and everything. All these problems, it was brought by these same politicians. So they have to hold their peace and let the process to go through, because that is one of the problems with the mix-up. The court cases and all this information and having to print abroad. But also, when ballot papers arrive, they arrive, you know, massive like that. You don't open them and start verifying again whether, oh, is this the correct one? Or they come marked, packaged, and labeled. So you deliver them. You deliver them to where they are.
So I just want to ask, what would be the effect of them opening the batch to check that it is correct? Because, yes, and look at Prof has just looked at me like, because that's where I was heading, because once they open those ballot papers, can they not then be marked? You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, they can't open for that same reason. You have answered your own question. And the law requires that they don't. Because can you imagine if the Electoral Commission receives ballot papers and starts verifying? I mean, the entire reason why they had to be printed abroad is defeated. But this, I mean, Kenyans, we have to grow towards a level of trust so that we can be able to print these ballot papers here. And like, for example, a ballot paper has eight security features. Are they 8 security? I think, well, 8, I think they are 8. Well, the ones I counted, there could be more. And they are growing. They started with 1. They went to 2. They are growing and growing with every court case. So all these problems are the problems that we are bringing for ourselves and making it too complicated to run a simple election. For example, during Kivuito's time, the law required that we can have what we call provincial results. So that this place where we are watching, they have 99.55% of 34 A's that have arrived. We would already be having what we call provisional results. And all this anxiety will not be with us. But because the same people who are asking Chebukati for quick results are the same people who went to the Supreme Court to say that you can't do that. So that's why we're having all these problems. And there's the mistakes, like, for example, people say, oh, I'm being rigged in, or I'm very upset the election was cancelled here and there. But then, if the election was conducted under those same mistakes, then you still also run to court. So you have to choose your, you know. You have to choose. And lastly, I wanted to make a comment about Mheshimiwa Stephen Kalonzo Musyoka and his influence in not just in southeastern Kenya region, but also in areas of Kwale, in Nairobi, in Mombasa, in Taveta, in Mbere, in Mwea, and so on. I mean, the community has a lot of confidence and trust in him. You recall, in fact, Angela, you did a poll when he had not joined Azimio, and the entire region was totally undecided. They had not decided who they were going to vote for or what they were going to align themselves until he moved personally to that, you know, coalition. So, of course, when you cannot underestimate his power. And you cannot actually just, you know, take him for granted. Because I can tell you for sure that his influence in whatever coalition he is significant and would make serious changes in wherever he goes. So you don't play with his capacity to actually determine the direction of this election one way or the other.
Interesting on that. Listen, we're also, like we said, getting what's happening with the various seats. Richard Yegon of UDA bagged the Bomet East MP seat after garnering 35,431 votes. He trounced Kanu's Nick Salat, who came in second with 13,475. Let's just listen to that moment that Richard Yegon was announced as having won, or being the MP-elect for Bomet East.
To present this certificate of elected member of National Assembly, and so the Constituency Returning Officer hereby, that is me, declares that Richard Kipkemoi Yegon of ID number, which is here, 12557841, has been duly elected as a member of National Assembly for Bomet East Constituency in the elections held on 9th day of August 2022. Thank you very much.
Niko na furaha nyingi sana tele kwa kushinda hiki kiti cha bunge ya Bomet East Mashariki ama Bomet Mashariki. Na ningependa kusema asanteni sana. Nashukuru Mwenyezi Mungu kwa kunipatia nafasi hii na wananchi wa Bomet East vile wamenifanyia. Nataka kuwahimiza kwamba nitakuja kuwafanyia kazi vilivyo vile niliwapatia kwa manifesto yangu. Mimi niko tayari kabisa kufanya kazi na hawa. Ile kitu ningependa kuwahimiza hawa ni kuniunga mkono kwa sababu mimi nimeshinda.
Leo hii niko na furaha sana kwa watu wa Bomet East kwa kutukumbuka raundi hii. Nashukuru hao wote kwa kutupigia kura. Nashukuru supporters, marafiki wetu kwa kutu support kwa kila njia.
All right, so that's Richard Yegon, who's now the MP-elect for Bomet East constituency, trouncing the KANU Secretary-General, Nick Salat. You know, we're just talking about the ballot paper security features, and reading those just make for some interesting readings. You know, when you take a look at all of those things, like honestly, ballot papers should have a gauche security pattern, a micro text that can only be visible under a minimum magnification of 10 times. I mean, these are some interesting things. You know, when you take a look at the ballot papers shall have at least one generic watermark visible when examined under normal light. Further to this, the paper will be fixed with an anti-copy feature, which displays the word copy when photocopied or scanned. Like, you know, this really does tell you about, you know, our trust levels and therefore the amount of money that we are spending on, you know, on printing ballot papers, you know, and having to do this, in fact, outside of the country because we don't trust ourselves. So we're now printing our currency locally, but we cannot print our ballot papers.
You heard there are two things we can't print.
Yeah.
We can't print our ballot papers and we can't print our exams. But just remember the coverage you had for that place in, where was it? Next in Parklands.
Yes.
Jamhuri.
Jamhuri, yes.
Once they were complaining that people were about to come with ballot box papers. If you don't have those security features,
then
people will print them from River Road and turn up with them and stuff them. So these trust levels, until we deal with it, our elections are going to be much more and more complicated, much more and more expensive, but more importantly, it's going to delay and also it's going to cause problems. It's going to be disenfranchised. So we'll fix one this time, another one will arise.
Yes.
Until we address the real thing, which is how can we be trustworthy? And I think I just want to make one point, because Koki mentioned about many court cases. I think it's important to recognize that I don't think it's a mistake of IEBC. I don't think it's a mistake of the courts. It's a mistake of all of us as Kenyans. And we need to look at ourselves in the face and recognize that if we think that the only way to achieve things is through shortcuts, life will continue being this way. Until we recognize that, by the way, I can trust what Angela does and allow her to do her part, and I will do mine. I keep making the joke with friends that if you look at, I used to work for German Foundation sometimes back, and only reached time for filling their tax returns. He would run to the bank, he would get his documents together, fill it, and take it to the embassy to be shipped back home. You come here, Kenyans, even when you tell them that you go to that place, you'll get a copy of this document for free. They ask you, do you know somebody?
This is how you know, our system works, and we have a long way to go when it comes to that. So let's update you on those numbers from those rather complicated or, you know, highly securitized ballot papers. This is what the numbers look like as at Royal Media Services count. Raila Odinga has 3.792 million voters. As you can see, those numbers are updating on your screens. William Ruto has 3,753,155 220 votes. Forgive me if they keep updating. Professor George Luchiri Wajakoya has 30,293, representing 0.39% of the vote, and David Maure Waihiga of the Agano Party at 14,516 votes. So this is where we are at the moment, with about 99% of the Forms 34A. these are our provisional results. And I think one of you here on the panel said now IBC is no longer giving provisional results. The results they give are final. So we're the ones who are allowed to do that. And I find this, yes, and I find this very interesting now with these forms being put up on the portal. So many people, listen, it's not even about media houses. So many tech people out there are saying, okay, you know, I have this software. There's a way you can download these forms faster. This is what we've done. Does anyone have some AI out there that can help us, you know, collate these numbers faster? And that is just sort of, you know, beautiful and interesting to see that, you know, people are coming up with their own. People are crowdsourcing and saying, hey, you know, can the 5 or 10 of us come together and see if we can download this and see what sort of totals we can come up with. And the interesting thing is, of course, the point of reference is what IEBC is posting up there, which, as we have said, is final as announced at the polling center. So this is just, isn't this interesting? I mean, Angela, do you think you'll be out of a job at some point? So will you. Because now anyone, you know, can put some of these numbers together. I mean, although it's a tedious task, but I think that for me has been a beautiful moment to see. Like everybody on Twitter, someone is saying, you know, hey, I have this thing. Can you come and do this? You know, can we try a different way? People even say, well, you media houses are too slow. You should have used this technology and you should have used this approach. And that's just, you know, an interesting point to be, isn't it, Angela?
Yvonne, the ability to do parallel vote tabulation in a country as democratic as ours is a good thing. But the final responsibility of providing results in an election lies with the election management body, that is IEBC. So I think as the Supreme Court ruled, they perhaps did not envision this situation. So for me, whilst it's good that the kids and all these techies want to do this, it's also creating a lot of misinformation, because it will depend on how you want to count your numbers and what your interests are. And really, as I will reiterate, that the media is doing a good job, but it's not your core responsibility. Indeed, what you should have been doing is getting that information that you're downloading from IEBC and then reporting it to us. Not for you to have to download it yourself as if you are the clerk, the data clerk of IEBC to do so. But it is obviously not IEBC's fault, as we were, yesterday we were chastising them with Alex and Alfred here, because we didn't have visibility on some of the elements of the court ruling, and we're wondering, why are they not giving us results? But you see, having heard the lawyers speak here today, and I listened, and at some point I thought, oh my God, the legal jargon is going to kill me, and it's going to kill many Kenyans, including my mother. But what it did help me do is to understand the pedantic rigmarole. It's so pedantic and unnecessary. But it is because of what we're saying, the trust deficit. My issue still is that we should have been informed with great clarity going into the election that, listen, this is how you're going to vote. These are the security features, so the voter education. But indeed, after the results come in, please do not expect that you're going to see numbers trickling in until
the final
the fat lady sings, as you said yesterday, whenever that will be. This is indeed the problem right now, that people did not know that, and we had all the legal talk in terms of interpretation of the ruling, but out there people are wondering,
they just want their results.
What's wrong with Chebukati? Why? What is happening? And it's based on past experience. So that when you don't have information, you start thinking
something's up.
Something is up.
That's an interesting point, because I remember when there was a joint media interview at the Bomas of Kenya, and you raised that question to him, because initially there were some amendments that had been proposed to Parliament to make sure that there will be no display of results at the Bomas of Kenya. And they were saying those amendments were to comply with court orders of the Supreme Court in 2017. So we asked Chairman Chebukati, how are you going to make sure that Kenyans, because they have a right to access information, that they are kept abreast with what is happening? And he went round and round and round. Eventually he said that we will provide the results as soon as we verify, and then he gave the process that we've been describing here. So that would sound like maybe from day 3, because Thursday would be day 3. And I'm not sure that's really fair.
But Sam, you know the problem that arose 17 and 2022, we never spent time as a country to deal with the outcome of 2017 and the lessons. IEBC ran away from it. The rest of the country wanted to do BBI.
Yeah.
So everybody, you hear even conversation about the post-election evaluation, everybody came back to the regulations to 2022 this year. And by the time it came, everything was too late. So people were busy struggling. So no sufficient voter education, no sufficient communication by IEBC. In fact, the communication that people have been getting about we are doing this in compliance with this was happening at the tallying center.
Yeah.
The tallying center is not the place to make that communication. The tallying place is the place now to update people on what we are doing, not what we have planned. By the time we went, even the issue about these results from the portal, Yvonne made the point that maybe there might be an easier way to do it. Who knew that people are going to be required to do this?
Exactly.
Who knew? People knew about it maybe last week or last week but
yes,
once.
That's right.
So guys, if people had known before, they would have done it much better. But I think the one thing that is critical, I think in addition to doing the trust levels, I think the communication around elections, once this election is over, we must have this debate much early, fix the things we require much early. So in the last year, we're not still doing, changing things. We are now implementing.
And you remember
that, sorry, Yvonne.
Yes, carry on.
That conversation about manual versus electronic. Yeah. So you identified electronically, the results are transmitted electronically, but they are tallied manually.
And you vote manually.
There are differences. First, there are only 3 ways, as I mentioned, about using technology. But that is actually the transmission of results only refers to the presidential elections, because that is where we have over-legislated. We are very finicky about the entire issue of transmission of results. And also the tallying. You asked something, Sam, earlier, about those 46,229 from 34A.
Yeah.
What will come from the constituency level after it has manually been done is 34B. And when 34B comes, 34B will have a tally of all the polling stations at constituency level with the results there. So what will happen is that we have how many constituencies? 290. So now each one of those forms will be checked against the polling stations that is already in the portal.
The public portal. Yeah.
And by the way, that portal is legislated. It is actually in Elections Act that IEBC should create that portal. So they will check this information against what they have, and it is us. It is the same people who went to court that required that same process. And therefore, imagine, and I sympathize with the chairman of the Electoral Commission when he's saying that don't expect results. Really don't, because imagine 290 pieces of paper, and imagine, I can't even fathom how they are going to start, verifying this against that to make sure, and half of it the verification has to be done by a human being, because you can't just put a machine to do that, because we also don't want that. We want transparency, and we want it done manually. So, of course, that's one of the reasons why the period between the election and the announcement, declaration of results is 7 days, and we're expecting it to be on the 15th. But if you look at the way this detailed procedures requirement, you wonder whether indeed we are going to be able to do it and finish and announce its results on 15th. But having said that, it is important to know that the IEBC requires a lot of money to do voter education. And what IEBC does, or is required by the law, is to collaborate with other service providers and voter education providers, design a curriculum, and then have that same curriculum used by all these people so that there's uniformity in the information that is being shared. However, it is important to know that voter education, while it is a critical part of what IEBC is mandated to do, there is insufficient funds that are allocated to IEBC to do voter education. Yeah. That's why it depends on partners to help it do that. Yeah. But civil society organizations, there are fewer these days, and people during the
focus has shifted,
20 or something, I don't know. Yeah. But the levels of the low levels of voter education I witnessed during the observation, they are quite alarming because people don't know what they're supposed to do. When they get that in my time in civil society was something that we were concerned about, and a lot of us raised funds and were able to do voter education. But also donors are not giving as much money for voter education.
Their focus has shifted though as well.
Yes.
Because it's also global happenings and you know, what's happening wherever.
Exactly, but that is actually a serious problem in the democratization process. Yeah. Because if people don't know what they are doing, then we have a problem. We are going to have a lot more regression that we were trying to cure in 2010 with the Katiba. Yeah. Because now there is no constitutional body other than IEBC that is doing voter education, and there is fewer and fewer people in civil society doing that, and the media and IEBC is doing this on the last day when you know, you are using television, you are using all sorts of media that people out there don't know. So imagine the vast majority of citizens are the ones that are supposed to be reached by this information. But how many of them own television sets, or even sit in front, or even communicate in the language that we are speaking right now, or the language of the, you know? We went to Marsabit, and we realized that some years back to do voter education, and realized that you really need to engage and interact with people, to use, Yvonne, your word, engagement, which is both ways. And you need to demonstrate what people need to do. And you don't really have to read and write, but you just to discern and identify the images and be able to mark. But this is really serious work that requires investment, which we are not ready to invest.
Yeah, you know, what you mentioned is quite interesting. Even when I went into the voting booth, you know, like with the presidential ballot, where was I to put my X? Because, you know, there was the name and image of the presidential candidate and the name and image of the running mate of the presidential candidate. And in between, there was a space. So at some point, should I put my X in between or at the very end? And these are, you know, simple things, which, by the way, could invalidate a vote. Exactly. So you can imagine that, you know, you go there with the very best intentions of saying, this is who I want to vote for. But because you put the X in the wrong box, you know, so I really sat there in that booth.
Imagine,
and imagine you are enlightened.
You are enlightened.
I met a lady who tried to, they put her finger and they couldn't identify her. So as they were struggling with the system, she asked them, by the way, you know, I didn't register last year. I registered in the run-up to the 2017 elections. Did I need to register again? She was asking that yesterday. Of course, she didn't need to,
the polling
but the fact she was asking it yesterday. I met another friend of mine who actually enlightened, works in the Netherlands, had just come here. And then when she arrived, she said, you know, Prof, I have my passport. I registered with my passport, but I don't have my, I only now have my ID. Can I vote?
Oh dear.
You know, and she's asking, and then she said, you know, I just took my passport to the embassy early this week because after voting, I wanted to go back to
to Netherlands.
Another friend of mine was doing observation, did observation the entire day. Then the last minute, that's when she was now going to vote. So when she goes, time ended before she could vote. 3 people who are enlightened and missed voting for things that with good voter education.
These things are not easy. These things are
and you see,
not
we
easy.
take them for granted, and
We
because
do.
of too many other things, IEBC does voter education the last few minutes, because they are much more focused on, have we printed the ballot box? Has there been a court case?
And you know, in all that time, by the time they're doing that voter education, there is so much political noise that I think the voter education gets drowned, you know, in all of that noise. So by the time there's rallies and there's political rhetoric, you know, going back and forth, and then here's someone saying, here's how you mark your ballot paper, and you're thinking, you know, who's listening until the day you are in that voting booth, and that's when you realize, okay, what happens, including even the issue of, we were just saying with you, Angela, ensuring that your ballot paper is stamped at the back. And I think in some ways we place perhaps more responsibility on the voter to ensure that their vote is valid than perhaps we should. It should be easy for me to walk in there, but I went in okay, so have you stamped it? Stamp it at the back. You know, make sure you do. And then that was the least of my worries, because when I went in there and I thought, okay. And I don't know about anyone, but for me, my personal experience, I think, was it's a bit of an intimidating process. You know, you get there and then they fold them longitudinally, right?
Yeah.
In half. And then they give you all of these ballot papers. And man, I went into that voting booth and I was just thinking, oh my gosh, this is huge. And then, where do then I started asking myself, is it a tick or a cross, or is it any of them? You know, do I tick, is that tick visible? I went over it again. You know, it's a tough space to be in.
And are you dropping it in the right box?
Am I dropping it in the right box?
That
Yes.
I suffered. I was like,
I know,
which is the correct
which is
color?
white,
I don't want to have a stray.
Yes, and then purple, pink, and you know, for some of us, those differentiations are not, you know, entirely.
Yet even all that is done to make sure that it's easy for you.
Right.
I don't know if that helps. That's the thing. Yeah.
By the way, Yvonne, if actually people intentionally fail to stamp the ballot, if they want to rig an election, that is actually one way of making, because it is invalid. And what I saw, I've seen in another election here in this country, even by elections, because before we put a spotlight on the stamp, people used to actually give you a ballot paper, because those days they didn't even fold it. Now they fold it because of the ink or something like that.
So that it doesn't smudge, I think, when they stamp it.
So they didn't used to do that. Wanakata na kupatia tu. So you go to the booth, you don't bother to look, because, I mean, who has told you that without a stamp it is new? So some of the employed clerks, they have, you know, wameongea na watu, and then they make sure that they give, like, if you have a polling station with 350 of those are not stamps.
They're not valid.
And
so
you know
what
I found interesting also, Koki, was you had to get your ballot paper stamped as they were being handed to you. So if you found out that it wasn't stamped after you'd marked it and, you know, you're going to put it in the box, you couldn't come back and get it stamped. And I thought, okay, fine, regulation or not, I mean, that's a simple thing, surely. I mean, if I realize once I've marked my ballot paper that it's not stamped, could we not just, you know, just go back and say, hey, could you please stamp this? But apparently we can't do that because it's, you know, just...
But do you know why, Yvonne?
Yeah.
Again, the other
I could have carried something.
issues that by going back to stamp, a clerk might give you a second one. You know, just the whole trust issues.
Okay. Okay.
Yeah, that's possible. Or I could have, you know, come in with something in my pocket and then
on humanitarian grounds, we take a break.
Let's take a break.
So far the numbers are looking like 3.89 million for Raila Odinga, 3.88 million for William Ruto, both at 49%, just a difference of 0.1%. That is 0.10%. We continue to tally the numbers. Yvonne?
Let's do that. And, you know, let's take that break and take a look at the numbers that are coming in, not just the presidential, but around the counties and constituencies as well. This is Kenya's Choice 2022. welcome back. Thank you for staying with us. Is it welcome back? But you've been looking at the results. 24-hour rolling coverage, Kenya's Choice 2022. You're seeing the numbers. Just a quick reminder, we're just about to hand over to the next team. We're here with Koki Moli, Professor Collins Odote, and Angela Mbitho. We'll get some comments from them as well. But what are the numbers looking like? We're here with Sam Gituku as well, who's on our magic wall. Sam?
All right, let's begin by looking at the countrywide level. We're looking at William Ruto in the lead once again. Remember, it's been going up and down, switching places. 4.04 million votes so far in his favor. That is 49.48%. Raila Odinga, 4,021,000. That is 49.2%. George Wajakoya, 32,000. That is 0.40%. And one Maure Wahiga, when I see the figure, I'll let you know how much it is. But if that's the national tally. So far, the votes that we've tallied is 8.179 million. Remember that we are told that the turnout, considering all those people that are identified using the KIMS kit, just over 14 million. So we are close. We're getting closer. It's just short of 6,000. The polling stations that have so far been tallied is 27,458 out of 46,229. So we are short by about 19,000 or so, actually less than 19,000. So that's how it's looking. And some of these votes are coming from all over the country, from the strongholds of Raila Odinga in Migori County, where 790 have so far reported or have been tallied. Kisii County, 762 so far tallied out of 1,298. If it's in Nyamira, then you see 588 polling stations so far tallied out of 643. So that's a balance of about 22 plus 43 should be 65. So Nyamira is almost closing, and you can see Raila Odinga has 61.3%. If you had to compare that to 2017, you'll find that Raila Odinga had 46.16%. So he's really regained that as a stronghold, because in 2016, he had it at 66.25, but he lost it in 2017. The figures, well, they are disputed figures, but he lost it. Now he appears to be sort of regaining it in Kisii. Let's see. So if this time round is at 64%, what was it in 2017? Raila Odinga had 54%, but in 2013, he had 67%. So sort of regaining this. And Angela, I don't know, when you look at these patterns, what do they tell you? I know the caveat on 2017, but it appears that now Raila is back to where he was in 2013.
Right. Well, this is a county that is actually in his stronghold, so it is not surprising. But Kisii has obviously, 67% is a good majority. Mm-hmm. It's not as high as he gets in Luo Nyanza, obviously. Mm-hmm. But considering that this is one of those counties where even if you look at every other seat, they vote. You can't really predict sometimes how they're going to vote. For instance, if you look at the parliamentary contests, mm-hmm. this is the one place that you will find, has an average of 10 to 15 MPs, candidates, MP candidates in Kisii. And you may find that an independent will win.
Right.
Right? The likelihood of some, unforeseen candidate winning is quite high. Mm-hmm. So if you look at the figures from 2013 all the way to 2022, I think you'll see that Raila is generally, popular in that particular county, and indeed Nyamira, I believe, as well. Mm-hmm. So it's not surprising to see that 2017 holds true as well, mm-hmm. And will deliver for him, the votes that he perhaps requires.
But what does it say for William Ruto? In 2017, he was with Uhuru Kenyatta. They had gotten 42.83%. That is in is it Kisii?
Yes, we are looking at Kisii.
That is Kisii. Uh-huh. But in Nyamira, this is what they had. This should be Nyamira.
It's also 40. No, that is presidential.
Let me just get it right so that
Nyamira is correct. 2017.
2017 in Nyamira. Yes, so that's correct. They had 51.6%,
Yeah.
but in
Also,
this election,
yeah.
that appears to have 37.4%.
Yeah.
So many rallies.
Yeah.
What would appear some inroads. Remember the likes of Osoro, the Member of Parliament.
Yeah, but very little difference between the two. Indeed, there are certain places that when you look at the culture, the behavior, and the peoples of those counties, it is just the boundary, that administrative boundary that has been created. So indeed, if you've been to Kisii and Nyamira, there's very little difference in terms of the peoples.
Right.
Some of them are related even. Yeah. So the behavior from the two will not be very different, and we can see that from the numbers. I don't know whether we can really look at, and we're talking about this with Prof just a few minutes ago, whether you can use 2017 as a baseline, for instance, for Nyamira, where it was slightly higher. But I'm not surprised by the figures that I see. We had in our numbers simulated that Ruto would get something close to 30, I think, 35% in Nyamira, and I think the same in Kisii. So interesting, but I think holds true to what we were expecting.
Okay.
And we'll wait and see how it then pans out when you have all the numbers in.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. All right. So that's the national tally. I don't know whether Koki and Prof, you have any thoughts about how this is panning out, and as you get to closer and closer to 14 million.
I think for me, the one thing that is consistent since yesterday is that this election is extremely close. Extremely. You can see 49, 49. And I think the other thing that's important, I see a lot of people on social media who have been discussing that, for you to avoid a runoff, then the third candidate must get a lot. Well, I kept telling you, that's not true. Because what you require is 50% plus one.
Right.
So you just require somebody to get like 100 votes. Then you are even 1,000. You're looking at different dynamics. So what's important is the difference between the top two candidates.
Right.
That's what's going to determine how you go. So I think it's important to keep in mind that it's a very close election and to recognize the critical role that the other three candidates, the last two candidates are playing. Lastly, for me, I think it is part of the reason. Yesterday there was a whole conversation that, by today morning, the parties will know where the elections are and even call it out. If you've seen, they've been very careful. They attempted to and then went back.
Right.
The reason why they went back is this, that this is too close. So you don't want to be the one to come out too early because you don't know. So you want to wait.
You'll be the one to come to reject.
Yeah, you want until it is too safe, because if you do this, for example, if your figures are telling you a different thing, but when you look at it, you're like, but I'm ahead, but something might change. So you want to wait and play until we see the final things.
Okay.
I would agree with with Professor and say, if you look at the map and what is panning out, quite a bit was expected. Based on the areas that the people were completely intransigent in supporting one or the other candidate and couldn't move from there. For example, if you look at Central Province, it was expected in those counties that the deputy president would gain upper hand on that, and of course also his strongholds in the Rift Valley.
Right.
The thing is, Kenyans, we vote on based on where the presidential candidate is coming from and the deputy presidential candidate, and the voting patterns in the country have significantly veered towards the presidential presidential candidate,
right,
and their strongholds and the voting blocks that have traditionally supported either that presidential candidate or the party or the alliances that are being formed. That's why you see when alliances shift, for example, the result will be different. For example, if when the deputy president went with the president, they took Central and Rift Valley and other areas which traditionally supported the parties that they represent or the individuals themselves, and so on. So when for example, Mheshimiwa Kalonzo joined this coalition, also that region shifted with him and so on and so forth. So it is to be expected that those It would definitely be very clear, but in my view and in my experience, I think there will be a clear winner. Definitely in this first round, I believe that one of them will get 50+1. And initially I was worried, thinking that we may have runoffs and so on and so forth.
Yeah.
But I think it's becoming clearer. Having not behaved like a clerk and downloaded those those IEBC, but you can tell actually from what the counties, how the number of registered voters in those counties, the voting patterns, and the experiences from before.
Okay.
And you can actually estimate.
Okay, very interesting. Yvonne,
So, yes.
from my count, I think
Yeah.
I got, was it 26? 26 counties were looking blue, meaning more than 50% is supporting Azimio, then 21 was looking yellow.
But it's the numbers of registered voters in those counties,
that
not the geography.
Yes, yes,
Not the
I
geography.
know,
Not the
but I'm referencing that to, I'm saying that because from their reports, they would tell us that Azimio strongholds about 20 or 21, William Ruto 16, then there'll be some battlegrounds like 10, then you'll find that in those 10, Ruto would lead in 2 or 3, then the others, Raila would be leading.
Yeah. And we would translate them into absolute votes.
Yeah.
Yes.
So that, I think that's what Koki is saying. But I think the map is not surprising us at all.
Okay.
It's a pretty expected map. Yeah. So far, I think this one, some will not change much.
Sure.
The map as you're depicting it now may change very slightly.
Okay.
Even when you get 100%.
And speaking of the map and what is happening, at the local level, here are some updates of some of those key races, parliamentary races. For instance, we're talking about, Wiper. Wiper's Caleb Mule has beaten Victor Munyaka of UDA in Machakos parliamentary race. So Caleb Mule garnered 47,596 votes. And he beat UDA's Victor Munyaka, who got exactly 20,000 votes. Sorry, yes, Maendeleo Chapchap, that's correct. Molo MP Francis Kimani of UDA retained his seat. He garnered 34,005 votes. He beat Jubilee's Zakayo Gishuki, who came second with a distant 9,888 votes. There's another race, Karoli Omondi of ODM clinching the Suba South MP seat with 25,036 votes. He beat an independent candidate, Stephen Sangira, who got 13,238. A final update for you of the National Assembly, Brighton Yegon of UDA wins the Konoin MP seat. He garnered 43,015 votes. Against independent candidate Sami Koech coming second with 14,425. And there was a high number of, higher, of course, since 2013, of independent candidates.
Oh, yes.
And at least so far from the tallies today, there's quite a few of them who've lost to party candidates. Sure. But, we're here to get the wider picture, to be able to see what this means.
I just wanted to mention something. I was having this conversation with Balozi earlier on.
Yes, Caleb Muller, yes, there we go.
Machakos town, the Member of Parliament, the outgoing now, Victor Munyaka, has been on that seat since 2007. I think the first time he came in on a Wiper ticket, or ODMK, remember 2007? In 2012, he switched gears to TNA.
Yes.
2017, switched to Jubilee Party. 2022, switched to UDA.
And that's where...
But now that's the end of the 9 lives. And it's a very interesting contest in Machakos town because, yes, it has a little bit of cosmopolitanism, but not so much. But he has always beaten Wiper candidates. And even this time round, the candidate that is winning is not from Wiper, but from Maendeleo Chapchap. Very interesting.
Yeah, and, of course, the contributions then of those members of Kenya Kwanza, particularly, Dr. Alfred Mutua, like we're saying about Wiper and the sort of, numbers that he is bringing, now is the point when, you start to see those dynamics in the different coalitions based on who is bringing what, how many members of National Assembly, county woman member, governors can you bring, and indeed also, most importantly, the number of voters that you can sort of contribute to the presidential vote. That's where now these are some of the conversations and analysis that we'll be going into as the numbers continue to come in. And then the whole question of, the basis and, of the contracts and of the agreements, some of which have been made public, others are perhaps speculation. But now I think we'll start to see what happens within these coalitions, as the numbers come in. So, who's in, who's out, who's met their commitment and who hasn't. That's the interesting thing. I think that will be interesting. Prof, when it comes to coalition building, of course, there was an interesting element, this time around with the amendments to the Political Parties Act to allow coalition political parties, perhaps, again, the issue of trust that we've talked about here all evening, again, coming into play. And that was, I think, another interesting aspect of, the 2022 election.
The coalition political party, was brought in purely for two reasons. One is the political parties fund.
Yes.
We don't want to get into an election. Then you tell us that, but this is our vote. So now, for those who get into a coalition political party, the presidential vote is for the coalition. So you can then legally share it. I think that's the first thing. But the second thing was optics. That we want to go to my area and say, you are not an ex-candidate, you are our candidate because you're running on the political parties. I think that's the first thing. But I think the other thing that's important is the element of coalition building, the element of trust, and we will need to look at it both before and after. As you rightly say, as now the votes come in, both in terms of whether you are in the majority or minority coalition, what positions you get in the assembly, what positions you get in the Senate, and how that is then related to what you have and how the coalitions hold on to. It's something that I think is going to be clear. But the last point for me that's important is since 2002, it is now clear that this country will always have coalitions. So it's important that political parties and players start thinking and building coalitions and building that trust much earlier and not just a week to elections.
Yeah, and in other jurisdictions, you see coalitions that are built on issues. For instance, you would see one political party joining a coalition because of one single issue, one. It could be, I think we were saying this last night, that maybe, they want to come in and have better pay for teachers. And so the coalition will say, look, we'll bring in this party. And they come in with that agenda, pass the legislation, make it happen. And then after that, the coalition can break up and people go their separate ways until the parties sort of pick, the next issue, particularly the minorities, that then add on the numbers to the coalition. Hopefully we'll get to that. Are we there yet, Koki, where you say that this party is bringing this one very specific issue to this coalition as opposed to just the regional numbers?
Unfortunately, we are not there yet. And you are right, like, for example, some coalitions come together to defend the environment, like the Greens. Others come together backed by unions and so on and so forth. But we started with the concept of trying to base political parties on ideology. But we have seen that political parties are now not based on ideologies, but voting blocks, mostly ethnicity or blocks, support blocks, and therefore, and even the debates. Coalition parties that come together based on ideology and also on issues tend to focus their agenda and their conversation when they are selling their agenda on the issues that have brought them together. If you look at what we've been discussing for the past few months or years, you will find that the disconnect we are talking about between the politicians, the leaders, and the citizens, because the citizens want issues like the high cost of living. being discussed. They want issues like healthcare, you know, universal healthcare. They want issues like climate change being discussed. They want issues like sustainable development and opportunities and so on and so forth. Access to opportunities, gender equality, and all those issues. And in fact, you hear when commentators and people outside, they are discussing issues. But the politicians, when they go to campaign, they are discussing personalities and themselves, and they are focusing on irrelevant issues that are not, you know, of interest to Mwananchi. So it is important, I mean, as we move forward, we can hope that during the transition period from our Constitution of 2010 and the first election now, as we move by the 15th election, we hope that we can transition to ideology, political parties based on ideology, and that are public institutions of governance and democracy.
And that is a good place to finish. It is now 5 minutes after 2 o'clock on this 11th day of August, Thursday. It's now day 3. Balozi Kokimoli, thank you very much. Professor Collins Odote and Angela Mbitho from Infotrack. We thank you for that. And Sam, move a little closer. So thank you, you know, as well. As we say, it's from one to the next.
You know, we've done something remarkable. As we came on, we were doing about 5.4 million total votes.
Okay.
We're now at almost 8.4. We just hit 8.4 actually as I was speaking.
There you go.
So we've counted 3 million votes.
Yeah. Yay. Yeah, and it's from, let me just 25,908
actually,
polling stations.
It's gone up to 28,094.
Yeah.
So that's 61% of the polling stations, of course, those that have been uploaded. So Kenyans, we've counted 3 million. We're not that slow, right?
Yeah, no. We are good for something. We are good for something.
Counting 3 million votes in 5 hours.
Yeah.
And IBC has not started since the day of election.
There we go. Hire this man already. Thank you all so much. Next is Wahiga Mara and Trevor Ombija, whom I was with until 4 p.m. So they take over. They have their guests who are here as well.
Through 4 a.m.
Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. You'll be here through. Yeah. Okay, there you go. Time for us to take a rest. But like we said, you know, you'll see a lot more of us.
Soon.
Yeah, we'll see you soon in a few hours. Yeah, so this is not good night or goodbye for now. This is... see you later. Let's leave you with those results that are really interesting for you to take a look at. Again, usiwe na maradhi ya moyo.
Just wait. So Trevor and Wahiga have a responsibility and duty to count 3 million.
Good.
So that by the
in
time
5 hours. Yes.
We should be at 11.4.
Yeah.
Going up.
Yes. So count wisely and count quickly. Yes, we are watching.
The bar has been set.
The bar has been set.
It cannot go lower.
Absolutely.
Yes,
and verify as well. Yeah, it's very important. So Trevor and Wahiga, make sure you get this right.
Yeah. You don't need a mic. Just come.
Yeah. No, you don't need a mic. Come in, Trevor. Just come in.
Counting. You don't need to speak.
You don't need to speak. Yeah, you can just count.
You just need a phone.
They look so scared.
Yeah, and they can't say anything. They've been gagged. They have been gagged for now. So it's all of the counting that's been done. Yeah. So the pressure is on you. So well, look at that.
So if two can, let's do
Let me tell you what she's, come over here. Let me tell you what Victoria has just done for you. She's increased 1, your street cred. 2, yes. I am very confident that with Victoria here, now you will do better than we will. So it was a tall order for just the two of you.
If two of us...
You can't say anything. If the two of us could count...
If 2 of us can count 3, you need to count 4.5.
Yeah. So can you do that?
By what time?
In 5 hours time.
In 5 hours time, yeah.
You have all the time.
Yeah.
It's done.
Yeah.
So 5 hours, they need to count 1 million every hour.
1 million every hour. 1 million every hour. And you know, it's a good thing that they don't have mics, so they can't say anything right now. All they have to do is to just nod their heads and commit to doing what we have asked them to.
So Kenyans have... You know how to hold them accountable.
Yeah, hold them accountable. Yeah.
Bye.
All right. Okay. Bye-bye. Yeah. Here are those results, just so that you can make sure you know what we're dealing with. Let's take a look at those results now.
Well, a very good morning, and we are now a couple of hours into the 11th day of August 2022, 3 days into the elections, and I had an amazing, elaborate introduction for you, but I'm told we've got some results from Lorabi in Kakamega County that are about to be announced. Let's get straight there, listen in, and then we'll be back for more here in studio. Well, we apologize for that technical hitch. We'll take you back there. Just really monitoring the situation there, even as results continue to pour in and are announced. Do you think we can go back there right now, Director? Not at the moment. Okay, all right. Nevertheless, we've got a lot lined up here for you, and I'm not alone in studio. But first of all, let me welcome you once again. Kenya's Choice 2022 has been, of course, the name of our coverage over the last 3 days or so, and we'll continue to keep you updated on what's happening throughout the country, as and when it happens right here on Citizen TV. There's been a lot to talk about over the last couple of days. On the 9th, it was about vote counting. It was about low voter turnout and so much more. On the 10th, a whole different discussion. Today, it's all about tallying. And we'll be discussing that with some of my panelists here who have joined us very early this morning for that discussion. Let me introduce them to you. We have Joshua Kipto, the Speaker of Nandi County. Thank you for making time for us this morning.
Thank you so much.
Right next to him is Titus Mahanu, an advocate of the High Court. Thank you for finding time for us.
Thank you so much.
And we're also privileged to have Jovine Wanyingo, who's a researcher with InfoTrack. Asante sana. And gentlemen, I'll be coming back to you for more analysis even as we continue. But did I introduce myself? Probably not. My name is Wahiga Mwaura.
Very easy to forget your name after
I know, right?
all the guests.
And at this time of the night.
Especially at this time of day, all the days are just melting into each other. I'm Victoria Rubediri. Of course, as Wahiga said, it's all about the tallying, though some final results have been streaming in over the course of yesterday into today, and we saw some big names falling, some surprises, and some incumbents defending their seats. And speaking of numbers, Trevor, did you see that picture or that image of returning officers literally camping at, the tallying centers, some of them sleeping on the ground, just to show how grueling this process can get?
I'm glad you've already introduced me, because that takes a while now. But literally transnighting through at a time when the IBC is reporting 46,055 Form 34As having been submitted to their website out of the 46,229, meaning just about 174 to go. Most of those counties have actually already submitted all of them. So most of them are reading at 100%. But yeah, it's true what you're saying, that it's a grueling process. They had to stay there all night, and they're still camping there up until now. I'm about to take you to the wall and show you what the numbers are looking like right now before we get into that discussion, in as much as we know that we've done quite a number of them. Come with me, let me show you what's happening right now as we speak. This is our tally right now as we speak. And by the way, there's a lot of oscillating different numbers between media houses. In fact, people are saying now, depending on which side you're supporting, you show up on which side. Now everybody...
Josipate pressure.
Josipate maradhi ya moyo for no reason. This is based on the numbers that we have tallied so far. And like we mentioned, that this is open to the public. Anyone can do this. We have an entire tallying center here with the data analysts who are crunching those numbers as we speak all night. So far, we've done 28,094. Now, let me give you the stats and how it looks like. So IBC has received 46,055 forms out of the 46,229, all right? So they still have just about 174. That is the IBC. Now, out of the IBC numbers, that is the 46,055, we have so far tallied 28,094, okay? So we are behind by 17,961. clear? Brilliant. Based on our numbers, this is what we have right now. William Ruto is on the lead at 49.78%, and the numbers keep changing really fast. That's the reason why I'm sticking to the percentages. And Raila Odinga is at 4.2 million at 48.89, based on the numbers that we have sampled so far. George Wajakoya is coming in third with 34,991. That is out of the 28,094 polling stations that we've sampled, out of the 46,055 that the IBC has received. So IBC is yet to get 174. We're yet to mine through the 17,961. Those numbers are coming in really quick. But we are hoping by the end of the time we're here at 7 a.m., we shall have crunched most of them, because at the speed at which our data analysts are working, that is very probable. I'll show you a few numbers in different places. Let's take on, for example, Wajir. There was a bit of a back and forth there. Eldas did not vote, that they voted yesterday actually, all the way up until now. Before that, on the 9th of August, they were unable to vote because of security matters. The numbers are coming through. This is what we've tallied so far. In Wajir, Raila Odinga is at 26,264, 58%. But before that, let's cross over to Lurambi, where there's actual announcements happening right now.
This is a very resounding win. This is very historical. Nothing like this in our history. Lurambi is known to be a place where a member of parliament serves one term. But I've been able to break the record, and the numbers are showing the confidence that the people of Lurambi have in my leadership. And all I can say is that I am indebted to the people of Lurambi. I am looking forward to serve them in a great way. So many projects that I had initiated, I now have an opportunity to complete all those projects and also be able to begin new ones. And I'm looking forward to be able to go to places and other areas that I had not touched. There's great need, especially school infrastructure, electricity, improving road networks, issuance of bursaries. So there is a great opportunity for me to serve the people. And all I can say is that I want to sincerely thank my family. I want to thank the people of Lurambi as a whole, because honestly speaking, this election in Lurambi is 1 in a million, because I literally won almost in all the polling stations, all of them. That shows that each and every area has confidence in me. And there is a saying that to whom much is given, much is required. I have a burden for the people, and I can assure you that I'll do my best. I'll go out of my way to make sure that I serve my people with honesty and sincerity. Let me tell you something. Every election cycle has its own challenges and political matrix which is applied. And look at all our politicians, from the senior ones, from the president, William Ruto, Raila Amolo Odinga, Musalia Mudavadi, Kalonzo Musyoka. Each one of them, they have had their own cycle where they switched parties. So as far as I'm concerned, it was actually the right calculation for me. To me, I feel I made the right decision to go to ODM, because I was a member of the Aman National Congress under Musalia Mudavadi, and our agenda was to push Mudavadi to go for the presidency and be able to compete to win. And if he was not going to win, he still was a worthy competitor who will build himself for 2027. And because he abandoned, that was our desire, that's what we were looking forward to. And because he abandoned that cause, I felt I was at liberty to shop for another political outfit. I am having a glorious night. The night is glorious because last time I had 25,800 votes. Today I have been announced a winner with over 32,000 votes. So it is big. And then the person that came number 2 and is a worthy competitor came with 9,000. So my night is big, I'm telling you. I'm on the roof. It's a big night for me.
Thank you so much and all the best.
Thank
Congratulations.
All right, in the words of Bishop Titus Hamala, it is a glorious night. He's defending his seat for Lurambi constituency. Interesting because he did this under a different political outfit.
Yeah, and it was a rematch of the 2017 race for that Lurambi parliamentary seat, now happening now. The only difference is they switched parties. In 2017, Hamala vied on the ANC ticket and defeated Kainga, who stood on ODM ticket. They were both in the now defunct NASA. Right. But Hamala, however, defected from ANC last month to join Raila Odinga's led ODM under the Azimio la Umoja movement. And now he says he's on the roof.
Well, the people spoke. And there he is back in the parliamentary seat for Lurambi. Let's cross over now. I believe we have him in Sirisia, our very own John Wanyama, to give us an update from there. John.
Thank you, Vicky. And here in Sirisia, we are still waiting for the returning officer here to announce the results. He has been promising residents to exercise patience, saying that he's almost just releasing the results here. And we have seen residents who have been agitated, asking him to maybe have it done quickly so that they can go home, since they have been here for a longer time. And they are asking, what is it taking long? Because this constituency has only 3 wards, and they are wondering what is really holding him not to release the results. But as you understand, the IEBC officials are saying they have their own time in the constitution, and they can release these results at any given time within 7 days. And as we are here in Sirisia, Vicky, we have been informed officially that it has been announced there in the Kimilili constituency that Ditmas Barasa has won the seat. But questions maybe we will be asking who has taken the certificate on his behalf, and he has won the vote by 26,861,000. Let me repeat, take that again, 26,861, the votes that he has won against his close competitor Brian Khaemba, who got 9,497. And remember that the bodyguard to this Brian Khaemba is the one who has been allegedly that the MP Ditmas Barasa shot the aide, and he died on his way to hospital some few days ago, and he's still at large. Up to now, he has not been arrested, and police are still looking for him, asking him to go to any nearest police station to surrender himself and also surrender the firearms. And in this particular county, Vicky, there are some also 2 constituencies that residents in those constituencies have spoken loudly about their decision on whom they want to lead them for the next 5 years, especially in Webuye East. Earlier we had seen that Martin Pepela Wanyonyi, who stood in for Ford Kenya, won the seat by clinching a number of 12,864 votes. And also in Tongareni, here is where now also people have been really keen in this constituency looking at it, because this particular constituency has been maybe with an MP, Eseli Simiyu, who is also the General Secretary for DAP and has been in the leadership maybe for over 15 years, but now the leadership has been taken away from him, and now the new MP who has come in is John Chekati for Ford Kenya, who has won the seat by getting the number 20,108 votes. So here in Bungoma, I can tell you that people are getting surprises. But as you know, most of people who are employing and who are sending others home, especially Member of Parliament, those who are in ward rep, women reps, and also MCS, are these Kenyans here who are also waiting here in Sirisia. Maybe a few moments from now, we will be hearing from the returning officer here, whom we can see at the corner. They are trying, if my cameraman can just show you, they are trying to print. They are saying they are having challenges here on to print a form they should be using to release the results here. But we will be coming to you shortly, Vicky, just to inform you on whatever will be happening here as and when it happens. We are not going to sleep, Vicky, and I know you have slept a bit, but we are here to ensure that we get these results so that we can now bring to our viewers wherever they are. Vicky.
All right, John Wanyama there from Sirisia, one of the 9 constituencies in Bungoma County. Yeah, we got a bit of sleep, but this twilight shift is quite something. Let's cross over to Collins Shitiabai for an update. Where are you, Collins?
Vicky, niko katika kituo cha kujumuisha kura katika eneo bunge la Saboti, kaunti ya Trans Nzoia, ambapo katika kipindi cha dakika 15 iliyopita hivi, kuna mbunge wa Saboti Caleb Amisi wa chama cha ODM ameweza kutangazwa mshindi katika eneo hili kuhudumu hatamu ya pili. Saboti aliwapiku Dadi Wambua wa UDA na kura 12,000, Michael Mbito wa Jubilee na kura 8,000 na Wafula Lazaro wa chama cha DAP Kenya na kura 5,400. Na hapa katika kituo cha kujumuisha kura pia kuna baadhi ya wakazi, ukiangalia nyuma yangu, bado wanangojea kujumuishwa kwa kura za mwakilishi wadi katika eneo hili, kujumuishwa kwa kura za wale ambao wanawania kiti cha wakilishi wa kike katika eneo hili, na pia kujumuishwa kwa kura ya gavana katika eneo hili. Na mapema tulikuwa tumezunguka katika eneo hili, tulikuwa tunatarajia kwamba kura hizi zitaweza kutolewa mwendo wa saa 12 jioni, lakini hadi kufikia sasa ndio wamemaliza kujumuisha kura za wabunge, na bado tunaendelea kukita kambi hapa katika eneo bunge la Saboti ili kuhakikisha kwamba tunapata yule ambaye ameibuka mshindi katika kiti cha useneta, kiti cha uwakilishi wa kike na pia kiti cha ugavana katika eneo hili. Nikumbuka kwamba kiti cha ugavana kimewavutia wagombea 7 ambao wanataka kura zaidi ya 1,398 katika kaunti ya Trans Nzoia. Pia kiti cha mwakilishi wa kike katika eneo hili ni wapiga kura 1,398 na wale ambao wanawania kiti hicho ni 13. Na kaunti ya Trans Nzoia wale wapiga kura ambao wamejitokeza kufikia sasa ni 54.6. Ni asilimia chini sana ikilinganishwa na kura ambao wale ambao walijitokeza katika kura ya mwaka 2017. Bado tunaendelea kukita kambi katika eneo hili ili kupata matokeo kamili, tuendelee kuwajuza watazamaji wetu. Kutoka kwangu hapa katika eneo bunge la Saboti katika shule ya St. Joseph Kitale, mimi ni Collins Shitiabai, kwako Vicky.
All right, shukran sana Colin Chitiabai there in Trans Nzoia, giving us some of the results from Saboti constituency. So we'll be hearing more from that county and of course the other constituencies therein. Wahiga, what do we have?
We've got a lot to talk through with my guests who are here with us in studio. Let me introduce them to you one more time. Joshua Kipto, Speaker, Nandi County. Titus Mahanu, an advocate of the High Court. Mahanu, did Vicky pronounce that name correctly?
Yes, that's how it's pronounced.
Okay. And Jovin Wanyingo, who's a researcher at Infotrack. And this, I'm going to throw this question to either of you, all of you, and anyone can respond to it. There had been conflicting views on what sort of election we're going to have this time round. Some said it's going to be done early. This time round, the procedures are going to be different, and Kenyans will have a rough idea of who their next leaders will be in a very short time. People are predicting 2 days, 3 days max. Others said it's going to be a long one. Which prediction group were you part of?
I was part of the prediction group that as soon as we hit Wednesday afternoon, we would have a result. Simply because I thought that the moment we made it clear through IEBC regulations and protocols that the final vote is what is in Form 34A as mandated by court, and that had been drilled into every person's head, as well as political parties were extremely happy with that. And not, more importantly, remember the debate between electronic transmission, that is using KIMS-KIT, voting up to transmission, that also heighten a sense of preparedness. Lastly, by virtue that this is the third IEBC election, and the technical team, some of them go back to IEC 2011.
Yes, that's correct.
So the experience accumulated over those 3 elections, and importantly, elections that have always been premised on technology, you'd understand my serious optimism.
Wednesday, I've lost track of days.
Wednesday.
Wednesday
was within
this afternoon.
This afternoon.
Was your hope?
My hope was that this afternoon.
Wafula Chebukati does not look like he's anywhere close to announcing
In fact,
the president.
I think the winner in this election so far so good, the joke around is that it's Wafula Chebukati. Because in 2017, we were all hammer on him, because the focus was on him, and everyone kept asking, where are the results? What has he done this time? Pretty easy. Here is the portal. Here are all the signed Form 34As. Pick the results. Do your tallying if you wish. Whoever goes first, please be happy to share the provisional results.
Titus, there are those who did not understand how IBC is operating this time around until legal minds like yourself then came and broke it down. Has IBC stuck to the law? Is this an election that one can then defend at the Supreme Court in the coming days if it does get to that?
Yes, quite precisely. If you look at the events that unfolded from the time the voting started, we can say that IBC has stuck on the law. Because remember, what we are now witnessing is that the Form 34As are being uploaded to the portal, and every Kenyan can now verify for themselves. So at that point, we are clear in our mind that at this point, the election is verifiable, even if it cannot be said in certainty, but there is that degree of certainty that this election is verifiable, because every Kenyan is able to see. Now, coming back to the issue of whether the elections, the results were supposed to be transmitted, or it was expected that it was going to be done earlier than previous elections, I subscribe to the school of thought that it was not going to be that way, and I anticipated that it's going to take longer in the usual manner because of certain things that happened just before the elections. Number one, we had different opinions by the parties to the elections contending whether the manual register should be used as a complementarity principle, and whether it should be discarded. So amid all those controversies, or amid those discussions, you could find that I could very comfortably see challenges in that some individuals will come up and say, we are not satisfied, and we are not okay with the manner in which the voting process is going on. So, and these are some of the reasons that could be used as grounds to challenge the election. So I was not very optimistic that the results are going to be transmitted and declared less than the period that has been given. In any case, the law as framed, it has provided for a maximum of 7 days. So I knew very well that they are not going to declare the results in less than 4 days. That is something that I expected.
All right. Jovi, you're the numbers guy. Are these numbers surprising in any way as they keep trickling in?
Trevor, the numbers are very surprising to me in the sense that I would have...
Pollsters are not allowed to be surprised.
Did you get it wrong from the onset then?
No. Why I'm saying they're surprising to me, in terms of the ballpark figures, I would expect by now we would be counting something close to 18 million or 19 million. They're surprising to me in the sense of what we believe would have been the numbers in terms of voters' turnout.
So it's a turnout?
Yeah, it's a turnout that is surprising to me. Okay. But in terms of the distribution of the votes per the presidential candidates, it's not surprising to me because it's oscillating anyway. And it would also be surprising to me in another sense that IEBC is a bit reluctant. We've not had any single official result, as opposed to the previous elections where IEBC would be announcing results in piecemeal. I would have expected by now we should have had at least even 10 or so constituencies, because that's how they've been announcing it. Today we were told they were going to be announcing them in batches. I've not seen a single one. Yeah. So we are relying so much on, like yourself, Kenya Choice, your tallying center. But of course, these are still provisional results because you've taken it upon yourselves to download the results. And like Wakili is saying, that IEBC has just told us, yes, the results are in the public portal, but whose responsibility are to manage? IEBC is the umpire. I expected them to be announcing those results by now, so that we are confident that the numbers that are being displayed by either of media houses, but I'll restrict myself to yourselves, that these numbers are what has been really cast in the various 46,000 plus polling stations.
But in hindsight, when you're doing your poll, what do you think you should have captured in terms of the outcome of the voters? The voter turnout. Should you have added a question in terms of will you vote or not? Would that have captured the scenario better?
We did. That was our first questions. Among the screener questions we were asking was the intention to vote. So Trevor, if you had an opportunity to be interviewed, you'd have answered that question, and we were posing it as, are you intending to vote? And you'll be surprised, we were eliminating most of the people who were not prepared to vote. So if you look at our last results, we had close to 85%. The intention was in the 90s. Intention to vote. They were in the regions of the 90s, but our projection in the turnout were in some between 85 to about 87%, because we knew it was going to be progressive. Last time we had a 78% voter turnout, and looking at the massive numbers of 22.1 million, we had projected that at least 85% of the 22.1 million were going to turn out. But in terms of intention to vote, the people that we spoke to in most of our polls, and that was one of the questions we were posing, had something close to 91% intention to vote. So I'm a bit surprised that the intention to vote was higher. The projected voter turnout was higher, but not the reality.
You know, Joshua, we had you here on voting day in studio, and you raised this concern pretty early on. Voting had not wrapped up yet, and you said, I predict this is going to be a low voter turnout. We've seen the numbers now come out from the IEBC. What would you say is contributing to this suppression of voters?
First thing first, I think when I was predicting that there will be a low turnout was the mood. As I remember walking into the studio with Trevor, there was no feeling of elections around. Like, elections in Kenya are an emotive exercise. People are excited about it. You always hear hooting. Even matatus, I remember in 2017, I used to stay in Roysambu. At that time, I remember, they used to offer free transport as early as 3, 4. In fact, some people never slept on the eve. That is 2013, 2017. This time, it was all quiet. What actually appeared to be, people took Tuesday as a public holiday. It's like, voila, we have a nice, relaxed atmosphere. The city was quiet. In the villages, when you walk through, everything was quiet. There was no commotion. The long lines that we are used to were a bit low. And I think that is the first indicator that made me feel something is off. I actually premised, or the optimist in me hoped that the peculiarity of us being last-minute people, especially in filing returns and meeting deadlines, 3, you'll see the lines. It didn't happen. Everything remained calm all the way up to 5. In fact, I remember if you look at your media updates, polling stations were closing normally at 5 without any extension. In fact, there was barely no mention of extensions. Remember the comments people were making that IBC is failing because of the KIMS kit that were failing and malfunctioning across the Republic. IBC ended up coming back to us and telling us, look, only 200 have failed out of 46,000. And true to the word, the complaints were very minimal. Kakamega, which appeared to be in serious trouble, everything went well. That's why we're getting results right now. So that was the basis of observation that the turnout would be low. But what would be the reason? I gave 2 reasons, and I still believe the 2 reasons apply. The level of disillusionment is significant, and that is from the current economic climate. we are doing badly economically, and no one fares better, whether rich, poor, and that brings a sense of disillusionment in the sense that a feeling by the Kenyan populace that possibly the political class have failed us. And that explains why you could see, for example, Kenya Kwanza went hammer on economy, because that was the ticking point. And Azimio started on governance, but slowly also changed their messaging midway and really spoke about economy. And even if you look at the media, when you're doing debates, each of the candidates was trying to tell the public that this is the solution we want to provide. So the downtown economic hardship that Kenyans face has created disillusionment. Number two, I think we had two candidates well known to the Kenyans. Raila has vied more than 5 times. The Deputy President, William Ruto, has been on the scene since 2005 in terms of that at that higher level, top-tier politician. So I felt the voters were actually saying, we know the candidate, so it's a choice of. And that is why this election boiled on issues. And I think the disillusionment was more significant, so that no camp at the moment between the two coalitions can speak positively about their turnout. Each suffered, both in the strongholds of Kenya Kwanza as well as strongholds of Azimio. Secondly, which is more important, I equally think the low turnout can also be attributed with the last-minute lack of mobilization by the political class. I think these campaigns, now that I participated also in campaigns up to nomination, has been one of the poorest campaigns we've run in terms of resources were a hard thing to find, and nationally and county-wise. Remember the flashy campaigns we had in 2017? This time there was no flashy campaigns. Even the branding were bare minimum, just big billboards and that's it. But the minute-by-minute detail and creating the mood and everything wasn't there. These elections was mostly about optics. As long as we get a nice crowd, we take a photo, that's enough. Yeah. So because of that, the last 3 days or the last 4 days, you didn't see extreme voter mobilization.
Could I flip that a bit? Because from 2017, it felt like we were in a perpetual campaign mode.
Yes.
And the electorate was just tired,
It was a burnout.
Exactly.
Not really. I wouldn't say here it's a question of burnout. Because if it's burnout, it's not the first time. Every time we finish an election, in 2 weeks, the conversation shifts. Yeah. Like, I bet you, as soon as we finish this election, in 2 weeks, Trevor, you'll be hearing politicians say, in 2027, we are going to support so-and-so. Succession begins instantly. Yeah. So I don't feel it is fatigue. That's why I'm saying, because of the financial constraint of these campaigns, and it is speaking from the first point. By virtue you are doing poorly economically, politicians are not immune. Getting financials has been a problem. So because of that, politicians were actually panting to the finish line. That as soon as we just finish the thing and we so there was no voter mobilization.
But what does that mean exactly when you say voter mobilization? Because critics are saying, sorry for that, that there's payment of the people to come and vote, because there's allegations that people are paid to show up in the crowds. But then, were you supposed to pay them? I mean, you've been in the field. When you say
facilitation is pretty simple, Trevor.
So you call
For example, I call it facilitation. No, let me explain how. Yeah. For example, in urban areas, public transport would go a long way in getting people to the polling station. Just offer the matatus. You see, normally when we have these games in Kasarani, and people are told from town to Kasarani free transport. You can imagine if the MC aspirant in a particular area, if I know this is my stronghold, I hire 2-3 pro boxes or vehicles and tell people they are available. That can go a long way without even bribery.
I actually remember this happened in 2017.
Thank you.
And especially for the repeat election as well, where there were certain estates where you're told free transport, get out and vote. And Titus, I actually want to come to you on the same question. I'm sure you have some feedback on that. After this election,
yes,
beyond discussing who's going to be looking for seats in 2027, he's warned us that that's already coming.
Yes.
Do we need to have a conversation about increasing motivation to get people to register to vote?
Definitely. The events that we have witnessed in this election have taught us a few things, that it is not guaranteed that the elections that come after the elections that we are now handling, the voter turnout is going to be high. And even if the registered number of voters goes high, it is not guaranteed that the people who will turn up at the polling stations are going to be many. Of course, mobilization, sensitization to encourage people to vote has to come up with some form of incentive. The most important thing that a voter always asks himself or herself is, even if I vote today, what is it that is there for me? So one of the things that can motivate people to vote and perhaps to witness the increase in the number of voters in the elections to come is that the leadership that is being put in place at the moment needs to ensure that they deliver on the manifestos that have given Kenyans. Because that is one of the ways that voters will now feel that when I come out to vote, my vote will actually count for what I mean. Yeah. But if we continue experiencing the same vicious cycle, manifestos and lack of implementation, people give up. But having said that, there are of course other issues that contributed towards the low voter turnout. Central Kenya factor is an important factor in these elections. It is actually heralded as one of the swing votes in these elections. The mere fact that Central Kenya did not field a presidential candidates, that has affected the amount of voters we are seeing. Remember, Mount Kenya has got the highest registration of voters in this country. So anytime there is that demotivation factor that they do not have one of their own, generally on an average scale throughout the country, if you do the math, the number of voters will automatically reduce. Of course, the other issue is how the KIMS kit and the manual register was being managed. So many people I know that turned out to vote, but they were told to go back at home because remember the Court of Appeal decision that said we are not going to allow use of the manual register. So there are people who got to the polling station. I remember even the joke about the Deputy President of Kenya Kwanza when he got to the polling station and the KIMS kit could not identify him and he had to be made to wipe his hands several times. So, and there were so many Kenyans that got to the polling station, they could not vote. And at that point, because the communication that had come out from the Court of Appeal is that we are not going to make use of the manual register, there was no any other corrigenda sort of communication that in the event the manual, the KIMS kit fails totally, then you can use the manual register as a backup or as a complementarity because of the decision that had come from the Court of Appeal. So many people were turned away.
Which isn't actually fair because that 2017 decision between NASA and IEBC and the courts was that if the first kit doesn't work and if any of the kits in that polling station don't work, then I think you can pull out a Form 32A and I think the commission would need to give approval. I'm not sure. But you could then use the manual register, but that seems to be applied selectively, where some use the manual register and others were told, go home.
Unfortunately, because of the Court of Appeal's decision, which the commission is supposed to adhere to, you know, anytime they could communicate otherwise, as has been held by the Court of Appeal, the chairman of IBC could be held in contempt. So the only option that he had within that shortest period, perhaps he could have instructed his lawyers to go back to the Court of Appeal and tell them that since we have this issue and now we have proved that at times these things are failing, we need to review that order so that you give an exception that in the event this KIMS kit fails totally, then we can use the manual register. And lastly, as I finish, the issue of finances is a key issue that really contributes toward voter turnout. Of course, others may call it facilitation or bribery in some quarters. But in an election, if you are vying for any seat, you need to mobilize your people to turn out to vote. And how do you mobilize your people? By facilitating them, providing them with transport, providing them with food in certain extent. Because remember, most of the voters are people who live below the dollar. Now, they are always contending between, should I vote and miss out on earning my daily income just because I'm going to vote for someone? So if there is a way in which perhaps in future we can come up with a way in which the commission provides refreshments, provides modes of transport, those are some of the things that can...
I guess being the only neutral body to do that, it would, budget-wise, they're already constrained. So
yes. Budget delays. And my mind is...
You're thinking of refreshments now.
How is that going?
I think even to add on that, just a small thing that he mentioned that I actually picked. We left it mostly to the presidential campaign to do and to shoulder more. If you look at what the Kenya Kwanza team, because that was the most active, the Deputy President and his presidential campaign team, they mop the floor every single place. I felt as downstream ticket ourselves from MCA to governor, we couldn't compare with the energy. Same with Azimio. So that the downstream tickets would wait upon the presidential team to come around so that they do event. The moment the presidential team is out, they disappear. I feel that disconnect didn't keep the momentum of the voter and to create what Trevor was talking about, being in this campaign electioneering mood. That for me, and possibly, of course, because of the financial constraint, aspirants saw it as a saving scheme. Instead of beating myself up, let me wait for the caravan. Once the deputy president is here, the crowd is bigger, one-stop shop.
Come and say something. Jovin, we are sticking to you because you're the one who's doing the research on this. And did they give reasons why they would not vote? Because we're pretty much speculating here, but you did the research and you're saying more than 80% said they did not.
Yeah, Trevor, just before I answer your question, I wanted to add on to what Weigand asked, some of the factors that could have contributed to low voter turnout. I think it would really concern every Kenyan. In an election where we had about over 16,000 candidates, I thought each and every person, if they pulled their weight correctly, we would have had a high voter turnout. There must be something that is underlining that needs to be really looked into deeply, and that really revolves around civic education, which I believe is a sole responsibility of IEBC. It must be failing the country terribly on that front. They're really, we should be asking ourselves, what do they really do 5 years into another election? Because we don't really see a lot of civic educations happening before the day we are going to cast our vote. But again, remember there are a lot of people who felt disenfranchised with the political party nomination. That in itself, if Trevor, you are vying and I believed you should be the right candidate and you didn't win that party nomination, then definitely I was not going to turn out to go and vote for you. So that could be a contributory factor. Back to the question that you've asked on the reasons as to why people were saying they were not going to vote. Yes, we did ask for the undecided. The question was framed in two aspects. If you're not going to vote or you're not sure, why? If it's a total no or not sure, why are you saying so? Some of the reasons that these people are giving, one, lack of faith in the umpire. They felt they don't really trust the process. They felt the process would be compromised. Their votes would not count. I may not really have the specific percentages attributed to each of those reasons, but those were some of the verbatims that were coming out. Somebody would say, like Titus has mentioned, what is it for me to go and spend my day? I gave this analogy of myself who had to go vote in Kisumu. I have to fund my trip to go and vote. If my pockets are not deep enough, why would I spend to go and vote somewhere and yet no politician is mobilizing me or facilitating me, as Mr. Speaker is saying? So these are some of the reasons that we need to look into as a country going forward. And I think we are failing as a country because our electoral body, the IEBC, somebody like me, I feel it only when the elections are about to happen. And you ask yourself, this commission has been running, like now we are estimating they've been here for about 10 or 15 years in operation. What do they do? What are some of the things that they are doing to prepare, even if they do a review for every election? Are these reports made public? Do they share and say these were the shortcomings that we encountered? Like, I'm believing there are cases that would invite some judicial review in instances where people were not identified by Kimskit and told to go away. And in other places, the DPO and the PO resorted to calling IEBC to be authorized to fill a certain form, and now you're being identified manually and you cast your vote. I think the Commission need to up their game going into 2027 so that we don't go through a lot of suffering as the voters, because then it feels that we are funding. And by the way, you are talking, Vicky, you're mentioning that you're looking at the budget, that it's being lean. I was reading some of the reports by one media house that has put our election at about $17 per person. It's one of the most expensive elections in the region. So we can't compare, whereas other countries are doing $4, $6, we're doing 17 per person. So I don't think the cost aspect, because already it is overpriced, so there should be a need to review the budget so that we can halve it, and once we halve it, there would be even mobilization by IEBC in itself by stationing vehiculars provision within the estates or within the constituencies to mobilize people to go and vote. And being IEBC is neutral, because if it's done by a political party or an aspirant,
mobilize in
that
strongholds. And
yes, they will just mobilize in their strongholds.
Only
and that can be a point of challenging the outcome of those elections. So let it be left to a neutral body like IEBC to ensure that from one estate, like Roysambu, which you've mentioned, if you're voting in town, we shall ensure that there's transportation. You just go board a matatu, drop you to your voting place. There is provision for water. You stand, I stood for about 3 hours in the queue. It was a bit long in my polling station. So if that 3 hours, there would be some water provision in the queue as I wait, I would feel motivated. I
actually recently heard a very, well, would I call it a wild theory from a sitting member of parliament who said that the COVID-19 pandemic, the disruption brought about by it did two things. One, it eroded incomes for people who are planning to vie. So you're in the transport business, you're FMCG or a sector that was fundamentally affected by the pandemic. So your campaign strategy then changes. And maybe that's why you now wait for the big boy with a caravan and you hop onto that. But secondly, he said that what then happened was that sitting MPs then had an advantage because their salary wasn't touched, CDF was available, and they had the ability to continue campaigning while everybody else locked themselves up, lockdown and everything else in regards to that. I don't know if that made sense to any of you. I sat listening to them and I wondered, could that have been another factor that made this election as peculiar as it is today?
A significant one for the incumbents, because when you have an election where there's poverty, palpable poverty, and speaking from political class I have participated in, it was so evident and so real. Even doing fundraisers, which previously would attract people.
Okay, Speaker, I'll come back to you shortly. I'm told we need to cross over to Sirisia now for the announcement happening there. Let's get to hear who their next representative will be.
Cannot be compensated in full, but that satisfaction that comes with it and the experience that comes with it will grow you in the future, and also you'll be happy home that you have done good to this country and the people of Sirisia. So also I want to thank the people who we have worked with, that is the agents, the candidates, the police officers who have been in support of us through this process, the school, St. Hanomi, for giving us the chance to host us in the Tallying Center. They have been very good. They have not limited us in terms of the areas that we have visited, and they have really supported us almost throughout. On behalf of IEBC, I would want to say thank you to the school for giving us the chance to be able to train here and also to host us as a Tallying Center. For the candidate, I know we've had discussion along the way. Sometimes the discussions are usually never easy, but it is usually the process to this, the outcome of today, requires that there is a lot of interaction between us and our stakeholders, and you are our major stakeholders. The reason we exist as IEBC is because of the candidates and because of the people of Kenya. So we have done our part as IEBC, ensure that the wish of the people of Sirisia is expressed, through the ballot, and we have enabled all the processes possible to ensure that this happens. So what I'm going to discuss is the results. This is a declaration of Member of National Assembly election result at the Constituency Tallying Center. You know our constituency is Sirisia in Bungoma County. Code 217, the Bungoma County code is 039. This declaration is in order or in line with the regulation, our election regulation on elections, 83.1. And I must say, we had a good number of candidates for this elective position. We had 8 candidates. Some of them were independent. Some came from parties. And all of them were very competitive in terms of how they presented themselves. We have grown also as IBC in the process of interacting with you, and we have learned a lot of other things, probably through that interaction. In this Sirisia constituency, we have 118 polling stations, which all of them were operated on 9, and the polling station opened on time. A voter came through to vote in all those stations. We didn't have an issue. What I must mention though is that the voter turnout seems to be low across the country, other than Sirisia also here. We experienced a low voter turnout. Maybe this is something that the leadership can talk about and discuss in the future, because we had a voter turnout of 61.9%, and we had registered voters in Sirisia 48,717. Those who turned to vote, especially for Member of National Assembly, is 30,157. So you can see the voter turnout is low, but that is a discussion that needs to be done countrywide and globally to ensure that people participate in such exercises. So I want to talk about the results, aggregated results, and the way the results are in order of the way the ballot paper looked like. I think you all remember when you were voting, how the ballot paper looked like. So it will go, that is how we also announce the results, and also because we are also declaring as well. So I want to talk about the outcome. We had 410 rejected ballot papers. Yeah, of course this happens in election, because sometimes it can be caused by many reasons. But also we had a total of 29,747 valid votes, which were casted by the people or the voters of Sirisia. And this is their wish. This is how they have expressed their wish. I will mention the name of the candidate and the votes that they have gained, and then thereafter I will issue a certificate to the person who has won, or the person who has led in terms of the number of votes that has been gained. So name of candidate, number 1, I'm saying this in order of the way it is in the ballot paper. Koi John Waluke managed to garner 16,461 votes. Lukale Sadik managed to garner 119 votes. Makali Levi Simiyu managed to garner 401 votes. Makoka Moses Waliaula managed to garner 173 votes. Malaba Robert Munoko managed to garner 55 votes. Nasiuma Kasembeli Wafula managed to garner 8,811. Dalila Leonard Wafula Muyelele managed to garner 206 votes. Wanjala Nandalwe Moses managed to garner 3,405 521 votes, and therefore the person who has won in terms of garnering more votes than the others is Koi John Waluke. I know it comes with happiness and a lot of work that you have done. So you will celebrate, there is no harm. But what I want to do now, is to issue a certificate. So I want him to sit here. Maybe you can get better chairs.
The light is nice here.
Okay, it's better this way. Okay.
So anaweza kaa
All right, there we go. Sirisia constituency, the announcement has been made by the returning officer there. John Waluke defends his seat. I hope I've said his second name. Waluke. That one you don't...
It doesn't have a KH, eh?
Okay. Yeah. Thank you. We are learning a lot this morning. 16,461 votes is what it took in a constituency that had 48,717 voters, I believe. What makes it interesting is that in 2020, this man was imprisoned by the Anti-Corruption Court on certain charges, moved to the Court of Appeal, and as a result of that appeal being lodged, the IBC cleared him to vie.
Yeah, and yet there was also a petitioner, Edward Asitina, who said it's a danger to the Constitution to have candidates who have previously been removed from office through impeachment to run for that office. But I'd like to hear from Kipto. What are your thoughts on this? In terms of the voter responsibility in regards to Chapter 6 of the Constitution?
The danger the danger is reality versus expectation. Chapter 6 creates an expectation that a voter is informed and has integrity and all this good stuff written under Chapter 6 as a marking scheme for consideration in voting. But experience has shown that a voter has bigger consideration than that, even though it may be desirable. And that's why Chapter 6 is in the Constitution. It speaks of our political culture, whereby we are aspirational in nature. We want to get to that level that any doubt or any blame or blemish on you can hamper your chances of winning or success in politics. But I feel from an observation point of view, we aren't yet there, in that the voters will weigh a candidate on issues beyond Chapter 6, so that it cannot surprise you that, for example, Major John Waluke has won. It possibly shows that he's a good politician, and whatever he's been able to achieve with his people, because I'm not a member of or a voter in Sirisia, you would want to ask the voters what exactly were the consideration. So at the end of the day, it is a disconnect that happens. And from a lawyer stroke politician point of view, it is always the difficulty lawyers go through. Because when you draft with an aspirational mind, where you say, this is the standards. It's like a moral code. This is what we expect of our leader. And the same is not shared with the voter, because even the voter may have that aspiration. But as to the science now, a political scientist can explain that better. The science behind now voters' decision, irrespective of. In fact, something interesting. At times you'll find a voter say, even if you say whatever, we'll die with this person. It is very evident and very common in our culture. In fact, I think even if I can move the conversation a bit gender-wise, the gender that suffers the most on such aspects are the women gender when it comes to leadership. Any blemish, any scandal, social, financial, it hits them politically. For men, somehow it lionizes them. I've never understood that peculiarity. Maybe a political scientist can explain. And that is why you'll see him win, and with or without the case in court, because I think that also brought to question the disconnect between IBC stand on Chapter 6 vis-a-vis EACC. Right. I don't know if you remember the fight between the two. Right. EACC gave a whole list which included Waluke.
241 people.
Yeah, 241, and they actually forwarded. And they said, please don't clear them. And IBC set up a tribunal, and some were cleared, some were... IBC was only strict on one aspect, impeachment. But beyond impeachment, they were a bit easy on that. I say, even if you are convicted or you're in court, as long as the appeal still lies. That also brought into focus DPP. Because DPP showed up and say, in fact, if there are cases going on, let them be temporarily suspended for purposes of not creating a political illusion or perception that the cases are politically motivated. And my proposition to that was, it is better for these agencies to speak with one voice. The ultimate custodian is IBC because it clears, but on setting standards and bringing to life Chapter 6, I would have proposed where they sit in a round table as multi-agency and agree on what works, and then IBC can work with that template.
You know, Titus, in this chain of responsibility, and Joshua has alluded to it a bit, which institution was responsible between the DPP's office, EACC, and IEBC? Because it seemed like they came to a point where they said the onus now will be on the electorate, the voter, to decide. And we've seen what has happened when they did that. So who should have taken responsibility?
For me, Vicky, the beginning point is in 2013. You remember in 2013, when Uhuru and Ruto vied for the presidency for the first time, people went to court and they petitioned on the grounds that their suitability is not valid, on the basis that they are facing charges at the criminal court, at the International Criminal Court, and therefore they should not be allowed to vie. Now, that petition was determined by the High Court, and the High Court, which in their rightfully held as so that they are entitled to run for the presidency, because if you look at our Constitution, the presumption of innocence, which is in the Bill of Rights, ranks very high amongst the rights, fundamental rights and fundamental rights of human beings that have been guaranteed in Kenya. Now, the new constitution, or the constitution that we have at the moment, introduced what we called an unqualified presumption of innocence.
Okay, and just before you can with that statement, just letting our viewers know that John Waluke there has been given his certificate, and next to him is our reporter there, John Wanyama, I think about to get a word in. But before that, I think our cameraman should really give us a clear picture of Waluke there. That's a picture I know many will discuss over the coming days, bearing in mind 2 years ago. Okay, let's listen in to Wanyama. Go ahead.
We are live on Citizen TV. If you can talk to us. Ulikuwa unatarajia matokeo haya, na pengine tumeweza kuona kwamba imekuwa safari ndefu ambayo umepita. Wengi wamekuona ukiwa mahakamani, wengi wakakuona ukiwa na shughuli nyingi tu hapa na pale. Siku hii ya leo wajisikia vipi?
Yeah, nasikia niko happy. I'm very happy. Once I just want to take this opportunity first to thank the IEPC, the Arrow and his team, and also the security team, who have worked tirelessly. I know it is not easy. It has not been easy for them for these 3 days that we have been waiting for these results. Yeah, so I want to thank them. I want to thank the people of Sirisia. I want to thank the voters for trusting me, for giving me another chance, third term. And I want to tell them that, to promise to them that I will not let them down. I'm going to make sure that I work for them as I've been working before, even more. So I'm very happy today to receive this.
Mheshimiwa, wengi wewe ndio ulileta chama cha UDA katika eneo hili, katika eneo bunge ama katika eneo hili la Bungoma. Umefanyaje ukarudi tena Jubilee na sasa ndio hii ushindi? Hii ni siri gani unatumia?
Unajua siasa inatakana uangalie na ujue inaenda wapi. Mimi ndio nileta UDA katika hii Bungoma na hata imekuwa vigumu kuitoa because of time. Hii Azimio vile imekuja kama imechelewa. Otherwise tungekuwa pia tumekuwa tu kama UDA. Lakini kwa sasa kwa vile ninajua network upande ule ilikuja ikafifia na nikaona Azimio ndio inaenda kuchukua hii uongozi ya mwaka huu, na ni ukweli kwamba Raila Amolo Odinga ndiye atachukua uongozi wa mwaka huu. Na sasa nikachange immediately. Na watu wa Sirisia na watu wa Bungoma County wananipenda, wananijua kwa vile mimi husema ukweli na mimi ni mtenda kazi. So watu wa Sirisia wananiamini, kwa hiyo na ndio kusudi nimeshinda hii kiti tena mara ya 3.
Mheshimiwa, wengi waliona kwamba hukuwa na muda wa kukampeni kwa sababu ulikuwa na safari nje na ndani ya mahakama hapa na pale. Pengine ushindi wa siku hii ya leo unamaanisha nini kwa mwananchi na mkazi wa Sirisia?
Unajua vile Aro amesema turnout ilikuwa chini sana na watu hawakutokeza kwa wingi kupiga kura vile tulikuwa tunatarajia, lakini nashukuru wale walijitokeza wakanipigia kura. Hata hii kura ambayo imepatikana kwa upande ule mwingine ilikuwa ni kwa vile walitumia tu mbinu ya kununua watu kwa line. Otherwise hii kura ningekuwa na kura mingi. But hiyo nataka kutoa onyo kwa wale watasimama kura tena siku zijazo. Kama IEBC imesimamisha kukampeni, watu tufuate sheria. Kama vile mimi nilifuata sheria, mimi sikukampeni tena, lakini hawa sasa saa ile wamefunga kampeni, ndio sasa ilikuwa ni kuanza kwao kukampeni, ambaye ni makosa. Lakini mimi nashukuru kwamba nimeshinda.
Naam, asante sana. Hapo studioni vile unaona ni kwamba ameandamana na mkewe ambao wako hapa tayari kuchukua cheti hiki na ni mwenye furaha. Anasema kwamba siku hii ya leo ndio ile siku alikuwa anaingoja sana kwa ukaribu, jambo ambalo anasema kwamba amefurahi licha ya kwamba wengi wanakumbuka yale ambayo alipitia, lakini wanasema kwamba baada ya machungu ambayo mtu hupitia pengine basi ni furaha ama ni faraja, na siku hii ya leo anasema amefurahi. Na kutoka kaunti hii ya Sirisia basi tutakuwa tukiendelea kutembea katika kaunti hii ya Bungoma kuhakikisha tu kwamba pengine tunakuja kwenu kuwajuza ni yapi ama ni nani pia ameweza kushinda. Kutoka hapa tunaelekea katika eneo bunge la Kandui, pale ambapo tunaarifiwa kwamba hapo ndipo kuna wapiga kura wengi zaidi ya 1160 hivi, pale ambapo tutakuwa tunaenda pale kuangalia ni nani atakayekuwa pia anachukua ushindi katika eneo hili. Kutoka eneo bunge hili la Sirisia, kaunti ya Bungoma, narejesha kwenu studio. Muendelee kutupasha kutoka sehemu nyingine. Kwenu studio.
Asante sana John Wanyama. They are speaking to us live from Sirisia. I took John Wanyama because I didn't want you to struggle with the Swahili part, but
sure you did, Trevor.
Okay.
If you want to cover yourself, I think.
See, let's set the context here. That's moments after John Waluke has been declared the Member of Parliament-elect for Sirisia. So just a bit of context here. He and his business partner, Grace Wahungu, were convicted in June 2020 for fraud involving 313 million in shoddy maize dealings at the National Cereals and Produce Board. Of course, Wahungu was sentenced to 69 years in jail with an option of 1 billion shillings fine, and 100 to 67 years was Waluke himself, with an option of 1 billion shillings fine. They have appealed. It is still active, right, but the people have decided.
You know, and that's what you were trying to allude to, Titus, in your response to the question. Yeah.
Yes. This journey of why we have so many people running for political office, yet they have got pending cases in court, it's not a new phenomenon. The story started way back in 2013 when people filed a petition against Uhuru and Ruto, claiming that since they face a case at the criminal court of international nature, they are not eligible to run for these positions. Now, the issue went before the High Court, and the High Court determined. And the High Court had to interpret the law. Now, the law that gives life to this kind of cases or scenarios is the Constitution. Our Constitution has what we call an unqualified presumption of innocence, such that now the cases that come before courts, you cannot deem someone to have committed this offense or to have been barred from running for these offices until they have exhausted all mechanisms that are found within the judicial system. Now, a High Court is just one of the small courts in this country. We have the Court of Appeal, we have the Supreme Court. So the reason why the likes of Waluke and so many others that have got cases in court still running for political offices is very simple. Until the Supreme Court decides on this matter, on the presumption of innocence, such that now it comes up with a very unequivocal and an express decision saying that if you have got a pending case in any court of any nature, you are not allowed to run for any political office. And if they do communicate or they make such a communication to IBC, because remember, IBC is bound by court decisions. It is subject to the decisions of the court. If the court can come out very expressly and say, if you have a case in court, you are not supposed to run for any political office, I believe that will be a milestone. It was until recently in the Sonko case when we saw the Supreme Court just putting a stop to his theatrics and saying, once you've been impeached, you are not eligible to vie for any office. Because you can imagine, Sonko was trying to get away with that. And he had filed a number of applications and counter applications, and he was trying to say that he has not exhausted his appeal release or appeal channels in the court. But the court came up and said, since you did not challenge your impeachment at the time, and you lost the period within which you are supposed to file your appeal, then you do not have chance. So if the person, and I come back to the question that Vicky asked me, who is responsible for asserting this position? In my view, and from where I sit, the courts stand very tall in this chain of deciding who is supposed to run for office and who is not.
So you actually buy into the complaint, the expression of frustration by the DPP, Nurdin Haji, and EACC boss Twali Barak, that honestly, these loopholes in the election laws, we can't the DPP, they bar us, they lock us.
Yes, the DPP, the EACC, they are toothless on this matter. The institution that can provide proper direction is by the court, by looking at the law and interpreting the law in a purposive way, so that we give life to Chapter 10 of the Constitution.
All right.
Maybe to weigh in on this, the elected, or what, the Sirisia MP-elect.
As of now.
Yes. I think the onus is on us as electorate. We need to exercise high level of moral or morality when we choose who want to represent us. It pains me when someone who has so many cases and a lot of it hanging around himself, that the electorate still deem him fit to represent them. But again, it's a big indictment to, quote unquote, the government. I think when Waluke crossed camp from UDA to join Jubilee, the case seemed to have died. No one was mentioning it. He campaigned freely, and I believe they felt Jubilee had inherited more numbers on their side. And when you have cases, and we've seen it not only with them, several politicians, if you have a tag of a corruption case hanging around yourself and you cross to another side, then it's like a laundry mat. You become so clean and nothing is mentioned about the issues that are running around your neck. I believe, like Titus mentioned, our courts need to assert their authority and put a time frame when such like cases can be listened and determined. I believe the convict paid that 1 billion fine, and she went, after the fine, she's not having any active appeal. But for Walukwe, he's still servicing his, he's not exhausted his appeal.
Yeah.
But I believe the people for Sirisia, I may not indict them that much because I'm not a voter as well there, but that speaks a lot.
Yeah.
If someone were to profile or just dig deep and find who is this person who is going to make laws for us, can he really make just laws?
Yeah.
I believe the answer would be a definite no.
But what are the fundamental considerations as voters? And maybe that is also an area of research, because Kipto was saying that politics is local, but should we find out from the voters what do they think when they're going to the ballot? What are they considering?
Key consideration.
Yeah.
If you look at what most people really consider, people do tend, they're voting their own. And I believe that's why the likes of Walukwe and his cause would always win, because people perceive them. There are people who do not really look at it as if a crime is committed. They believe it's a witch hunt that is being targeted and is their own. And consider, Trevor, that most of the politicians, they don't win fair and square. They buy this post. So if maybe he had bribed, maybe an allegation, if he bribed his way to be popular by mobilizing or paying mobilization fee to ensure that his folks come out to vote for him in their numbers, then the onus is on the person who casted his or her vote for him. But I believe as a nation also we need to have a lot of, when the Constitution was drafted, I was part of the people who participated in Chapter 10 on the values, the Kenya value system. And I remember during that time, the contributions were like, what do we want as a country in terms of our values? So we need to look at those key values as a nation. What do we value? Even if you're looking at someone to represent us at whatever level, not only on the legislation, but I believe for the legislation, it's more critical because that's where laws that would either curtail us to develop as a country or propel us to develop as a country are made. And considering with over 59 years of independence, of flag and anthem rule, if you're still having some people of questionable characters being elected, then you want to question around the people who are coming from that vicinity. Why would you still look for? Are there no better options?
All right. We're taking this line of questioning, Joshua, and I know you're itching to respond before Waiga also shows the big falls, because we also had a list of big losses, people who've lost their position.
The big giants.
Yeah, the big giants who've lost, so the electorate are also giving their verdict in real time. But what are their considerations? You've been on both sides, so you know what they'll...
Quick fire. A voter looks for, one, the level of connection between the candidate and the voters. And when I talk about connectability or connection, it may be on personal attributes, it may be on charisma, it may be on demeanor. That really counts, that touch in terms of, or even speech. Possibly I speak very well, I have charisma, and I interact and gel with them very well. Have you seen the antics politicians do towards the election? Oh, we mop the floor with the voter. The humility aspect of a human being comes out so alive. Remember what Igade was doing when he was campaigning? I was about to reference. He was actually trying to manufacture and create it within a short time.
Yeah.
So that connection, according to my experience, is significant. Number two, selling hope. And hope is so important because the voter, if 5 candidates show up and speak to a voter, I can confirm to you 4 out of 5 will have similar agenda, but spoken differently, but same agenda, because the issues needed to be done are straightforward. If you want to be an MP, we know about CDF. We know what CDF does. If you're running for county seat, if it's women rep position, we know what a woman rep can do, a senator can do, a governor can do. So the marking scheme for tasks to be done is not in question. But how you sell it and how you package the message and make it hopeful enough and whatever the believability of your selling of that hope makes now the difference. So that the voter comes and says, Trevor is more likely to do. The way he says it, the way he's sold to us, we can trust his words. Lastly, it is very circumstantial. And that's why politics is very dynamic. Something can change. Let me explain. Maybe the party, you're in the right political party.
Yeah.
If there is heterogeneous society where there's more than one ethnic group or the demographic difference, people may have those considerations. Where it becomes difficult is where there's homogeneity. You come to a community that is one. Like, let me use, for example, the Somali. They are one community, but they break it down to clans.
Right.
So circumstances can speak to identity, can speak to the party, can equally speak to what happens between even sympathy. I know of a case of an aspirant, and this is a very interesting one. An aspirant lost the wife 2 weeks to the election, and it was very emotional. And the voters decided the best way to say sorry is to vote for him. That is circumstantial. Was it planned?
No.
None at all. That is the dynamism of politics. And that is why I remember someone, there was I don't know if it was true, it was shared from Nyeri, I think so, where a perceived candidate lost and say the intellectual gap between himself and the voter was so wide, so there was no meeting of the mind. So you know, it is bordering on insult, but at the same time, it's like, I've accepted. Our mindsets are far apart. This person forgets that there are a whole host of considerations the voters go through. And one thing I can tell you, we always underestimate the intelligence of the voters, right to the rural communities. We take them for granted. You may say this voter hasn't gone to school, but something interesting about voters, they will listen to you, Trevor. They will welcome you. Victoria will come. Same treatment. In fact, when Wahiga comes, better treatment. And from that, you would think now who among us was received perfectly. You may even come back to try outdo what Wahiga did. But you forget, after the drama, after the events, they retreat, especially those last 2 days to the election. You know, this quiet lull after the closure of campaign period. That is now where I normally hear the night of the long knives are now here. Meaning, it's now decision time. They retreat quietly and talk and say, maybe this guy. Yeah. Boom, it happens.
Okay.
It's interesting. I'm trying to kind of decipher campaigning. Is it an art or a science?
Both an art and a science.
Okay.
And a bit of good fortune, luck,
circumstances,
blessings, depending on how you look at it.
That is why have you seen politicians, and I've said, just observe us towards the election. We become more religious, we become more humble, and importantly, even if you're not charismatic, you will have to go learn on how you have to be charismatic. You have to have that warm affection and ability to connect with the voters.
Yeah, but Jovin also was talking about the values of the people generally. This is a country where research showed that more than 70% of the youth do not care how you make your money as long as you have it. They're willing to make money by hook or crook. Is it possible to reverse this? And I'd also like to hear what Titus thinks on this issue. Is it possible to reverse and see the leaders who are elected through an integrity lens from the people rather than all these other considerations we're talking about?
Now, it is very possible. There is nothing that is cast on stone and you can say that it's not possible. But it's going to take some time before we flip the coin. Reasons why I'm saying this is because most of the youths actually cherish when they see people with money. They don't care how you've made that money. So until such a time when we will make it possible for any young person to, first of all, afford employment, afford basic education without struggling, and after attaining their credentials, after completing school, there are opportunities available for them so that they can come to a point where they appreciate that once you have gone through the process of schooling and you have your credentials, you are able to secure an employment, you are able to secure an opportunity. So, such that now we make that sense of entitlement or sense of belonging that there is a guarantee once I go through the process of schooling, I'm able to secure an opportunity. But until we get to that point, it's going to be very difficult to change the matrix. Because for now, the youth want quick fix solutions, such that I don't care how you make your money, so long as I have it. So until we get to a point where we are providing employment opportunities for the young people, we are creating something that is beneficial to them at that point when they really need it, it's going to take some bit of time. So basically, that's my observation when it comes to this issue.
Jovin?
I think while I agree with Titus on the prescription is providing for either providing employment for the youth, I think we need to do a lot of soul searching as a society and decide for ourselves what is really good for us. Trevor, yes, it is true. Most of the researches that we do, we ask, what attributes do you look for in a leader? Why do you vote for someone? And we pose an array of attributes. Do you look for somebody who value integrity, or you're looking for someone who is street smart? And you find that people would consider that they don't care. If you are street smart, they would consider you more than someone who has a lot of integrity. And why? Because they look at those that are street smart, making a lot of money. We are driven by the acquisition. What can I acquire in terms of the physical wealth that every other person, and you see, I like what SRC has done.
Yeah.
Because the drivers to serve or the drivers to occupy the elective posts has never been that I want to go and serve as Jovin. Right. I want to go and amass wealth because it's an avenue. Yeah. And I believe it's going to be a big battle as the new, the MPs and whatever elects are going to be sworn in. Yeah. The first thing, Trevor, you will not be surprised that they would want to fight SRC and even move to the court. Yeah. They want those things, the peaks. And I believe, Mr. Speaker, if at all he gets it again, he'll have a rough time. For him to be considered again in Nandi County, he will have to cede ground and say that we are going to see that we reintroduce these sitting allowances and all this manner of peaks that comes with the office. Because that has been the most drive. People are running because they know if an MCA can build some big mall somewhere there, then that's an avenue to make money and not to serve. So that's why I want to see, while thanking SRC for having reduced those things to at least a manageable level, so that also we manage our wage as a country. There's no point of borrowing to pay people saying that we elect me, I'm going to serve you. Yeah. Right. They're serving themselves.
But also CDF was made unconstitutional. So
yes, it is.
Joshua, is that going to be part of the solutions, making sure that the PACs that come with these positions are trimmed? Because sometimes the amounts that are spent on campaigns surmount the amount that you're going to make as an elected leader in your entire term.
And the belief is you recoup that when you get voted.
Exactly.
Yeah.
It's a loss-making venture.
Interesting. I'm happy you've actually spoken on our behalf. If I was to speak, they would say I'll be selfish. This is one of the things that we always get it wrong. Politicians per se don't go in for the PACs. The PACs mean nothing, and I'll tell you why. If we can do research, and I think I've seen a feature, I don't know if it was this TV station, where they say the burdens of a Mheshimiwa.
Yes.
That name Mheshimiwa, run away from it. The moment that they start calling you Mhesh, just know the weight of that. Yeah. That even if you're given PACs, something you'll be so surprised. Even these travel allowances we talk about, just even if you travel out once and come back, in a weekend it's over. Because one, there's a disconnect, so that Kenyans must accept we have an honest conversation. If indeed we want a very trimmed pay or emolument for our leaders, then let's cut down on expectation. Because today a leader is elected. I have a case for MCA, one of the MCAs. Have just been declared a winner today. And everyone is in his home. He is from a campaign. He has nothing. But he has to provide money for tea. He has to provide money for transport. They came all the way to his house, but they expect when they are going back, Mheshimiwa, how are you supposed to go back? So that disconnect is there. Number two, all the social problems of the people are thrown at the feet of Mheshimiwa. Why do you think the two coalitions, Azimio and Kenya Kwanza, were busy trying to talk about their manifestos on health and the rest? Because the biggest carriers of this burden, on a weekend, even as a speaker, not even having been elected directly by the people, in a weekend, you get up to 20 invites of Harambes. That is the mismatch. In fact, the poorest, if you ask me, or the most broke employees are the same leaders, from MCA all the way up. Politicians, in fact, are forced to now engage in that issue that we are speaking about, businesses as a side hustle to try be able to match up the expectation. Question you raised very importantly about CDF. I honestly suspect that may be even a reason why it dumped in, the turnout. Because out of the seats available for contest, 290 were constituency seats, MPs. And one of the pool for MP position is CDF. And CDF is not about even handouts. What CDF does, bursary, very important, school infrastructure. So you have constituencies of people who can invest in a candidate knowing they'll benefit directly. For example, schools, teachers are a very serious component or a key cog in a campaign in every constituency. So teachers may choose to say, we want to support this person. When he comes in, he will come help our schools. That group, the moment they see there is no CDF, no motivation. No interest. Bursary. Someone may want to personally support an MP on the basis that once you get elected, I'll be the first one in that list for bursary. I suspect with CDF being declared unconstitutional, remember Supreme Court is the highest court. Last time when High Court declared it unconstitutional, MPs were, they did well. They went and amended the law, came up with another law, and that's why there was an appeal on it. I don't know how this time they'll escape that.
In fact, which was going to be my question to you, Titus, yes, that if MPs are unable to create a new law for them to bring CDF back in one way or the other, and if they're unable to twist SRC in the future to get their allowances back, how might the workings of a member of parliament then change? Car grant, you name it.
Of course, we must try and trace the reason why the Supreme Court came to a finding as to why the CDF Act has to be abolished. This emanates from a very simple principle in law that was drawn by a French scholar in many years ago called Montesquieu, separation of powers and roles. If you have been given an opportunity to legislate, it will be a duplication of role and conflict of interest if, again, you are given the mandate to be in charge of resources which you are supposed to be legislating on and oversighting on. So putting these two issues in comparison to now something which was introduced in the Constitution in the name of devolution, you can see it creates a duplication of roles and a conflict of interest on the part of an MP who is supposed to be a legislator, because it defeats logic, or it rather turns logic upside down to expect someone to legislate on resource distribution and again at the tail end put the same person to be distributing the resources. That is conflict of interest. So that is the basis upon which the Supreme Court said no, enough is enough. It is a high time that now we compromise the issue of CDF and take it to the devolution, so that issues of development, issues of bursaries, all these issues can be dispensed off with within the channels of devolution. But having said that, of course, one of the things that is now constant is that a Kenyan voter is hungry and exploitative. And that is the beginning point as to why we have waheshimiwas going through all this turmoil to ensure that they fight tooth to nail to ensure that they have got a lot of packs so that they can find a way of enticing and appeasing the voters. Because the voter, the Kenyan voter, has a very good memory when it comes to the voting time. They will always remember what this fella who has been serving in an elective position has been doing. Yeah. And if you have not been appeasing them, if you have not been contributing towards funeral money to assist them bury their dead, if you've not been assisting them in buying food or even giving them handouts anytime you meet them, they will always wait for that opportunity to punish you. That's why you see so many MPs, so many MCAs, they strive, they go out of their way to try and create so many fictitious, packs within the ranks of where they serve to appease these people. So I am, of course, in the coming days, I will not be surprised if very few people will be vying for positions of MPs, if at all the CDF fund will no longer be there, and if the MPs that are sitting now will not find a way of reintroducing it, which of course I find it very difficult for them to reintroduce it, because that means they have to amend the Constitution. Yeah. And we know the process of the Constitution, the process. The basic structure principle may still find itself in our corridors.
To some Waheshimiwa who probably dodged that bullet.
I was about to say the same thing. They don't have that problem anymore. Yeah. These are men and women who've dominated the headlines for the last couple of years with their politics. They probably woke up on Tuesday believing all was going to be well, and this morning, many of them have conceded. Let's talk about them briefly. Moses Kuria vying for the gubernatorial seat in Kiambu on a CCK ticket. The outgoing Gatundu South Member of Parliament, he conceded. He was up against Senator Kimani Wamatangi, former Governor William Kabogo, independent candidate Patrick Jangol, amongst others. And he was one of the first, I believe, to concede, gentlemen. Really big names. Amos Kimunya, Majority Leader in the National Assembly. He's had a love-hate relationship with Kipipiri. He was once a legislator, then they voted him out. After that, he came back in 2017, and he was one of those who conceded. I think it was yesterday when he put out that particular message. So he holds the position of majority leader and, of course, a very key pillar in the Jubilee Party. Now, her story is very, very interesting. Naomi Shaban, she joined politics in 2002. Trevor, I don't know where you are in 2002. Let's not talk about that. One of the Coast Region's longest-serving legislators, served as an MP for 20 years after unseating the former MP Basil Criticos, and she also has conceded and actually sent out a message in some WhatsApp groups, and the media was able to pick that up and make that particular announcement that she will not be in the 13th Parliament. Kabando Akabando, a man who needs little or no introduction. He was facing off against various aspirants for the senatorial seat in Nyeri on a NARC Kenya party ticket. He also conceded in a very well-worded message on his social media platforms. And it's been an interesting time for him in politics. He was also beaten in Mokorowene back in 2017 and in Nyeri for the senatorial seat this time round. Okay, another group of giants who've fallen. Jeremiah Kioni, none less than the Secretary General of the Jubilee Party, and he was elected to represent Daragwa in the National Assembly, I think, way back in 2007. In 2013, you will remember him as the running mate to Musalia Mudavadi, I believe, then under UPDF ticket, and then he's been the Daragwa Member of Parliament, the Secretary General, a very vocal man who told Kenyans yesterday that he's left it. I think it's George Gachagua of the UDA party. Sospito Jamong, first governor of Busia County, previously served in the coalition government, and with his 2 terms over as governor, he was vying for the Teso South seat, and he also conceded, stating that he's already looked at the numbers and he will not be successful, as he congratulated Paul Otuoma. We don't have gubernatorial results yet, but he went on to congratulate Paul Otuoma. Having looked at the numbers, they seem to augur well. Another very interesting name, Alfred Keter. He vied in the party nominations for UD, and I believe he got the ticket, but something happened along the way and he jumped ship to independent, and he has been beaten to this ticket, to the Nandi Hills ticket. He was first elected to this cosmopolitan constituency in 2013 and even retained the seat in 2017 on a Jubilee ticket, but he will not be in the 13th Parliament. Let me also mention the first woman representative of Nyeri County, Priscilla Nyokabi, an advocate of high standing who was vying for the senatorial seat. She would have been up against Kabando Akabando, and just like him, she considered and said there is life beyond politics, and that was her message announcing that she has conceded. Of course, the other giants who have fallen, and as we continue to get those names, we will be sharing them with you. But as you rightly put it, Vicky, they don't have to think about CDF or no CDF. What will we do?
Absolutely. And it's interesting just to see also the stream of concessions coming from a lot of these bigwigs. What do you make of that trend that we're seeing this election cycle?
Bad for lawyers.
Yes, of course, that's the first thing.
And for lawyers,
what a lot of people
culture evolving. It shows something very interesting. The moment there is confidence in the electoral process, it takes away that aspect of a fight and a sense of injustice. I strongly feel so. And as I keep saying, the winner of this election is Chebukati, in terms of telling you the results are here. You can choose to decide what to do, and people can follow through how they are transmitted and what have you. Number two, I think, as you are mentioning the bigwigs, most fell by the sword of party wave. And that's what we were discussing. What can make someone be electable? Look at the UDA wave. 90% of the people you've mentioned, including Alfred Keter in Nandi, the UDA wave was
too strong,
massive, and that swept across the Rift Valley counties. Even Isaac Ruto, that is in Bomet.
Right.
So from if you see Wasingishu, you have Mishra out, Chepkut, and the rest. So it's a complete sweep. You come to Central Kenya counties, more than anything, a sweep also happens. And then lastly, I think we should also acknowledge something interesting. Very new, fresh faces. Like I was looking at your updates, I was impressed by my colleague. That is for Nyeri Speaker. He's now, he's been declared, John Kagusha is declared the incoming Mukurweini MP. I think he won by 25,000 against a TSP opponent. So it's, and that one under UDA. So the party affiliation becomes a plus. That's why in Nyeri, I think they were giving results showing right from, apart from Priscilla, you are showing a face for Priscilla Nyokafi, it is the entire county per se which has gone UDA. So
just probably an addition as to why we are seeing a lot of giants falling. The other reason I think that can be ascribed to that is that there was a lot of protest votes, in that there are fellas who I think it is perceived they have overstayed in politics. Someone like Ojamong, he has served as a governor, he has had his beat, but he was trying to get back to leadership by imposing himself. In fact, he did not subject himself to the process.
Would you say it's imposing himself? Would you say Kivutha Kibwana is imposing himself on the Makueni people? Martin Wambora is imposing himself on
and that's why the electorate, and that's why the electorate protested, and that's why you see these people have been shown the door. Same thing with Shaban in Taita Taveta. He was floored by a young advocate. His name is Bwire. These are new faces. I think the other reason then, that's why I'm saying that voters were protesting. They were saying, enough is enough for you. You have served enough, your time, you need now to
someone else. Just to add, Vicky, I think for me, it's a new phenomenon, and we're introducing a bit of political hygiene, where for our leaders, now it is making us, even the subject, think that, yes, they know that this is a competition. There has to be a winner and a loser. If we are seeing a lot of people conceding, and I wish we can see it even in other levels, more so the presidential and gubernatorial, because I believe those are the highly contested, going as it were. I want to see a lot of them concede, even going forward, even the MCAs, so that in as much as it will be bad for the lawyers, let people concede so that at least we don't drag. We've seen this country where people drag with petition. You don't even have time to serve thy people. You go and spend maybe 6 months, as the law say. That 6 months you'd have done something, but because you're spending your you've spent your resources in campaign, you still have to spend resources in litigation within our court. But to add something interesting that Titus has mentioned, there's someone who wanted to introduce a bill in Parliament to bar the second-term governors. Because governors they're executive, they're like the president. Right. I don't know why we have selfish leaders who, even after having served their term, they still want to go and represent people. Imagine you are a governor, now you want to go and serve as an MP somewhere. I think people should live for other people. We have 50 million Kenyans, for crying out loud. Serve your term, go relax.
Is there anything that bars an outgoing president from indicating
for a lower
interest
seat.
in a
Yeah.
Senate seat.
A good question. The lawyers can respond to it. I believe
think
none.
In fact, one aspect that came in this election, apart from Jackson Mandago, none of the governors who tried to transition to a different seat got successful. That tells you the mindset of a Kenyan voter. At the county level, below the presidency, the senior-most political position is the gubernatorial position. And voters are, this is now the new forming political culture. It doesn't need any legislation, except the issue of whether you can be a governor, senator, because a senator would be oversight. Will you oversight yourself after being? That is a legal dilemma. However, on the political culture bit, you can see the voters' mind. They find a governor to be a senior political leader within the county. Coming to vie for MP is a climb down. A Senate even may not be same level, it's not junior per se, almost similar because they are both county leaders, but still the prestige and power lies with the governor. So maybe the voter may consider if you move laterally to Senate, which I think going forward again they may resist that. But climbing down to MP, I think the voters are like, it's a no-no. And so far so good. If you use data, only Jackson Mandago in Uasin Gishu has been the one who successfully transitioned. The rest, Ombora and the rest, I don't think they have been successful.
Interesting. Trev, I know you have some numbers to take us through.
Yeah, you know, I was wondering when you're coming to me.
Sorry.
Numbers fast, I have to do the math afresh. This is where we are so far. And let me just make this very clear that these are provisional results, right? The honors of announcing the final results lies with the IEBC, all right? Speaking of the IEBC, on their website, they have received 99.66% of all the Form 34As in all the 46,229 polling stations. What does that translate to? They have received results from 46,072 polling stations. That means they're only waiting for 157, all right? That is the IEBC. The Royal Media Services, our tallying center, we've already tallied from 29,178. Those are the forms we've been able to download, meaning, based on the numbers that IEBC has, we have 16,893 to go. Clear? Brilliant. This is how our numbers are looking like. And you can see the data analysts there crunching the numbers all through the night. They've been doing that ever since the polling stations closed, and they're still ensuring that you get the numbers in real time. They've so far downloaded from 29,178 and tallied those results, and that's what we're showing you here. Based on the IBC website, most of the counties are actually reporting 100% of the 34As being submitted. Out of the 46,072 which have been submitted, there's Bungoma, which is also 100%, Bomet, 100%, Baringo, Busia, most of them, Elgeyo Marakwet, Embu, and I'm looking at this real time, Homa Bay, Isiolo, you see them having submitted 100%, Kilifi, Kirinyaga, 100%, Kisii, 100%. Most of them have done almost all the Form 34As, and these are the numbers as we speak, based on the numbers that we've tallied so far, all right? William Ruto at 49.99%. That is 4,797,199. The faster you read that, it changes as you speak about it. Raila Odinga, 4,674,906. It just changed to 567, 48.69%. These are our latest figures. Jojo Jakoya at 40,544. At this rate, it means when we started, we had done about 28,094. We have so far done 29,000. That's about 1,000 difference, meaning by the time we're out of here with the Victoria and Wahiga at 7, we should have maybe clocked the region around 35,000, so to speak. We'll keep you updated on the numbers. Let me show you how it's looking like in the counties, different counties just at random. This is how it's looking like based on the numbers that we've tallied so far in Nyeri County. William Ruto at 211,225. That's 83.02% of
That
votes.
is quite a gap.
Yep, that's based on the numbers, yeah.
My goodness.
Based on the numbers that we have tallied, this is how it looks like in Nyeri. Raila Odinga at 39,709. Interestingly, we can actually compare that to the 2017 race and see how that looked like, you know, as much as see how they fared at that particular one. Uhuru Kenyatta in that place got 98,000, that 98.10%, that's 389,410. Raila Odinga at 4,735, which was just 1%. Compare that to now and see how it's looking like in terms of the difference.
Okay, he's gained.
He gained, yeah.
Yeah.
Raila?
So, and this is one of the things that we can actually bring in our analysts and find out what they're thinking, especially Jovin on this. Jovin, the numbers are not really complete yet, but compare this for me. So William Ruto now, in Nyeri alone, is at 83% based on the numbers that we've tallied. Raila Odinga is at 15% based on the numbers that we've tallied. Compare that to 2017. Are we seeing a shift where William Ruto is somehow inheriting the popularity of his boss in that region specifically? Or is it too early to tell based on these numbers?
Trevor, Nyeri is an interesting county. Consider that that is where the place where the deputy candidate, Rigathi Gachagua is coming from. So I believe he deserves a pat on his back because he's delivered. If I look at these numbers with even the projection we did as Infotrack, we had thought they would get something in the region of 65, 67. They've surpassed that. So it is interesting. And I believe he's inherited that courtesy of Gachagua. So he's worked hard.
Okay.
Yes.
Joshua?
My thinking is that, one, contrary to expectation, William Ruto is almost succeeding to inherit a total votes cast for Jubilee in 2017, remembering that it is the first time the Mount Kenya or the Central Kenya vote this emphatically to an outsider, because all the multi-party, since multi-party in 1992, Central Kenya always has one or two formidable candidates from its backyard, and that's what always explains their huge turnouts and voting to a man for such candidates. So William Ruto, I think, is exceeding expectation. If you look at projections, if I use the pollsters, all pollsters were giving 60 to 70, and you can see at the moment he's doing 82. So that's a serious vindication of his investment. He actually did so much campaigning in Mount Kenya region. Having the running mate from Nyeri is equally a plus, and makes the candidate feel that it wasn't wrong or bad after all to pick Rigathi. It was not in vain, because I remember there was so much hullabaloo about Rigathi taking away votes and denying William Ruto votes. But I think using Nyeri as an example, 82 versus 15, it's a big deal. And I think as we wait for the entire figure, the fight would be, would he match what Uhuru has been getting despite not being from the region? That will be an excellent performance. Challenge is only turnout, because I've seen the huge difference. Look at the difference. You give turnout in Nyeri to be, if you could get back, I wish you'd get back to us.
Just take us back to Nyeri.
I want to show you the only difference.
In 2022 and 2017.
That is the bigger difference.
Let me take you back to Nyeri. This is how 52. It's looking like.
Look at the turnout. 52.99% for 2022. Go back to 2017, 86.82.
Yeah.
A huge difference. So that may take the wind out of sail of the huge benefit the Deputy President is getting, because he may get to that 90%, almost close to what Uhuru got in 17, but the only drawback is the turnout, because 82% using 86%, he would be mopping the floor at this point. We will not be discussing the figures.
Titus, the Mount Kenya region, and Jovin, I don't know if you'll talk about this, is a region that Ruto visited between January and June 36 times, 3-4 times a month, practically every weekend. And that's not bearing in mind when Gachagua came on board now officially as a deputy, he camped there as well. It seems to be paying off.
Definitely. You know, there's one thing that Ruto understood right from the beginning, that this election, you need to have the complete voting block of Mount Kenya if you want to have a solid confirmation of a win. Now, that's why perhaps it explains why he used to visit and frequent the place with so many goodies at the time when he was perceived to be executing his mandate as a deputy president per se. Unfortunately, in my analysis or in my view, this election is going to be determined by the voter turnout. And as you can see in 2017, the voter turnout in Nyeri, for instance, which represents a greater part of Central Province or Central Region, 86% turnout. Why? because they had one of their own running for the presidency. Now, that is an issue that has been debated, and people were saying that because Mount Kenya region is not fielding one of their own as a president, we expect that the voter turnout is going to be low. Now, you may try to argue that countrywide, the voter turnout has also been low to a greater extent. But one thing you need to appreciate is this. The mere fact that the voting bloc or the registered voters in central Kenya are the majority in the whole of the republic. When there is a low voter turnout, that affects greatly the person who expects to get majority of the votes from that region, and that is William Ruto. So this issue of voter turnout is going to affect William Ruto so much more than Raila. And if this election is going to be won, that is going to be the factor that determines who is going to win.
Interesting. So beyond the voter turnout, I'm curious, Jovin, from some of the polls that you did within the Mount Kenya region, looking at some of Raila's margins, still low, but he's gained a bit. Is that a factor at all?
It is. It is a huge factor because in as much as we would think that Raila and Karua have low numbers, but if you compare it with what Raila gained or got the last time, that is in 2017, it's still a huge gain. We had projected the entire mountain, if he gets something close to, say, 25, if he scale it to 30, then he would have scaled the mountain. It's a bit slippery now. He's doing 15. And I believe cumulatively he may drive it to about 20%, and 80% for the entire mountain region goes to the KK.
That's 25% in Kiambu, right?
That's Kiambu itself.
And Victoria, just to add, looking at how the percentages have shifted between Ruto and Raila, the biggest beneficiary or the person who has really gained a lot, if you contextualize everything, is Raila. Because you see, last year he was doing 1%. Right now he has moved to 15%. And that's where the win or the person who loses the election will be determined from. The votes from these other regions, I can assure you, they're not really going to count because they keep on cancelling each other. But the swing vote is in central Kenya or Mount Kenya region. So whoever is gaining in Mount Kenya is going to win.
So it doesn't really matter the gains that maybe Ruto's making in Raila strong.
They are cancelling
each
other. But the vote that really determines, even if you cancel or gain in other regions, and you cannot reach that proportion, is Mount Kenya region. Because this is an area that has got so many voters.
I don't think, I'll disagree with them in terms of cancelling. The statistics will prove. The expectation was that Azimio would get 30%. That was the target for Central Kenya. So far, so good, none. All of them are doing 15%.
Well, Nyeri is the one that's most glaring. So I've had a quick tour of the mountain. Maybe we can do that together.
Yes.
We start in Kirinyaga, where votes in favor of William Ruto, 167,000. Okay, so this one kind of tallies with your theory. 14, okay. So we have Nyeri there, 83%, 15%, okay. Let's look at Kiambu. No, actually Murang'a first. 17%. Okay, you have a. So it gets interesting when you get to the other side of the mountain. When you get to Meru, 21%. Okay. When you get to Tharaka Nithi, what are we looking at there? Oh, 9.28%. Actually, I rest my case. You have a good point there. Let's look at two other counties. Embu, 13.45%, and let's broaden a little bit into Laikipia. Where, okay, so it's a little different here, and Laikipia is more cosmopolitan. So it seems that 30%, still provisional though, may not be achievable, or doesn't look like it right now.
At the early onset, the trend is simple. A very small markup for Raila, but not enough as was expected of them with their mantra of climbing the mountain and having Martha Karua as the running mate. That one, I don't feel they have been able to achieve that particular mark. And because of that, it does not in any way cancel the gains of the deputy president in Raila areas. For example, if I choose Western Kenya, where the gap between Jubilee and NASA in 2017 was glaring. You can just pick Bungoma. You can pick Bungoma or you can pick Kakamega.
Wait, let me find it. There we go.
Bungoma, pick Bungoma.
Sirisia actually is in Bungoma.
Good.
Okay.
So for Bungoma, you can see Kenya Kwanza is getting 62%, Raila is getting 35%. Flip it to 2017, you'll see the difference. Bungoma, Raila had 67%. So a complete drop. Take Kakamega.
Okay, that's so. This is where I'm guessing a little bit, but I'll find my way there. No, this is
next to Nandi. Next to Nandi. I come from Nandi. Next to Nandi is Kakamega. We border each other.
Have I?
No, no. Next to it.
On the higher side. No, that's what's
no.
issue.
On the western side.
There we go.
Good. Kakamega in 2017.
Actually, this 2017. Do we start at 2022 first?
2022, as at now, you have 71 versus 26%. Provisionally. Go to 2017. You find the gap was 86-11. Massive. So that trend tells you the Deputy President is performing much better than Uhuru Kenyatta in 2017 in deep Raila territory, especially Western as well as Coast. That is why, according to me, the only drawback for the Deputy President, so far so good, if you look at the trend, the Central Kenya story is only one, which favors this conversation that there's been a slight change. What has changed is only one thing, turnout. The turnout in Mount Kenya region wasn't significant enough to be able to have that bump. The reason why we keep seeing this
seesaw
closeness of the race is that despite the gains made by Kenya Kwanza in Western and Coast, they fail to sufficiently create a gap with Azimio, because in their stronghold, the numbers of 2017 were massive.
Right.
Because you picked Nyeri, 86 versus 52 is a huge loss of vote. With the assumption, if even 70% of those voters had turned up, we would have had majority of them voting for Kenya Kwanza. So that's a sure vote that failed to turn up. And that is the story of the Central Kenya counties.
Titus, you hold the same view?
No, on the contrary. The reason why I still maintain that the Mount Kenya vote will be the one that determines who wins is, I'll give you a good scenario. You see, what we are looking at is something called economies of scale. In Mount Kenya, they have 10 bags of maize. In Bungoma, they have 1 bag of maize. In Kakamega, they have 2 bags of maize. If you increase...
Bag of maize being proportionate to a certain number of population.
It's just a hypothetical.
Okay.
But economies of scale. Mount Kenya region has got so many votes compared to these other regions that we are talking about. And I'm giving you a hypothetical case of bags of maize. You know, Central Kenya has 10 bags of maize, the highest number of bags of maize that we can have in a scenario. Bungoma has 1 bag of maize. Kakamega has 2. If you use percentages, for example, 2%, someone has gained 2% or someone has gained 5% of 10 bags, and you have gained 2% of 1 bag. Eventually, if you tally, the person who is computing 2% on 10 bags will win. And that's why you see last year, the tallying margin between Raila Odinga and Uhuru Kenyatta was quite big. There was a difference of about 500,000, 700,000, and the numbers kept constant at that. Right now, what do we have? The difference is less than 40,000. And I'm telling you, at the end of the day, when the dice are cast, because of what we're witnessing in Central Kenya, I will not be surprised if Raila will be declared the winner because of these factors.
So that 70% promise that Wetangula and Mudavadi said
it's
inconsequential in your view?
Compared to the numbers in Central Kenya, we are looking at economies of scale.
Let me just, because the statistician will have a better, this way he will come in. I just need to correct something. We seem not to disagree with him on the place of Mount Kenya vote. One, we've debunked the myth that Deputy President would not hit the whatever the levels of Uhuru in terms of percentage. He's almost got it right on that. I've only stated one thing. The only drawback is the turnout. Look at the average turnout as per IEBC. We talk about 65 0.7%. If on average, Central Kenya County gives 52, which is 17 points below the country average, that's a significant loss. So the gain losses kind of a thing, in fact, favors Kenya Kwanza more than Azimio, because the one who's gained more in terms of percentages deep in Azimio territories, it is Kenya Kwanza. However, in Central Kenya, the gains Raila has made is not too significant. In fact, the only drawback I feel is the issue of turnout. Thank you.
Let me correct the speaker here. It would be incorrect to dismiss the gains that Raila Karua has made in the mountain, because we have to look at the base. What base was Raila starting at? And I think on average, it was starting at 5% for the entire block for the mountain region. And if I had a 5% and I've pushed it to even the current average, I can place an average of 15%.
That's right.
You've gained 10%. And hypothetically, I believe KK, which is represented here by Speaker, had hypothetically put 70, which the co-principals drove to 90% for Western Kenya. I believe, Waiga, you've shown us some figures there for Western Kenya. I don't think I even saw up to, save for Bungoma, I didn't see anything.
Which is a flip.
No, whether it's a flip, but I'm just looking at generalization. If I look at the entire 4 counties for the Western Kenya, I don't think the Kenya Kwanza would do even 40% of it. And they had estimated to get 70, which on their own volition pushed it to 90%. So I believe it will cancel out. Speaker, you may need to admit the hypothesis that you're bringing on board, that the gain Raila and Martha Karua making in the mountain will square out with the cumulative numbers that are being made by UDA in Western and Coast.
So Bungoma appears to be the only flip in Western right now.
Correct.
Yeah. Remember, Bungoma is the second. Remember something interesting. From a win of 70% for NASA, and this started in 2013. In 2013,
specific in Bungoma.
Yes, in Bungoma. In 2013, Raila struggled to win Bungoma. I wish you could just open Bungoma. Because it's better we use statistics.
Got it. Trevor, you want to take
good.
2013?
So let us start with 2013.
Okay,
let's just click on 2013. In 2013, look at the percentage of Raila. It was 52%. 53%. And Musalia Mudavadi was getting 30%. Uhuru got 12%. You come to 2017. Look at the difference. An increase from 53, now that Raila and Musalia and Wetangula were on the same page, took it to 67, which is almost 70%. And for Bungoma County, as has been the tradition for Bungoma, Bungoma is a bit generous to candidates from 92. They have never been one-sided, except 202 maybe when they really gave a lot of votes to NAC. So in 2017, Raila did so well to get 67.45. Now imagine the flip, and Bungoma is not a small county. That is 284,000 votes he got. Look at 2022, the flip percentages, now that we are still provisional. It's a complete changeover. That the 67% Raila was getting, now William Ruto is getting 62. For me, that's a serious indictment. Rarely do you find a flip. Show me one county that Raila has flipped from Jubilee for this election. None. So Bungoma is a unique case of a flip.
And we'll continue to study it. And I know Trevor has something he needs to tell us. Then we'll come back to this, I promise you. I suspect we have 70% of results from polling stations in our tallying center. Trevor, maybe you can tell us a bit more.
Let's see what's going on there. So far, right now, based on the IBC website, they've received 46,074 out of the 46,229. That is 99.66% of the entire Form 34As that have come through. So far, we have tallied 32,791. of those polling stations, and these are the numbers that are coming through. But Waiga, let me just go
we're at
find
70% now.
Yeah, we're at 70% now. So let's find out. You know, they always say, ask the horse. If you want to find out what
the proof
what
is in the eating of the pudding. Take it away.
Let me take you to our tallying center. We've been talking about this for a while now. You need to know how it works all through. We've mentioned right now that the IEBC received 99.66% of the polling stations that are reporting. That is 46,074. We are doing our own tallying, and those are the numbers you're seeing there. I want to show you the magnitude of what it takes to tally those numbers. In fact, the IEBC was challenged to allow everybody to do it, and they did. This is our tallying center. These data analysts have been here the whole time crunching the numbers, and they're the reason why you know everything that's going on around in terms of the elections. Let me bring in now Lodrick Mayabi. Lodrick Mayabi is our news producer here at Citizen TV, just to explain to you what really happens here and the magnitude of this entire process that you're seeing, that the young men and women here trying to make sure that you get the numbers in real time. Those are the data analysts that are working there. Lodrick, that you get the numbers in real time. Those are the data analysts that are working there. Lodrick, thanks for making time for us. So just explain to us the process really, what it takes to get the numbers that we're talking about here.
Thank you, Trevor. Up to where we have gotten this far, we have gotten all the forms from the IBC portal. We are inputting them manually into our system. The people you see behind you are the hands behind the work of inputting the data we get from the IBC portal into our system, and that has been going on ever since the first results were uploaded on that portal.
So far we've downloaded all the 46,000. It's a tallying that we're on right now.
Yes, we get the forms direct. IBC uploads and they come direct to our system, and so we assign different people various places where the burden is, where they have a big load, and that's why you see it's not a homogeneous process. Yeah. It is a process that goes on depending on how you choose the places you are, the results you're handling. You have seen and concerns, for example, of the different media houses having different results. And that is just because we are choosing them randomly, and I don't think nobody will take the same form as the one I have taken, or the one the clerks we are working here with have taken.
Yeah, it's interesting that you bring that up, Lodrick, because most people are saying that how come the media houses have different numbers?
Yeah. We basically have different numbers because we are random in the way we choose our forms. Very, very random. There is no chance. I don't give it a chance that two media houses or two people from different media houses will choose the same form at the same time or in the same sequence that they are processing them. So that is bound to have to cause that difference. But if everybody is keying in the right figures from the IBC portal, then the end result should be the same. If everybody is keying in the right figures, then the end result should be the same. But there's bound to be a problem or a difference in this way, Trevor, that the IBC forms you're getting on that portal have different characteristics. You have those ones that are very well filled and very well filled. The numbers add up. You have also those ones that are not well filled and the numbers don't add up. And so if your moderation process is the same, then you're bound to have the same numbers. But given the variance in the manner in which you receive the forms, then it is also bound to have an effect in the final result being tallied by media houses.
Yeah. Talk to us about the verification process, because IBC chairperson Ofula Chebukati said there was a form that was uploaded in the wrong portal. That was supposed to be a form 34A. I think they loaded 34B or 34B instead of 34A. How do we verify here to ensure that the numbers that we're collating at the official form 34A is uploaded in the website?
So the numbers we are getting here, the system allows you to look at the form that has been uploaded by IBC personnel from the various polling stations, and you enter that. If you try to enter anything contrary to what is on that form, because the form comes in, then the system is preset, it knows it is fed with info on how many, for example, registered voters are there in a particular polling station. So you can't go over and above that. You have to operate within that framework of that result and the numbers that are within the polling station. The system will automatically reject numbers that are over the sum total of registered voters in a polling station as a security feature. The system is also set in such a way that if I upload a form or results from one form, nobody else will upload the results from that form. And that has been one of the key strengths of that system. We cannot upload the same form to people. So if you upload, for example, from Kilimani Primary, then nobody else can upload from Kilimani Primary. It will give you a reject option. Once you reject it, then it goes into a certain pool. Just the same with the ones we have rejected before, where the numbers are not tallying, and that we'll have to look at them a bit later on when we are at the tail end of this process.
How challenging is this process, Lodrick? Because many people are trying to crunch the numbers on their own, and mostly it's not even adding up.
The process is very, very labor-intensive, very, very labor-intensive. The number of hands you have on the job determine how fast you will finish the process. We have tried to work with people in shifts, those who work during the day, those who work during the night. The biggest challenge is that when you start, you'll have very, very fast processing of the data, but as time goes by and sometimes as energy levels dip, and sometimes before the next load comes in to process the data, then there is a bit of a slow entry of the data. But we project maybe in 24 hours or just about 24 hours, we should be able to have completed this process if we maintain the same speed we are moving at.
So that's by tomorrow we should be able to complete all the forms that are there in the IBC website?
Yes, 24 hours. I think by the end of the day on Thursday or latest Friday morning, we should have completed our tally of these figures.
Yeah, so what happens in terms of the changeover? Is that where another challenge is from the new data set of data analysts? Because there's a point where the numbers come in really fast, and then there's a point when there's a bit of a lull before it picks up again.
There was a challenge in the beginning, but now that almost all the forms are on the system, then the people with back-end access can see which numbers have not been processed, and then you assign them to the group that has come in or to the group that you are working with at that period in time. But when we started the process, it was not easy to identify where the numbers had come in from, because they were coming in very, very fast. IBC had all the 46,200 plus officials to do that work of uploading, and once they upload, then it is up to us to start.
And you only have
the
this
numbers.
Team competing with 46,229.
Yes, you only have this team competing with IBC, and so it's a process which is being done very, very carefully. It's a process that has safeguards against duplication. It's a process that has safeguards against entering numbers that are not supported by what the parent data in the IBC database is, and so we were given a challenge by the IBC.
Yeah.
We are trying to take on the challenge, and hopefully it will end very, very well for
all
us.
right.
Yes.
Thanks, Lodrick. I'll let you get back to work. I know I'm wasting your time here trying to ensure that all this is working through. Thank you so much for making time. You see, now, this is how it works now. So far, let's take a look at different places and see. That's Mombasa, for example. The numbers that we've counted so far, this is how it looks like. This is the same figures that we have on the other screen anyway, so I'm just showing you really quick in terms of county tallying. We see Raila Odinga at 116, 193, that's 57%. William Ruto at 81,735, 40%. George Oluchiri Jokoya at 1,321, that's 0.65%. David Mwaure Waiga, 360. These are the provisional results, like we've mentioned, that it's IBC's honors to announce all of them at the end of it all. This is just what we've tallied so far here at the Royal Media Services Tallying Center, and you've seen how the magnitude of it all being explained by Lodrick. You see the IBC has 46,229 agents sending this data to a website, and then we have to compete with them in real time at the same time. That's why it's a bit taxing, but you can see the Tallying Center there, the young men and women doing their best to ensure that you have the data. And like Lodrick mentioned, that maybe by around in the next 24 hours or so, we should have caught up with the IBC. This is how Kilifi is looking like. This is in the counties format. I'm going through that. Raila Odinga at 156,385, that's 71.02%. Followed William Ruto, 58,386, 26.51%. Let's go to a different county, picking them randomly here. Let's take Tana River and show you what's happening there. These are the figures looking like 53% for Raila Odinga, 45% for William Ruto, and 0.40% for George Oluchiriwala Jakoya and David Mwaure at 0.16%. Let's take a look at Lamu and see what Lamu is looking like. 10,255 for Raila Odinga, William Ruto 808,708, 44%, George Wajakoya 318, that's 1.62% representation. And also let's take a look at Taita Taveta. This is how it's looking like. Raila Odinga 59,594 and William Ruto 20,755. I'll explain all this and show you all the numbers that are coming through, but we are collating this data in real time. Let's cross over back to Wahiga and Victoria. Higgs.
Trevor, here we continue to discuss the numbers and the politics as well, and some of the things that could have happened in regards to this. We were looking at Coast, some of what was Coast Province, the counties there, Mombasa, in favor of Raila Odinga, 57.47% of votes. In favor of William Ruto, 40.43% of votes. But what was it like in 2017? Of course, Ruto wasn't a presidential candidate then, but Raila Odinga, 69.18% of votes, while for Uhuru Kenyatta, 28.73%. The difference there being Raila seems to have lost about 10% of votes, of course, and this is with a votes cast 202,000 out of about 641,000. So this could change quite a bit, and the winner here in that sense seems to have been William Ruto. When you look at Kwale County, the pattern there, Raila Odinga, 69.45% of votes in his favor, while for William Ruto it's 28.93% of votes. But what was it like for Raila in 2017? 10% difference there, 74.28%. And of course, we cannot really compare William Ruto, although for many the assumption is that he inherited part of the votes that were cast for Uhuru Kenyatta this time round. I'll mention Kilifi as well, where in favor of Raila Odinga at this moment, with 1/3 of votes cast and counted, cast of registered voters rather. But in terms of votes submitted from polling stations, 892 out of 1,140, 71% in Kilifi in favor of Raila Odinga, 26.51% in favor of William Ruto. And in 2017, what was it like for Raila? 83%. So something happening in the coast. Jovin, I don't know if your numbers had alluded to this. No surprise here? No surprise. This is what you're expecting?
We had projected about 71% for Raila in Kilifi. And I believe the Amason Kingi, the power factor, you know, that new political party for the Pwani something alliance, has eaten. If at all William Kingi stayed on the Azimio side, I believe Raila Odinga would have maintained 80 plus. Yeah.
But it is what it is. Okay, so we haven't quite looked at places like Lamu, and there had been a complaint about how long it's taking for polling stations to send their data in, their Form 34As. We're in a better position. I think yesterday we were looking at 5 Form 34As having been received from the about 191 polling stations. Now at least we're at 69. Gives us a better idea of what's happening in this county. In favor of Raila Odinga, 52.24% votes. William Ruto, 44.36%. What was it like for Raila back in 2017? From 52.24, he was at 48.73. So not too much of a difference there. We can't say too much in regards to that. And of course, the coast region is one of those areas that has been visited quite a bit by both candidates and both leading formations as well. Let me just touch on Taita Taveta briefly. And I know, Jovin, you had some thoughts on what's happened. I think this account you said is quite interesting. Yeah. Let me quickly just run them through the numbers. 72.79% votes for Raila, 25.35% votes for William Ruto. We have data from 293 polling stations of the 394, another 100 to go. So about a third, 2/3 it results in terms of Form 34As, about a third to go, if I'm not wrong. So 70.52% in 2017 versus 27.44% for Uhuru Kenyatta. So from 70 to 72, a slight gain with the data we have from those polling stations. Just refresh my mind Your thoughts on Taita Taveta before Trevor and Vicky come in?
I think Taita Taveta and Lamu are very interesting. I think those are counties that we had pegged as battleground. And based on the performance by the Azimio side, it's quite interesting. I've seen Lamu, specifically on Taita Taveta, with a 73% against 25%. I think Raila has performed exceedingly well, because we had projected about 58% for him in this particular county. And I think with about 100 more from 34As to come in, he would oscillate about 60-something percent, which would be, or 70-something percent. He would carry the county, but we didn't know whether it's a county that can be carried by him because of looking at even the gubernatorial posts and people like Naomi Shaban losing.
Yeah.
And these were the staunch supporters for the Azimio presidential candidate.
Yeah.
And Wiper factor, Jubilee factor, Granton Samboja losing in that particular county. It's so interesting.
Yeah. Joshua, what are your thoughts on this? Because according to the IBC website, Taita Taveta now have so far reported on all their polling stations. 398 of them have already reported. Are you surprised by the outcome that Waiga is talking about?
Not really. Not surprised, but a bit disappointed, because there was expectation that William Ruto will do much better. The projection for cost was a 50-50. Flip it to a battleground. It's not too much, slight improvement compared to what Uhuru was getting in 2017 as well as 2013, but not to the expected mark, because the expected mark for Kenya Kwanza was at the worst 45%, but we are doing 25. I will compare cost with Western.
Yeah.
Western has somehow matched expectation as compared to cost. Even Kwale, there was serious expectation with Kwale that it would be a flip like Bungoma. Having the leading lights in Kwale under our fold, talk about outgoing Governor Mvurya, having won Msambweni against all odds, Katibu Moshtani, Lunga Lunga, and a host of other MPs within Kwale presented serious hope. And I think give it to them somehow. If you look at it, Raila has somehow tried to hold tough in cost. You can see, though, improvement on the part of Kenya Kwanza.
So I don't know whether this county would be consequential or not, but Joshua, I remember you mentioned that Raila was unable to flip any of the counties. Samburu, however, he did.
I wanted to correct something in our discussion. I think he's been able to flip Samburu, he's been able to flip Narok and Kajiado.
Okay.
So far, so good, the three that are flipped. The Maha speaking, I think Jubilee won in 17, Narok and Kajiado.
Yes.
This time maybe a flip on in the favor of, so those are three Maha speaking. Samburu not too much talk about it because the votes are in Maine. It's like Lamu and Tana River, but Narok and Kajiado, something that needs. In fact, one of the reasons this election is peculiar, those close margins between the two teams is because of such. The battleground counties are turning out differently. Bungoma was on top of the list. It was a flip for Kenya Kwanza. You come to Kajiado, it's a flip for Azimio. Narok, same thing, a flip for Azimio. I would want us to look at Kisii and Nyamira. That can give a glimpse. Because in the past, if I take back to 2013, it was a 50-50 affair between CORD and the original Jubilee, that is TNA-URP combination. In 2017, there was a slight gap where NASA won the two with a slight margin. I'd be so curious to see a case for 2022 if William Ruto has been able to match up Uhuru or even surpassed the votes of Uhuru for Kisii and Nyamira, because those are key two counties that need our, and the votes especially emanating from Kisii is something you need to look at.
Yeah, Titus, what are your thoughts on that?
Yeah, you know, for me, the 2022 presidential election is not any different from the 2017 presidential election, save for two things that have changed. We have replaced William Ruto with Uhuru Kenyatta. on one front. And the other issue that has changed, and the other question that begs to be answered upon coming to that conclusion or upon coming to that finding is, has William Ruto been able to get more votes than what Uhuru got in 2017? And the question is clear. He hasn't. This can be demonstrated by the figures that we are seeing. You see, there are so many counties that Uhuru...
Is that like comparing apples and oranges because different voter turnout?
Mwaura, I'll tell you for a fact, there are only two things that have changed. We have replaced Ruto with Uhuru, and then the question that now needs to be answered is this: has Ruto gotten many votes than what Uhuru got the last time?
I think
my answer is no.
I will give an answer, yes. So far, so good. He's beaten Uhuru in those Azimio counties. Well, the only challenge is, if I go back, the only place he has not beaten Uhuru, which I want to agree with him, it is partial. If you take Western Coast, he's beaten Uhuru. But if you come to Central Kenya, he has not. And for Central Kenya, he has not, coupled with that issue of turnout. Two things. So those are the two things you need to observe. As we tally more for Central Kenya, the turnout question will be so significant. And of course, we have not yet matched Uhuru. Uhuru was doing 98%, we are doing 82%. That's around...
You know, when you say Uhuru, it sounds like he's on the ticket. No. I mean, he's topped or did better.
Match. He's even matching. Okay. The issue is either matching or surpassing. So he hasn't matched Uhuru's votes for Central Kenya.
Okay.
Closest. In fact, I think the only thing, the beauty is he surpassed expectation. Okay. Because the expectation was 70.
You wanted us to check Kisii and Nyamira.
Just a quick reminder before I forget. We need not to forget that the percentages need to be converted into real numbers. And I explained earlier on that if you have 10 bags of maize, someone has increased 2% of the 10 bags of maize, and another one has increased 2% of 1 bag of maize. Who has gained more? I think you need to answer yourselves.
Jovin is the numbers person.
Yeah, but I think it's an interesting analogy that is bringing on, because by the end of the final tally, we'll be talking absolute numbers.
Yeah. Thank you.
Yes. And when we talk absolute numbers, that's when we now translate them into percentages. And remember, percentages for this election, constitutionally, it's something that has to be looked into. Remember the 50 plus?
One vote.
One vote. And that 50 plus is just percentage. And the 25% aspect, which I believe the two candidates have surpassed in several counties, that they will consider in terms of getting that.
Okay.
I think before we look into the numbers, which will reveal to us shortly, about Kisii and Nyamira, as a company, we had projected that it would be a Azimio zone in the neighborhood of 67 to 69% in both fronts. But I'm afraid they may have not performed so well.
Yeah.
More so in Nyamira, where UDA has gotten quite a number of seats.
We can go and check that right now. Just see what the numbers say on Kisii and Nyamira.
Trevor, as you look for it, I think one of the discussions we will need to have then is what will the next National Assembly look like. Bicameral parliament. But go ahead, Trevor.
This is Kisii so far in terms of the counting. There are Raila Odinga at 64% and William Ruto at 33%. Numbers that we've collated so far, we have not done yet, but this is how it's looking like. Kisii
That's
first.
for Kisii,
And do we want to compare with 2017?
Yes,
Views first. Let's see what 2017 was looking like. Raila Odinga 54%. Uhuru Kenyatta 40%.
That is what I said. We need
to compare that to this.
Even
22.
Could you compare with 2013?
And
2013 too.
You want to see 2013?
Yes.
This is how the numbers are looking like. 2013, 67% Raila, 27% Uhuru.
So heading, good. So that is why I said it is very important. The battleground counties are giving a story. Somehow I'm seeing a pattern where they cease to be battleground per se. One side picks more than, like if Bungoma was a battleground, Kenya Kwanza has picked more than expected. Like Kisii now at 64, you can't still put it per se as a battleground. Like Kwale, the way the expectation would be 50-50. The moment it becomes in the region of 60-40, it's no longer a battleground.
Yeah. Jovin?
Yeah,
the numbers tallying?
It is true because I look at UDA side, whilst we had projected about 23%, they've really gained a lot. Because if they have 34%, almost 35, I mean, it is 33.4.
Yeah.
So that is 33%. They've worked well. And I believe in as much as it is going to Azimio side, the absolute numbers will cancel out with another county, which maybe they've not performed quite well. But I'm so curious about Nyamira.
Yeah.
Because I know this,
Let's
this
see
is
what Titus
still...
thinks about Kisii, then we go to Nyamira.
Now, for me, I think I have made myself very express. In as much as I want to think on any other argument or any other justification, I find myself going back to what I've already said.
Okay.
That there are small pockets on both sides of the divides that keep on cancelling each other. But the determining factor will be the elephant in the room, which is Central Kenya vote.
Okay.
You gain less, you gain more, but we are looking at the economies of scale.
The level of gaining.
That's it.
I think his argument will make sense once the figures are in. And that's what the statistician said, very important. Yeah. However, if we are to use percentages on a balance of scale, Kenya Kwanza has done well on wins and gains. The only issue is what he says. Crunch them down to figures because the impact now comes through real data.
Okay.
As soon as everything is tallied. And to be honest, this one is a bit of a surprise election in terms of the margins. My coalition side of government, we were so sure of 62%.
In Kisii?
No, generally.
And you remember...
So you're talking about total vote?
Yeah, total. But you can see we are stuck at 49-50. Literally, the winner will be just...
Because they had factored in a Mount Kenya that fully turned up.
98.
Yes. Yeah.
No. Generally, look at the reception Kenya Kwanza we've been getting in Western and Coast.
Yeah.
And even mass-speaking counties like Narok, Kajiado, even Kisii, Nyamira, we've really fronted good candidates, and you can see MPs 1 or 2, 3 are coming through. So you'd understand the expectation of 62, 63.
But Jovin, was that a realistic expectation? 62, 60?
No, it was not going to come out that
Because Kipto just looks genuinely disappointed.
That it's so tight right now.
Yeah. If all the pollsters, even if you are to take an average of all the pollsters, the projections, because we are not in the business of churning out numbers that we can't believe on.
Yeah.
Those numbers, we believe on those numbers. And if I speak for the rest of the pollsters, there's no one that called a 60-something% for either of the candidates. Yeah. Trevor, you've flipped to Nyamira, but I wanted to mention a factor in Kisii.
Okay.
Remember, the president, during his last tour in Kisii, went there, and I believe it might have paid off for what? For Azimio. Yeah. Because he tried to unite the big boys there. There's been a lot of infighting between Simbarati, the Governor Ongwai, the current Senator, Professor Ongeri, and maybe by the time we call the last, because we are still having about 200 plus to go, almost 300 to go, Azimio would carry the day in that county. Yeah. And it would be a plus, because I don't think the Prime Minister made the last trip there. It was only the President who was there and tried to unite those guys, because they were drawing on different, and of course even within the greater Kisii, Matiang'i factor can't be wished away, in as much as I believe in his own polling station he didn't pull through. It might have gone to another party.
Okay.
Yes.
So we take a look at Nyamira now?
Correct.
Okay. Let's see what Nyamira looks like. So this is it so far. First of all, let me check on the IBC website whether they've submitted all their numbers here. Nyamira, actually, yes, 100%, 643 of them have already submitted, 68. But we are counting 588. We're yet to get there. So this is how it looks like. Raila Odinga, 61%. William Ruto, 37%. This is 2022. Let's take a look at 2017 and compare those numbers. Uhuru Kenyatta, 51%. Raila Odinga, 46%. Flipped.
Yeah.
Correct. No, even though it's obvious, maybe Kipto might have a different view.
That's why I kept saying, you know why I kept saying Nyamira Kisii?
Yeah.
I was somehow aware of.
Yeah, he actually considered that Kajiado,
I was not sure between Nyamira and Kisii because I knew one that the president had taken last time, and I'm proven right. That this is what I was talking about. So it's a flip.
All right. Trevor, one of the interesting things as you take us to other numbers is the IBC portal is only lacking 151 Form 34As.
Yeah.
That's where we are right now.
And we are doing quite well as well because we've so far submitted 33,683 of them. And I was speaking to Lord Rick earlier on and he said by tomorrow we should be...
Today?
But tomorrow is Friday or today? Thursday. I know.
I said Wednesday. Today is Thursday.
Today's Thursday.
Our viewer told me, Wahiga, stop getting us. Why are you taking us back? It's Thursday.
Yeah. We should be done by then.
And the beauty with the tallying we are doing, I think this should go out to supporters. There's a necessary panic across board. Every time there's a change, one side, the despair level is high. Before we came in, I think for the better part of the day, Raila was leading. If I'm to use the Kenya's Choice, that is Citizen's platform. And Citizen commanding a huge audience as a station could cause jitters in Kenya Kwanza team. So I'm very happy to sit here to analyze.
So now it's causing jitters in the...
No. I'm very happy seated here, seeing the figures as they are, and I'm inspired by the number of... Form 34As already counted by your tally, which places it at 70%. With 70% done, we are talking of a difference of, that is 130 plus 20, 150,000. When we came in here, the gap started from around 10,000. It's now 150,000 between Deputy President and Raila, and we are 70%. And what I'm happy, which I think you need to pat your team, the movement is pretty fast.
Yeah.
It is like I've sat here and every minute the numbers keep going. So I think Kenya Kwanza Brigade was scared for nothing. Things are looking up.
The total vote count we're waiting for is about 14 million. We're only at 10 million.
Oh, yeah. Look where we are coming from. We are coming from a point of being trailing. Now the gap keep opening. What more do you ask for? Now look, within that...
There seems to be some early celebration.
Within a minute of that conversation, the gap is already 151.
I think it's only go up. Neither win nor lose. We're just going to keep tallying because if it comes to our competitors...
And ours is provisional.
It is good the feel-good factor is anything you can ask for. It reminds me of the American election of 2020.
Correct.
If you remember, Donald Trump's figures were quite high in the first instance, and I think the Democrats kind of were all given up. I don't know where Joe Biden came from. I hope Kenya Kwanza now, this is a Joe Biden moment where we've overtook, and there is no looking back.
Yeah. And
highway.
Let me bring in Titus on this, and let's talk about the IBC performance now. If Vicky and Oiga, you're okay with that, how would you rate IBC's performance this far?
Now, at the beginning of this whole process, I will say that they were not performing so well because of certain issues. You remember, there were reports that fellas from Venezuela had jetted into the country and they were in possession of IBC materials that could only be carried by officials of IBC or at least agents that have been duly authorized by
non-strategic materials is what.
Okay. Now that is one of the issues that I will say their performance was a bit below board at that point. Then they proceeded on to engage in what I call a frolic of their own by trying to contradict what the DCI has investigated and come up. They were issuing contradictory statements. Then later on, they came and patched up things and agreed with what DCI had said. Now, fast forward, we had other contradictions in that there were issues as to how to proceed with the elections. Do we use the electronic voter register alone, or do we also complement it with the manual register? Initially, and this was an issue that had been raised by Azimio, they felt right from the beginning that the manual register ought to be used as part and parcel of the electoral process. IBC initially was not feeling that way. Kenya Kwanza, on the other hand, was feeling that any form of register, whether it is manual, whether it is electronic, or whether it is registerless, they are willing to proceed with the election. And later on, you can see that Kenya Kwanza went to court to overturn the decision of the High Court that said you must incorporate the manual register. So at the beginning, there was little trust as to their level of preparedness. But as the process has continued, how they are now relaying the results, save for the other issue that we saw, Kakamega County and Mombasa County, where now people are not going to vote for their governor or their preferred governor because there was a mix. And this is something that affected parliamentary seats and so on and so forth. So, save for those three factors, I think up to this point they have tried. They have tried in the sense that they are applauding the Form 34S and they are allowing Kenyans and any other person to have access. So they have tried something which we did not see in the past because people were just relying on what they are providing. But right now, Kenyans and voters can access their portal and see how this whole thing is going. In fact, any other person can actually tally. And at the end of the process, no, and wait for their results. So towards the end, they have tried. At the beginning, they performed poorly.
What do you say, and I don't know, Jovin, if you're the one to jump in on this, what do you say to those voters this morning who were not able to vote either because the KIMS kids did not recognize their biometric features and there was no manual register option, or the IBC database showed that whereas you registered to vote here, your vote is actually elsewhere, and I know people who personally used 1,000 bob, to quickly move to another polling station before the deadline to be able to go and pay, or issues like that. What do you say to people like that, and how have their legal rights been infringed at a time when the IBC had all the time to take care of all the voters within the register?
Jovin,
go ahead.
Can I rate them? Then I answer. I do a lot of ratings, so let me rate them. On a conservative level, I'd give them a 3 out of 5. Whereas they've tried, but for me, election is a process. It's not a one-day event. And going by election being a process, I feel as a voter who is anxious, I've casted my vote 3 days now, I think, since we casted our votes. And because I've not seen a single number attributed to any of the 16,000 candidates, and more so specifically to the 4 presidential candidates, I feel they are failing the country. I was about requesting that would your cameras turn to the media center? There could be something ongoing there that we don't know, so that we can have some feel that are they sleeping or are they in charge? What is happening within Bomas of Kenya? That's on the rating.
Yeah.
But fundamental question that you've asked about the disenfranchised voters, it is so painful when someone takes they take time off their busy schedule, whether you are a border person or you work as a clerk in an office, you go queue for whatever hours or minutes you've queued, and you're being told you cannot vote. I don't think any right-thinking person would wake up from their house, dress up, walk to a polling station where he's not registered, and present themselves as a voter. These people are registered voters. There's no one going there for trial and errors. Because I believe even if you attempted that, you can be surcharged, I believe. I'm thinking or suspecting that. IEBC owe these people an apology. I've seen in other climes, I would give a reference to Nigeria where I stayed for quite some time and observed or witnessed their elections in about 2 or 3 cycles. And there's always the aspect of inconclusive election. And inconclusive elections arise whereby people who are validly registered voters and are accredited are not given opportunity to go and cast their votes. If the numbers can bring a difference, like now we are seeing the difference is oscillating between 150 or whatever number it is, based on the citizen tally, if the total number of people who are disenfranchised, who appeared on that particular day and the IBC officials kept the records, if there were more than 150, then INEC in Nigeria would call that as inconclusive election and carry out a by-election so that those 150 make a decision to determine between these 2 or more candidates which side the votes would go to. I feel it is something that we do not need to wait until the voting day that has been cast on our Constitution for someone to be told, we can't identify you, or you're not registered in this place, or you can't cast your vote in this place. If you've moved me, inform me. We leave our identifiers, more so our cell phone numbers. When you're registering, you provide that. Why don't you text me 1 year before election that, Jovin, you are registered in Nanga Primary School, Nyalenda B. Please take note. Elections are in 3 months or 90 days' time, or in 1 year's time. Please, this is where you've registered. Take an initiative. Don't tell me, don't punish me by telling me go to this portal. Take it upon yourself as a commission that is being funded from the exchequer to send those text messages or call people. They have call centers. Call people and remind me that Speaker Joshua, you're voting in Nandi County X polling station, so that I am reminded if I'm still alive. I don't have to wake up, travel to my polling station, then I'm told you cannot vote because I've been moved, say, to Umoja Primary School.
Yes. Maybe a quick answer to that. All that is proposing can be done. Technology is not a problem. But from experience, these elections will offer IBC something they've lacked for so many years. Legitimacy and trust and confidence. Credibility. That they can deliver. That is now the summary big credibility. That they can deliver a credible election. That in itself offers significant opportunity to employ every single good thing my colleague has spoken about. Why? Because what makes an election credible, at the foundation of it is the belief that it is credible and it is legitimate. And IBC has always suffered from lack of credibility, where every time we finish an election, it is everyone, in fact, something interesting, Wahiga, you will confirm, all parties always gang up and say, these guys must go home, all of them en masse. In fact, the first business after every election is always disband IBC, ever. This is the first time we're having, under the new constitution, this is the first time we're having a chairman overseeing 2 elections. It is always, you finish, you go, we need a new team. And recruitment takes another whole lot of time. By the time a new team comes in, it's 1 year to the election. So I hope IBC can't lose this opportunity and then work on technical processes. Because the moment you have goodwill, it gives you room to have a whole 5 years, review what has happened, how comes this few Kimskit malfunction, and if yes, what was the turnaround period to create a complementary mechanism, whether replacement, because they speak of replacement per ward, how fast was it? Number 2, communication from the IBC officer as a polling clerk all the way to the commission. How fast does it take when there's a problem? I saw media asking questions on failed Kims, and one of the commissioner was responding and saying, if you see issues, call us. That already indicts them on their communication channel. Why should they rely on Trevor to have, I saw my friend in Bungoma, you are a reporter, Wanyama.
John.
John Wanyama.
When you put him live, that's when he will report that in this station, this is the issue that has been experienced. Then you have your reporter at Bomas who will tell now the commissioner, look at that channel. If there's a seamless flow, it should be instant. You would expect by the time your reporter is on site, the first thing they'll be reporting to your person that this was the challenge, we've sorted. So that there is a problem, there is a solution, the turnaround period. So this election, for me, take home for IBC, the goodwill they will achieve will be, and it will be determined by this kind of elections. I'm not happy per se.
You're not very happy with the change numbers now.
I'm distracted.
I saw your trail of thought losing.
Just a quick recourse to what Maura said as to whether those individuals or those voters who turned up to vote, they could not be allowed to vote because the KIMS kit could not identify them. Now, this is not a new issue. This issue has found itself in courts before. In 2013 and 2017, this issue was debated in court and it was determined. Now, the only difference is this. In 2013, in the Raila Odinga case, that is the petition at the Supreme Court, the court interpreted Section 83 to the extent that, and the question that they asked themselves is, can an election, a presidential election, be nullified merely on the basis that it is in violation of a written law but complies with the constitutional provisions? Now, at that time in 2013, the interpretation that was given was that it must be conjunctive, that for an election, presidential election, to be nullified, that election must have offended both the written law and the constitution. But in 2017, there was a departure from that jurisprudence, in that in 2017, the court held that for as long as one of the elements has been violated, then that election can be nullified. So as to whether these individuals who could not vote have a recourse, or what is it that IBC can do to them, as it stands now, the jurisprudence that we cascade upon is that of 2017. Does their failure to vote affect the outcome of the elections? The answer is no, because of the disjunctive interpretation of Section 83 that was given by the Supreme Court.
You know, I'm curious, gentlemen, on your view on how critical communication will be from the side of IEBC. With this new dynamic of media houses now displaying, not declaring, displaying these provisional results, when they start to communicate their own results, you know, Kenyans will be looking here and kind of deducing their own opinions and waiting for IEBC to make the final you know, communication on the results. What do they need to do to ensure that it is a seamless process? Because they've been quite mum, to be honest, up until this point, in terms of their updates. What do they need to do to improve on that communication?
So, first of all, just a quick one. First of all, remember, from the time voting is closed, IBC has 7 days to declare the results. So within those 7 days, it is expected that they will be given ample time to do the tallying, to do the verification, and finally transmit the results. Reasonably, it's expected that from time to time they give press briefings to update Kenyans on what is the status of the elections and when Kenyans should expect for them to transmit the elections. But if you look at the law, there is nothing binding on them or compelling them to give those declarations from time to time. But remember, the caveat that they have placed, and it's on their portal. If you click on their portal, you will see provisional results and final results. Provisional results are not binding. Final results is what is binding on them. And the law tells them that, the law provides that when they issue a final declaration of the results, any other result that could have been declared or issued by any other person becomes null and void. The purpose, the reason why we have this portal and media houses and any other Kenyan can do it, to come up with this tallying process is for purposes of transparency, accountability, and verifiability.
A quick answer to that, the law gives them a little room to do what the media is able to do. So ideally, the media has replaced the place of IBC relaying provisional results. The chairman is expected to declare final results. So the media takes off the anxiety and does a very serious ground or legwork for IEBC so that somehow the voters will have an expectation, a projected mind. That's why we call this provisional or projected, so that the media house will call, like Citizen will say, we are making a call. We are projecting so-and-so to be the presumptive winner. But it ends there. So that immediately the media finishes with their two words, projected, presumptive, they quickly shifts the camera to the final, so that the media house will be at peace with the vindication, because it's a question of what we got versus what has been officially declared. Number two, which is more or less like an insurance to this process. And that is why, if you've noticed, how the media has been relaying this has literally, you don't know this, but I'll tell you for free, you are literally the custodian of Kenyans' emotions for the last one day and the next one day, depending on how fast you'll finish. You are actually moving our emotions up and down. Yes, all of us are hooked.
Yeah.
And people are just flipping through channels. In fact, the joke around is, for your mental health, pick where you see the statistics favor you. So why do you think people are saying that? It tells you the significant audience you are answering to. This is the first one. Because previously, everyone used to wait for, you remember the big tally table for IEBC? And for the IEBC, it used to be stagnant for a whole day. So nothing is happening. The media guys are there. But this time, it's actually moving. And the anxiety levels are picking, because you go sleep for 3 hours, you wake up. You didn't leave it where it was. Right. And if it has flipped against your expectation, you seek solace by flipping to a channel where you think you get the right one. Then once you find it, you keep calm. Then your other colleagues remind you, leave alone that station. Now, better results are laying elsewhere. People quickly run. So that gives confidence to what the media is doing and acceptability of what the media is doing. And lastly, remember, Kenyans should know this. The media is picking these results from real Form 34A, from the same pool of where IBC will use to tally final. So, photocopy.
But Jovin, let me bring you back in. Your latest research showing that confidence in IBC was at what, 77%? Or was it less than that?
It was less than that. Change? It was less than that. I think we had projected about 60, 68. I can check. It wasn't in the 70s. But allow me a minute to also comment on a question asked by Vicky on the communication. I think IEBC is doing a lot of disservice to the voters, the 14-point-something who turned up to vote. You don't expect every other person to have access to internet, to go to the portal, download God knows how many thousands of Form 30.
There's so many.
Form
46,000.
Yeah, there are 46,200 and something.
29.
Yes, 29 forms, so that you can know. The chairman kept on repeatedly mentioned that the results are in the public portal. I don't know, maybe you have the statistics, how many people in Kenya have access to internet-enabled phones or laptops or wherever, access to internet, to go to their portal, to download those forms.
I know our internet penetration should be at least 70%, but that doesn't factor in cost of accessing that. You may have the access to the internet infrastructure in your area, but
or even the prowess to it.
Yes,
the know-how, exactly.
So, so it is a bit unfair for the UDA rep.
Whether he accepts that title
Kenya Kwanza.
Kenya Kwanza.
Not rep.
Okay.
But enthusiast.
to put the emphasis that it is the role of the media to take over the work for IEBC.
I haven't said it's a role.
I mean, based on your argument, it was like now it is media. Media is not an umpire. for the election. We have one commission recognized by our laws. So that communication aspect, I believe they did as well when they told the world that they have a media center. What's the essence of that media center? I would have expected it to be as busy as Citizen has offered to be busy, staying the entire night to inform the citizenry. So in terms of confidence level, it will really be eroded. Because once your screen goes blank, because you have no right to call the elections, the final results, they will start from number 1, Form 34A, until the end. It will take us another 3 or so days. In as much as the law provides 7 days, what if we can be a little bit efficient and deliver the results in 2 or 3 days? There's that simmering piece that, but people are anxious. I was somewhere in Kondele yesterday, and everybody had blocked, the border riders had blocked the road because they were anxious. Where are these results? When are they being announced? Do they really, a woman in the rural village, my grandmother, for example, she knows she's casted a vote and she expects the person she believes is winning to be declared.
But Jovin, you're putting IBC in between a rock and a hard place because this was a ground of contestation for the nullified results of the presidential vote, because the process is that they're supposed to get the Form 34As, physically verify before they even start announcing this.
I'll answer you. I'll answer you, Trevor. We have polling stations so close to Bomas of Kenya, which is the beehive of activities. That's where the IEBC is domiciled. Let's take, for example, Langata constituency or Kajiado North, which are neighborhood, or Dagoretti, whatever, south or north. They're all neighborhoods of Kibra. They're all neighborhoods. How long does it take them to deliver the physical? What we would expect, and this still backs to the communication, we would expect, like they've done before, that at least you do this thing simultaneously. Get us 1 or 2 constituency, announce the results. At least it makes people believe that there's something happening. But if there's a total darkness running into hours or a day without a single result, and you wonder, you will be surprised that Mandera would deliver their Form 34A and a neighborhood constituency, which is a walking distance to IEBC Nav Center, has not delivered their Form 34A. So what is wrong?
Just to, you know, I'm listening to my colleague here, and what I can say is that, yes, it is prudent for IEBC to keep on updating Kenyans from time to time. But they can get away with that. The reason is this. There are laws which have been enacted to regulate the process of declaration of the results. Now, before these laws were enacted, there was something called public participation. Now, whether you participated or not, the presumption is that you, at least you are aware, or at least your representative in the National Assembly was aware and ought to have raised these issues. So once the law was passed, it gives IEBC the mandate to proceed how they are supposed to proceed as per the law. Remember, the name of IEBC is Independent Electoral Boundaries Commission. Independent means they're supposed to carry out their mandate independently without pressure, undue influence, enticement from any person, including a voter. So at any moment, a voter tries to pressure IEBC to tell them, you need to inform us and update us from time to time. That can be interpreted as pressure. So that's why that's why they've been given 7 days within which they can put their house in order and come up with a final results.
Before you jump in on this, and I'm going to take us a bit off topic. As I look at, Jovin, and this is for you, as I look at that data, I ask myself, what are the factors that would lead to this thing called a runoff? Is that something you have considered as a pollster? What would lead to that? I'm not saying it's going to happen. Again, all this is provisional. But I'd be keen to get your thoughts on that. There's a pollster on a different show, I think this evening, who said we will not have a runoff. The two leading camps are so far ahead that one of them will eventually cross that 50% plus one mark. What are your thoughts on this?
I share the same, but I've not, personally, I've not had maybe the opportunity or the privileges had to look at the massive numbers.
Okay.
Because even with your citizen tally, we still have about 4 million pending. And I don't know how those, if they were based on the regions, we could have looked at the specific county and we call it that this county can go either way. Then we give an estimation, which we can still do if there are hours. If we look at all the 47 counties and look at the current projections by both sides, then that can give us an opportunity to say that the difference or the gap between the two leading contenders will not lead us into a runoff. Because the provisions are there that if someone do not cross the 50% plus one vote, then there's possibility. So it's too early. Maybe if we reach 12 million, we could see how it goes.
50 plus 1 is as simple as it comes. Total number of votes, 50 plus 1.
Joshua is almost ready to call this right now.
So that if we are to stop the count where we are and say those are the 10 million voters who voted, then 50 plus 1 is already achieved by the candidate appearing on top. 2013, if you remember, it was such a serious consideration. The Supreme Court decision of 2013 was premised on that question, whether Jubilee, now the original TNA-URP merger, had achieved that threshold. And if you remember, the verdict was they had achieved by around 8,000 votes. It was that close. So for statisticians, it's everything. That means, let us not for a moment lose sight of seemingly more or less like people who have no, like inconsequential people like George Wajackoyah Roots and Bishop Mwaure. Don't underrate their numbers because they end up appearing when you're doing the total tally. So that when we do the percentages to get to 50 plus 1, theirs count. And with the fine margins you're seeing between Raila and William, the numbers of Wajackoyah and Mwaure come to play on that important aspect of 50 plus 1. At this point, it is not a serious problem until and when we are in the last 100 or 200,000 votes being tallied. That is when you will be so keen to put an eye and say, when we tabulate, does it have an impact on that? Lastly, there was the issue of the place of IEBC, and I just wanted to answer him. We are not saying that the media has taken up. I agree with him in totality. I've been the biggest champion of IEBC upping their communication game. It is everything. It can save them a lot of trouble. Another tallying that is a bit of a concern, which I think this election has exposed, have you noticed none of the coalition has exposed their tallying completely?
Because it's a tedious process,
yeah,
Joshua. I mean,
thank you. It doesn't matter, but you're the primary stakeholder.
What do you mean by expose their tallying?
Like, are you aware? Have you asked?
None of them are
like
giving
a big tallying
giving
center, like the way Citizen shows us that these are our tallying centers, these are our people have used it. I think we haven't been proactive enough. Media has beaten the political parties on that. You would expect you would expect as stakeholders.
Yeah.
In fact, what the political parties, especially Azimio, they have just been sharing figures. How they got it, they tell you go count. Just like what the chairman is saying.
Kenya Kwanza representative also
Itumbi is running,
going live on Facebook to share results.
Dennis Itumbi is running.
Let Titus come in, then you come back. Titus.
Yes, it's all over the media. And I think yesterday there was a lot of panic from most supporters of Azimio because Itumbi had managed to do his thing very well because he has been running a parallel tally. And it's all over Facebook, it's all over Twitter. It's not something that is being done clandestine. So Azimio, on the other hand, have also been tallying in as much as they have not been able to come up and shown Kenyans that this is our tallying center. But we have seen supporters of Azimio posting figures and numbers that these are our our votes. But back to the issue of runoff
possibility.
First of all, it's called a rerun, not a runoff. It's called a rerun. And the reason why I do not foresee a rerun in this election is very simple. Is there a possibility of Raila Odinga and Ruto getting the same number of votes? 5 million, 5 million? It's not possible. If that happens, that's the only way the votes that are being gotten by Wajakoya and Mwaure are going to now be very important. Because remember, the principle is this. The winner must get 50% of the votes cast plus just a single vote. So 50% plus just a single vote. So immediately you get 50% of the votes. Yeah. For instance, right now we're talking about 14 million. So as soon as someone gets 7 million, then an extra vote makes him a winner. Immediately he crosses the finish line, makes him a winner. But of course, there are other instances that could lead to a rerun, which I do not foresee. For instance, where now we have these two contenders getting the same number of votes, or at least the number 3 getting, the number 2 getting a number of votes that now entitles them to be the first runners-up, and so on and so forth. These are things that I do not foresee because of that formula that has been set in the Constitution. It becomes extremely impossible.
The Constitution actually calls it a fresh election, so I was wrong. And
No.
Fresh. I went to the Constitution.
Fresh election is contemplated under certain circumstances.
So if no candidate is elected, a fresh election
nominated
within 30 days after the previous election, and the only candidate shall be the one who received the greatest number of votes and the one who received the second greatest number of votes.
30 days or 60 days?
No, 30 days. 30 days in the event an election has taken place.
I'm just being petty.
It's a rerun, because the reason why I'm calling it a rerun is between the top 2 candidates.
That's correct.
Yeah. So it's a rerun of the...
And Jovin, based on statistics, is it that simple, the way Titus is saying it? Because the IBC revealed that there were 14,164,561. So the moment somebody crosses the 7,050,000 mark, that's it.
That's it. It's that simple.
All right.
So it's like a simple majority. But remember, there's also the other aspect of 25% in a majority of the counties. Which is
24 counties.
Which are 24 counties. So those are read together. So they have to check which of the candidates. This person who has surpassed 50,
7
million and other things.
1 vote.
Would they have secured 25% of the votes cast in 24 counties?
Yeah.
Okay, so those are absolute numbers we'll be waiting on in the next couple of hours. But let's cross over now to Narok County, where Ben Kirui is there to give us an update on the situation.
Naam, tunazidi kukita kambi katika kaunti ya Narok, kaunti nambari 033, ambapo sasa shughuli nzima ya kuanza kujumuisha kura imeanza. Ni shughuli ambayo inaendelea katika vituo vya kupigia kura 179 wodi 6, lakini hadi sasa matokeo ya wodi moja yashafika, na ni ya kutoka magereza ya Narok, nayo ni ni matokeo ya urais kutoka Narok prisons, ambazo zinaonyesha kwamba kinara ama mgombea urais wa tiketi ya chama cha Azimio One Kenya Alliance Raila Odinga ana kura 21, huku kiongozi ama mgombea urais kupitia tiketi ya UDA William Ruto yuko na kura 11. Pia vile vile matokeo kutoka Olor Buingaikop Primary School zikionyesha pia kwamba Raila Odinga ana kura 13, huku William Ruto akiwa na kura 4. George Wajakoya ambaye ni mgombea urais kupitia tiketi ya chama cha Roots Party yuko na 0, na vile vile David Mwaure yuko na 0. Bado tunazo takriban vituo vya kupigia kura 177 hadi sasa, na tungeweza tu kusikia moja kwa moja kutoka kwa msimamizi wa eneo bunge la Narok Kaskazini aweze kutueleza ni yapi yanaendelea na ni vipi ama ni wakati gani tutaweza kupokea matokeo hayo kwa mfululizo. Naam, Bwana Julius, naomba utueleze tu shughuli nzima ya upigaji kura imekuwaje siku ya leo, na tunatarajia kwamba tutapokea matokeo haya wakati gani kwa mfululizo?
Okay. Now so far so good. All the stations have closed and have received for the prison. That was the first one to come. It had 76 voters. And then currently I've received from 2 wards, one from Electoral ward, and so far I've received another one from Lukumai, that is in Olokurto. So, as you know, Narok North is very vast. It has 6 county assembly wards with 190 polling stations. And recently, yesterday, one of the centers had to send the tractor that was on standby, and it managed to take the material at the right time. So it's raining on the side of Mau, but so far so good. We didn't have a lot of incidents in the day, and all the polling processes went on smoothly, except the 2 issues with the KIEMs that were minor. I was able to address them in time. So the election went all very smoothly. I didn't encounter any much problem because we were ready for it as earlier trained. So if there's any issue, you can still raise and then we tackle it.
Vituo vya kupigia kura viliweza kufungwa saa 11 hadi sasa ni saa 6, na zile tu matokeo ambazo tumeweza kupokea ni kutoka kwa vile vituo vya kupigia kura ambavyo vina idadi ya chini ya wapiga kura. Je, tutaweza kupokea matokeo haya kwa mfululizo labda kuanzia saa ngapi?
Okay, in the next 1 hour or 30 minutes, I'm sure all the results will be here because I'm able to access them from the back end. You can see the chief agents and most of the candidates are here. They are eagerly waiting for those results. So from the back end, I'm able to access. I can see for the presidential, it's almost 70% have transmitted their image to the national returning officer. Yeah, so I'm sure in the next 1 hour it will now flow continuously, without any hitches.
Labda swali la mwisho kabla sija kuruhusu urejee kwenye kiti chako uendelee na shughuli nzima. Awali tuliweza kusikia labda visa vya uongaji wa wapiga kura, kwa mfano kituo cha kupigia kura cha Masikonde. Kulikuwa na visa kama hivyo kwamba kunao wale ambao walijaribu kuweza kuonga wapiga kura. Sijui kama ripoti yako kuhusiana na hilo ni gani?
Okay, mostly during the day, I left the tallying center at around 6:30 to assess whether everything is okay in the field. I managed to traverse the whole of Narok Town ward because that is where the several streams, especially Masikonde, has 12 streams. Yeah, I went there. It was rumors because I went there with the security team, the surveillance team, and what I realized, the people who had voted, because it was an holiday, they had nowhere to go, so they were just handling around. So when the officers went there, they were all chased, and there was no much incident that was reported. Yeah, those were just rumors. Yeah, I realized it was just a rumor because I visited almost 90% of the polling stations within Narok Town, and I went as far as Kisiriri in Electoral and those sides of Siabei in Melili. Yes.
Na kila laheri, najua imekuwa siku ndefu na pia uko na usiku mrefu, na kutakia kila laheri, tazidi kuwa pamoja. Naam, ni hayo umeweza kusikia kutoka kwa msimamizi wa IEBC ambaye anasimamia eneo bunge hili la Narok Kaskazini, na ameweza tu kusema kwamba ni shughuli ambayo imeanza kwa kasi ya chini, lakini kwa risali moja ambayo inakuja tutaweza kupata matokeo hayo kwa mfululizo. Ni shughuli ambayo inaendelea katika kila eneo bunge la kaunti hii ya Narok. Kumbuka kwamba tunazo maeneo bunge 6: Kilgoris, Emurua Dikir, Narok North, Narok West, Narok East na vile Narok South, na ni shughuli ambayo inaendelea. Kila eneo bunge lina kituo cha kujumuisha kura kutoka wadi zote za eneo bunge husika, na pia vile baada ya hapa wataweza basi, shughuli nzima itapelekwa katika kituo cha kujumuisha kura za kaunti. Narejesha kwako studio, tazidi kupiga kambi, tutaweza kuwajuza yatakayojiri na kadri yatakavyojiri. Kwako studio.
Huo ni mwanahabari wetu Ben Kirui kutoka kaunti ya Narok. And of course, we continue to give you updates from the different parts of the country. We've got the largest contingent, I believe, of reporters who will continue to update you. And as we get closer and closer to daybreak, sunlight, we'll have more reports as there's more confirmation of results and announcement at different constituency tallying centers. It's about 20 minutes or so to 6 a.m. And so we can anticipate that IEBC will be giving us its next briefing in the next 4 hours from about 10 a.m. onwards. But the last briefing was yesterday, an hour or so afternoon, and Wafula Chebukati addressed those who were present at that auditorium, spoke on a couple of issues, and we want to just quickly refresh your mind on what those issues were as we prepare for the next IEBC briefing in the next 4 hours or so. Here is what he had to say yesterday.
The Commission has gazetted the results transmission path in line with the law and the Supreme Court decision of 2017, and the law requires us to compare the images of Form 34A against the original Form 34As. And so we are not doing any tallying now until we start receiving the original Form 34As from our returning officers and the 34Bs. The 34Bs will also be uploaded on the public portal, and I believe then the rest of those who are logging in on the portal will also be able to upload the same and compare with the 34As which are in the public portal. And as I said, the Commission has 7 days as per the Constitution to complete this exercise, but we shall undertake to finish it as soon as possible once all the returning officers bring the documents to the National Tallying Center. And we shall keep you updated. Once they come in, we shall receive them, we shall populate verify the details, and we shall then use one of these screens to start populating the constituency results for presidential candidates. What was uploaded was 35A instead of 34A, and this was done by the presiding officer in a polling station known as Rakwaro Market Polling Station, Rongo Constituency, Migori County. The instructions to the presiding officers is to start counting the presidential ballot papers first, fill Form 34A, scan it using the KIMS kit and transmit. But it appears this officer went on to count all the other ballots, and instead of transmitting Form 34A, he transmitted Form 35A, which is now in the public portal as well as our results portal. And how it happens is that the presiding officers count all the ballots for the 6 elective positions, but they are expected to start with the presidential ballot papers. And of course, having done that, all these result forms have the same QR code in that particular polling station. And we understand then he proceeded to scan and send that 5A instead of that 4A. And we are saying as a commission, we shall engage the presidential candidates when the original form comes. We compare the notes and then upload the correct form to the results portal once the returning officer brings the original Form 34A from Rakwaro Market polling station. Matters of murder cases is a criminal matter. That's a matter for the police, and I believe the law will take its course. The commission will, of course, does not deal with those kind of cases. And the officers who are on the ground will obviously be witnesses. And as far as the law goes, until that time an individual is convicted, then the commission will not be able to come in the criminal investigation. So we believe that justice will be done to those who are involved in that incident. Yeah, thank you. Marjan.
Thank you very much. First of all, I would like to say that in identification, the default method is still going to use the KIMS kit to identify voters for those specific by-elections biometrically, use of alphanumeric, and also in the event that we don't have backups, we'll still go to the physical register. You may have noted that during the election, we were actually using the left hand. So we were marking the fingers using the ink in the left hand. So when it comes to the by-election, we are going to use the right hand. So that is going to distinguish between the ink that was used in the left hand, and we'll now use the right hand to actually ink the voters who have been identified for the purpose of election. Thank you very much.
Just for clarity, I was given the figure of 64.6% voter turnout represents 14,164,561 voters. 64.6% represents 14,164,561 voters. And of course, this figure will go up once we get the data of those who voted manually.
All right, that was the IEBC chair and CEO addressing the public yesterday. We expect them to have another briefing at around 10 a.m. today or so. Let's cross over to one of the 17 constituencies in Nairobi County, that is Embakasi East. Gatete Njoroge standing by with the very latest. Good to see you, Gatete.
Good morning, Victoria. Yes, we are coming to you live from the Embakasi East Tallying Center. This is at East African School of Aviation. And Vicky, it's a chilly morning in Nairobi, and for some of us, it has been a long night because we have been monitoring the tallying process in a number of counties in Nairobi County. Earlier, we were at St. George's Primary School, which is the main tallying center for Dagoretti North constituency. And what I can confirm to you is that the vote tallying in Nairobi County has been a long process because no constituency has been able to announce their results. We are still waiting. Here we are camping. We are camping at Embakasi East constituency, where so far one out of the 234 polling stations in the constituency, we have results from the results that have been announced are from 117 polling stations, and they represent 41,436 votes. That representing 27% of the number of voters. In the presidential race, Raila Odinga is leading with 25,638 votes. William Ruto comes second at 15,097 votes. Wajakoya with 171 votes. David Moura with 114 votes. In the governor race, Johnson Sakaja and Polycarp Igade are in a tight race because Sakaja has 19,762 votes, while Igade has 19,667 votes. In the Senate race, we have Edwin Sifuna, who is leading with 24,881. Margaret Wanjiru comes second with 13,907. In the woman representative race, we have Esther Passaris leading with 23,695. Millicent Omanga comes second with 16,422. The area MP, who is the incumbent Babu Owino and who is the ODM candidate, is still leading with 24,534 votes. Francis Moreide of UDA comes second with 15,361 votes. Those are results from 117 polling stations that have been announced, Vicky. But we are camping here, Vicky, to basically watch even as the vote tallying process is taking place. We know it has been slow. Earlier on, we had a bit of fracas because some of the presiding officers were protesting over the delay and the slow process. But at the moment, it's ongoing, and there is no that long queue. And we hope that by midday, the results will be announced. And as we have witnessed in some parts of the country, there will be celebrations here also, Vicky.
Gatete and Njoroge there at Embakasi East, letting us know that so far no constituency, at least in Nairobi, has declared any results. So they are following that closely. Hopefully in the course of the day, as you said, we should be hearing some final results from the various tallying centers. Some shifts and changes in the numbers, Trevor?
Yeah, absolutely. In fact, before you came to me, I was just looking at them now, changing real quick. So first off, like I always do, we update you based on the IBC website, on the numbers they've received so far. These are preliminary tallying numbers from our tallying center. So far, they've gotten 99.68%. That's 46,080. 46,080 there remaining they've gotten so far. Out of the 46,229, that means they have about 149 to go, right? So out of the 46,080 that IEBC has already received, we have tallied 34,770. That is the total of the only remaining number now is 11,310 for us to catch up with the levels of Form 34As that IBC has received. Again, these are preliminary results based on our tallying center here. IBC is the only one that has the official numbers that they will eventually announce. But this is how it looks like so far. There's been a bit of shift and a lot is coming through during this hour that we are here. William Ruto is still on the lead with 50%, with 5,178,286. Raila Odinga now at 48.48%, 5,006,857. Those numbers changing real time. And we were talking about this earlier on because based on the IEBC numbers, the turnout 65.4%. They said 14,164,561 Kenyans voted, meaning the halfway mark would be 7,082,281. But earlier on, our guests were saying that there's also spoiled votes in there, contested votes, rejected votes in there. So it will depend on who crosses the mark. But this is the number that we've tallied so far. 10,328,886. That has just now the change. 10,329,270,529 now. These numbers keep changing in real time, and Joshua Kipto is not. We're still very happy with these numbers, but anything could happen. Yeah.
75% of the polling stations.
Yes.
Another 25% to go. And then now we can have some of the discussions. We are being told here, wait until all those numbers come in. And
exactly.
But hold your horses.
Yeah, we're still talking about the grounds for contest, Wahiga, and whether this will be a contested election based on the anomalies that have been there. I mean, in IBC's own admission, 200 kits failed out of the 46,229. Yeah. So are these sufficient grounds for contest, Kipto?
The sufficiency for contest is the threshold has previously been set. I would just want to rely on the past two Supreme Court decisions and the conduct of the court in entertaining issues raised. And one of the things I noticed is about the process. On this election, it will be very, very, very difficult to have a sustainable charge as at now. I can only speak as at now. The process so far, there hasn't been a disenfranchisement of voters. And the next question is whether results posted by IBC, whether they will reflect the will of the people, and whether anything tampered or made it impossible for the outright will of that single voter at the mashinani level had his voice changed. So from where we sit, I don't see a particular, like it's really hard to pinpoint any challenge that can raise at this point. That's why you can see the calmness. None of the leading coalitions has raised issues, surprisingly. Unlike previous elections, by now,
the press conferences that you have seen.
In fact, the press conferences are more or less, or the messages by these coalitions, stalwarts and players within each of the two leading coalitions, are basically calming their supporters on either side.
But maybe they're quiet because the numbers are not in yet. Everything that has been given.
No, but as we speak,
IBC
you're talking about
officially
75%.
spoken.
25% isn't a lot of numbers in terms of whatever individuals are tallying from, media are tallying from.